It's a disgusting video, and we're going to continue to make clear bigotry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault. It's a disgusting video, and we're going to continue to make clear bigotry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault. It's a disgusting.
That's funny, right? That was some funny stuff. Good stuff. What's up, everybody? Sorry about that. I had last minute things I had to make changes to my computer. What the fuck? after what happened last night with my system that crapped out on me, I had to use a different browser and everything trying to get it loaded up, and it's not working. And so we'll see what happens. Hopefully everything will go good tonight. Thanks everybody for being here. Let's see who's here. First of the night, none of your business. How you doing? What the F? Lisa Etter, how you doing? Micah, I'm not sure which one it is, but whatever. And Steve Hilliard, how you doing? Colorado Mountain Girl, Rock the Casbar. Marjorie, what's up? Captain Z, Life is Indifferent. Just Soulless Dawn, what's up? Just Dawn, Soulless Ginger, I mean, what is it? Right, what's up, Derek? Costa Rica Expat, how you doing? Gundam, what's up, buddy? And I am Bob. How's it going? Well, got a little news tonight, a couple news stories we're going to go through. Going to get some stuff going and do some things. And everybody knows, hey, Tim Morrison, how you doing? I've not seen anyone dying yet. Grandma's doing great. Minnesota's not getting money, so it can be frauded away. A lot of toilet paper left. Well, as long as you got toilet paper, that's all that really, really matters, right? That's all that really, really, really matters. So I just want to remind everybody, we're going to do a show tonight, probably about 2.5 hours, something like that. If we hit the goal at an hour, how that works. Not really, whatever, if you want to extend the show. And Bellavision gets activated at $25, or if we hit the 75, any individual donation of 25 or more, and whatever. So ads, all right, ads, fucking ads. All right, they should be off now. Sorry about that. Okie dokie. All right, they should be off. Hey, who's handsome? What's up? How's it going? So we got that. There was also this one. I was going to play this one. I saw this. Which I thought was interesting, and but I don't know. Let's see.
Hola, mi fellow Americanos, y bienvenidos al cierre de Schumer. That means welcome to the Schumer shutdown. We call it the Schumer siesta, right? It's the Schumer siesta. He put the government on siesta, crying Chuck. And El Hakimo Jefe Jeffries, we used to call him Dollar Store Obama, till we realized he's worth far less than $1. But they put the government on siesta to give illegal aliens your health care. We're not going to let it happen. I looked at both of them. I said, we're not going to let it happen. It's no bueno. I said, it's no bueno. They begged me. They said, but senor, por favor, please give illegal aliens the health care. I said, we're not going to do it. We're never going to do it. It's not.
Oh, and Life and Difference said, here is for Bella. So he put a super Rumble rant, and it says, screw it, I've had a bad night, and I want Bella now. Life isn't different. Okay. All right. So we'll get Bella. We'll get the Bella. And this one says, is it true that Greta Thunberg was arrested by the IDF? I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I did not hear that. I haven't seen it anywhere. I haven't been looking at any news for the past half hour. So if it happened in the past half hour or so, possible. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. So let me do this. Let me correct the banner. So we are now 45 away from, because we, with that 5 and then the 25, we are 45 away from the first hour, and we will add Bella to the stage. Now, everyone will notice Bella is wearing a diaper. All right. I don't want anyone to panic. All right. Bella is, let's just say it's that time of the month for Bella. So you know what I mean. So she has to wear a diaper so she doesn't get blood around the house. So that's how that works. And I hope you guys are okay with that, because it's just the way it is. There she is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was on the AP. All right, I will pull it up and look at it and whatever. How embarrassing for Bella. Well, Bella's having a bad night too. You feel her pain. Yeah, she's it happens. It happens every once a month it happens actually. But this is what's really bad. Usually it's not that bad. Usually it's but anyway, so it is what it is. Let's get back to, I hear my grandson crying. That's not good.
Going to happen. And they're also very upset about our big, beautiful sombreros. You look at them. These are the greatest sombreros the world has ever seen. We really have the best sombreros, and everybody wants one except Crying Chuck and El Hakimo Hefe Jeffries. They don't want one, but they're going to wear one when all is said and done. We're going to end the siesta. We're going to reopen the government, and we will not give in to the demands of Chuck and El Jefe. We're not going to do that. Thank you. God bless you. Dio lo bendiga, and God bless America. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
All right. Well, I guess there's this. So we'll pull this up real quick. This says Greta Thunberg arrested again in Israel. Amazing she wasn't able to defy the Israeli Defense Forces with her flotilla. I thought she had a chance. Let's see. So that's that. I guess she did. I'll look for a little bit more on it in a second. Now we just got a $25 Cash App from somebody named, I don't know if he wants me to use his name. We just got a $25 Cash App from somebody that says for maxi pads for Bella. Well, she doesn't. No, unfortunately, she doesn't wear maxi pads. She wears like Depends diaper. It's a long story. Let me do this. Oh, thank you very much. And, all right, so I can do that. Not sure who that was, but whoever it was, thank you. I don't want to. It was you? Oh, okay, Trumpinator. Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. I definitely won't dox you, so I ain't gonna say your name. Let me fix the banner, and so it's 25 off of there. So that means we're 20 away now from an additional hour, for the first additional hour. So looks like, well, for all intents and purposes, we're probably definitely going to be doing an extra hour tonight, at least. So yeah, so there's Greta. Let's see, anything else? It's all about it right here. Greta arrested. Oh, this is a longer one. She's under arrest. The Greta Thunberg flotilla. She knew well she was going to be stopped. It's no propaganda no more. So. Oh. Sorry. This. They moved the damn tab for. They moved the damn tab around. They moved the damn tab. And I'm used to it being right there and clicking on it to bring it back up, and then it moved the damn tab on me. So with this different browser.
Wow, welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight. If you're listening on radio, let me just describe what our viewers were seeing there. It was Greta Thunberg, essentially, really, I suppose, being maybe arrested and detained by the Israeli Defense Forces. She decided to spearhead a flotilla of aid into Gaza. It's the second time she's done it. We're looking at split screens here now, various different onboard cameras from some of these vessels. They got too close to the Gaza Strip because, of course, there is a blockade there on account of the fact that they don't really want Islamist terrorists to be able to get in and out of Gaza. So they decided to stop Greta Thunberg, as they all knew would happen, and detain them. And I'm assuming that some of the aid that they've given will be handed to the Israeli Defense Forces and then probably sent into Gaza.
All right. Well, with that one, with Jason Lizette's 20 says, change the banner and add an hour. Love the show. Thank you. Thank you. And I forgot. And at the hour, we're going to get this.
America will never fall to communist invasion. Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
That's right. So with that, the Chinese will never win because we are going an additional hour, thanks to Jason Lazat. Thank you very much. Okay, and I forgot for Trumpinator's Cash App. All right. Okay. I love Fallout 2. So thank you. So we're now we got 1 hour already. So there we go. We're cranking out. There we go. So let's get back to this.
This is the second time this has happened. The quite funny thing, though, is that they've been doing quite a lot of propaganda. This Gaza flotilla. They've been saying things like, "Oh, they've been attacked by drones." Someone, I think, quite amusingly scrambled their speakers at one point just to play ABBA music out to them. So at least they can have a little boogie while they're on the way to somewhere near Gaza. But we got this clip for you as well of what appears to me. I'll let you make your mind up about this. But what appears to me to be them pretending to drive one of the boats. I think we might be able to play this for you now. Oh, there you go. Oh, I don't know. Oh, let's listen in. Let's listen in here. I heard something over a megaphone now. Let's do it. Oh. No, okay. Well, it looks to me, if you look at the top right-hand camera there, it looks like they're one of the people that are boarding this boat. So Jeremy Corbyn has come out and said that history will be on the side of the Gaza flotilla. They put out a statement whilst they were being boarded. It said, "High alert, our vessels are being illegally intercepted. Cameras are offline." Well, they're not really, are they, as you can see? "And vessels have been boarded by military personnel. We're actively working to confirm the safety and status of all participants on board." In a way, this is exactly what they want, isn't it? You know, if you want to sail a flotilla towards what is a war zone and what is an Islamist terrorist hotspot, you know you're going to get stopped on the way in. Do you not think it would be weird if the Israelis didn't stop them, though, to be fair? Like, you get stopped at an airport, don't you? So why would you be allowed to just sail straight in there? I do wonder what Greta Thunberg's views are on this new Trump ceasefire, because that ceasefire is release all the hostages and the bodies of the hostages that Hamas have.
All right. Well, it looks like they oh my God, do you guys see this over here? This looks like this is some kind of one of those Israeli girls. Huh. And then this is Greta. I don't know, man. Greta gained some weight. She's been eating too much burgers, I think, or something. Anyway, so that's that story. So that's Greta got arrested. So it is what it is. And the first story of the evening that we're going to jump into, that was kind of a sidetrack thing that we got on there. What are we watching? Dick Parker, we were watching Greta Thunberg get arrested. Someone told me she got arrested, so we pulled it up real quick just to watch. Israeli Defense Forces stopped the flotilla, and everyone, if you use Cash App, there's a 3% free to send, and then YouTube takes 33% of everything sending super chat. Yeah, and I want to thank actually someone else sent a $10 Cash App. It says from Julio, so I thank you, Julio. If it's Julio Scissors, thank you very much. If it's some other Julio, thank you. So we are now 65 away from a second additional hour of the show. It says they escort them right into the Gaza shore and let them off to fend for themselves on the Gaza Strip. So that's what we were watching, and now we're going to get into what's going on in Minneapolis, of all places, if you could believe it. Blatant fraud. Feds uncover fake marriages, elder exploitation, and phony debt records after a massive immigration bust in Minnesota. Yes, Bella. Bella is it's that time of the month for Bella. Sorry. You heard her flotilla was funded by the Muslim Brotherhood. When things like this happen, I just say, I know where I am. Bikini Bottom. No, it's actually a depends because she's a big girl, so like it depends. I don't buy the doggy diaper ones because they're like a big waist. I just get it depends and cut a hole in the back for the tail to come through, and it works fine. So anyway, yeah. So look at this blatant fraud. There's a massive federal operation in Minnesota because they found that like 50%. We're going to get to it, but 50% of the people that came in, the refugees and the people that came in, they all committed immigration fraud. 50% immigration fraud. Wow. Yeah. Under the mission Operation Twin Shield, law enforcement followed up on 1,000 cases by knocking on hundreds of doors and conducting interviews and reviewing immigration criteria. In 275 of those cases, they found fraud, noncompliance, or public safety and national security concerns. Wow, look. First on Fox. Massive immigration bust uncovers sham marriages, elder exploitation, and fake death certificates. You refused that Africans would commit fraud. Was that Cash App from you, Julio? Was that 10 from you? If so. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, it says. Operation Twin Shield proves what we've known for years. Immigration fraud isn't a loophole, it's systemic theft. Sham marriages, fake death certificates, elder exploitation, all funded by taxpayer dollars meant for citizens. United States Customs and Immigration Services found fraud in 275 cases, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Every dollar wasted on these scams is stolen from veterans, seniors, and working Americans who paid into the system. The real issue is bureaucrats enabling this rot for decades by prioritizing optics over enforcement. Now, under the Trump's leadership, agencies are finally cracking down. ICE and the FBI are coordinating, and this coordination should have happened years ago. Yeah. Well, I think Dick Parker, actually, I think it's possible that this is all because of her. Like that they're going to do all this just so they can go, and we found out about you too. So fraudulent asylum claims and marriage scams aren't victimless. They bankrupt Medicaid, they overload our courts, and they put national security at risk. Time to deport the fraudsters, prosecute the enablers, and redirect every cent to Americans who earned it. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Bella's already here, Pat. And we've already passed 1 extra hour. We're already into working on a second extra hour. Your dog is wearing her period diaper too? Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I was thinking about, honestly, I was going to take it off for the show just because. And then, I don't know. I didn't want it because I figured that if she gets up and people might see them. But yeah, anyway, so I just figured this was easier. What's up? How you doing, buddy? How's it going? Hey, No Jabsky, what's going on? Hey, Brian Ogden, what's up? Mm-hmm. 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 And so Islamification, the USCIS Director Joseph Edlow revealed that at least 50% of the Islamic migrants in Minnesota committed immigration fraud with the help of USAID Soros-funded NGOs. That's right. Funded by Soros, immigration fraud. Biden's Customs and Immigration Services, whatever, Director Mendoza Duad designated a parole program that enabled the creation of Islamic enclave with unvetted military-age migrants in Minneapolis. Hey, that's right. Groiper's telling you, man. Smash the like button. Hit the plus sign. Give me a thumbs up. Oh, that's good. Bella being Bella. Yeah, she's just chilling. She's just relaxing. We're all adults here. Everyone knows about that time for dogs and humor. Well, I don't know. Some people like to pretend, I guess. I don't know. Mm-hmm. So let's see. So we're going to listen to it. He's going to talk about it real quick here.
Well, you're aware of the CHNV, the parole programs that the previous administration was involved in, bringing people in. People here were allowed to sponsor individuals to come in from certain countries. As I said, we found organizations here that were involved in sponsoring many individuals. They did not know necessarily the individuals they were sponsoring. They were doing almost a blanket sponsorship. That is fraud. That's something that should have been caught. It's something that I know the previous administration was aware of how the sponsorships were happening, and no action was taken. I'm glad to see that we're taking action. Well, you're aware of the CH.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the director disclosed that at least half the Islamic migrants in Minnesota engaged in immigration fraud with assistance from USAID, Soros-funded NGOs under Biden. Former director created a parole program. Didn't we already watch this? Is this another one? What is going on here? Is this the same thing?
Well, you're aware.
Oh.
You're aware.
I guess he just posted the same thing twice. I don't know. So you see it here.
Of the CHNV, the parole programs that the previous administration was involved in, bringing people in. People here were allowed to sponsor individuals to come in from certain countries. As I said, we found organizations here that were involved in sponsoring many individuals. They did not know necessarily the individuals they were sponsoring. They were doing almost a blanket sponsorship. That is fraud. That's something that should have been caught. It's something that I know the previous administration was aware of how the sponsorships were happening, and no action was taken. I'm glad to see that we're taking action. Well,
Well, if you get your dog fixed, they don't bleed. So that's, you get them spayed or, whatever, neutered, spayed and neutered. So I don't know. A lot of people do because it's a hassle otherwise, but I don't know. For boy dogs, if you do it, it makes them really changes their behavior and everything. And I don't know. Female dogs, I don't know. It's weird. You got to be careful with female dogs though, because they can get ornery as they get older, per se. They live longer if spayed. Well, the numbers don't lie. Fraudulent immigration enabled by NGOs and lax policies is a direct threat to the national security of, I keep hearing something, taxpayer resources under Biden's watch. Agencies like USAID became slush funds for globalist agendas, prioritizing ideological pet projects over vetting. The result is unvetted military-age migrants exploiting parole loopholes to create enclaves that undermine community safety and drain public resources. Trump's policies proved enforcement works. Strict vetting, remain in Mexico, deport criminal aliens, restore order. Every dollar wasted on fraudulent asylum claims is stolen from veterans, seniors, and working Americans. Time to shut down the NGO racket, deport the fraudsters, put America first, no compromises. Yeah. Fucking Doge AI is based is all F. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you got Gunther Eagleman just says, deport them all. DHS exposes massive fraud by migrants in Minnesota. What do you know? Huh. Yes. Multiple people arrested after feds uncover massive immigration fraud scheme involving hundreds in Minnesota. An immigration enforcement sweep in Minneapolis-St. Paul area found widespread immigration fraud, according to the director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Officers encountered blatant marriage fraud, visa overstays, people claiming to work as businesses that can't be found, forged documents, abuse of the H-1B visa system, abuse of the F-1 visa system, and many other discrepancies. The director, Joseph Edlow, told reporters Tuesday, the Twin Cities seen a massive rise in Somali refugees and immigrants, with over 82,000 Somalis living in Minnesota. The area targeted for the enforcement sweep includes areas in and around the congressional district represented by Democrat Rep. Ilhan Omar. Okay. Did you guys hear that? Because that just got crazy. That was nuts. I was hearing something playing in the background. So you hope it doesn't take them years to deport them in Minnesota? Well, I think if you catch them with fraud stuff, I think it's like a quick, fast ticket way out, I think. So the Post report cited an immigration official that nearly 50% of the inhabitants in 1,000 homes targeted were involved in some types of fraud. Their officers found indications of fraud, noncompliance, public safety, would shock America. The immigration fraud undermines our lawful immigration system, harms those who follow the law, and poses a risk to our national security and public safety. Under POTUS, we will leave no stone unturned through partnerships like Operation Twin Shield. Wow, look at that. Hundreds of migrants greeted by agents in Trump's all-out war on immigration fraud. You guys didn't hear that? Okay. If something started playing, I had to figure out what tab it was coming from. I hate when that happens. One immigrant underwent a sham marriage with an elderly American who was then subject to elder abuse and exploitation. Another immigrant admitted faking a Kenyan death certificate for $100 to end his marriage with his wife, who was also the mother of his 5 children, was living in Minneapolis. Another case, an individual admitted to marriage fraud hours after insisting her marriage was legitimate. They also found the son of a suspected terrorist who overstayed his visa and been denied benefits because of fraud. The sweep took place September 19th through September 28th, or I don't know if it's through those dates or on those 2 dates. Reported 4 people were arrested. They indicated that other cities are likely to be future targets and said that unspecified red flags made Minnesota appear to be a good place to start. I would imagine one of those red flags was Ilhan Omar. That's what I would imagine. When you look at what we're seeing as concerning patterns of fraud, we're seeing good cooperation here, especially among our field office working with our federal agents. It makes sense to start in a city where we have a sense of what's going on and where we can try to make an impact on certain things, like the immigration fraud from marriages and things of that nature. We knew Minneapolis and St. Paul were a good place to start to get that coordination and to start addressing the red flags that we found. At the end of the day, this is what the government should be doing. And when you see what has been uncovered by these diligent officers over the past 2 weeks, less than a 2-week period, that's only the tip of the iceberg and what we're actually dealing with when it comes to immigration fraud. This ultimately is, in my opinion, the same thing as a threat to our national security, a threat to public safety, and something that we're going to take seriously. Can you hear those too? Okay, and then Fox, sham marriages, elder exploitation, fake death certificates. Here it all is. So we're going to see. We're going to watch. Hopefully this is going to be a fucking ad.
Fox News getting some exclusive access as Border Patrol agents raided the home of a convicted criminal from Mexico. The man is just one of nearly 550 illegal aliens taken into custody this month in the city of Chicago. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin has the latest on Operation Midway Blitz.
All right, stand by for breach. I have control. 3, 2.
Declaring Operation Midway Blitz is fully operational, Border Patrol agents targeted a residence in Cicero, a Chicago suburb. The target, Everardo Villalba Vasquez from Mexico.
Despite what the critics say, this is not someone who was just randomly picked off the street. This is an individual that Border Patrol says did 36 months for possession with intent to distribute heroin.
Court records show he pleaded guilty in 2020, was deported in 2021. Thursday, Border Patrol found him back in Chicagoland.
This is somebody we want off the street. This is somebody we don't want walking with impunity on the streets of the United States.
Their next stop, a Home Depot on Chicago's southwest side. Agents had developed information that illegal migrants with criminal backgrounds waited there for work. And to underscore the point that they have arrived, Border Patrol agents drove boats up the Chicago River.
No immigrant should be scared. If you're legally in this country, you have nothing to worry about, right? If you're in this country illegally and you're associated with criminal illegal aliens, you're going to be apprehended and you're going to be prosecuted and deported.
A processing facility set up by Immigration and Customs Enforcement in a suburb has become a flashpoint for anti-enforcement demonstrators to push back. Last Friday, they slashed tires, threw rocks, and shot fireworks. And despite deadly violence directed at ICE across the nation, elected officials in Chicago are not toning down the angry rhetoric.
This is an immigrant neighborhood, and we are going to protect our people. To ICE, if you're watching, find your moral clarity, because this ain't it.
I set up this fence
It
at the
is.
processing facility to create a buffer space from violent demonstrators. But the fire department says it's not permitted and it could block emergency vehicles. However, the fence still stands. Jillian, back to you.
Mike
Oh,
Tobin out in Chicago for us tonight.
Oh,
Thank
they
you.
think they're going to tell the federal government to take a fence down? I don't think so. So, under a mission known as Operation Twin Shield,
Dinner
officers.
time is going to be easy tonight. Wings to go for game.
I know you guys heard that. 1,000 cases. They found fraud, non-compliance. It's the first operation under a new rule finalized earlier this month, allowing them to expand its law enforcement duties. That's good. In 44 of the cases, immigrants were referred to ICE and given notices to appear in court. 2 were detained on site. The rest are still being investigated. One example, so sham marriage to an elderly citizen and subjected the citizen to elder abuse and exploitation. Petitioner confessed to marriage fraud. So it's conducted between September 19th and the 28th, so it just got over a couple days ago. They expect the number of NTAs, referrals to ICE, and adverse adjudications to increase as the investigations continue. I'm sure that the local politicians are pissed. The agency pointed to Executive Order 14161, which directs federal agents to protect the United States from foreign terrorists and public safety threats as a framework guiding the operation. Officers are now empowered to thoroughly vet applicants and aggressively pursue fraud whenever it's encountered. Well, they should always be doing that. Why were they not doing it before? The surge marks the first time they have deployed resources at this scale in a single region. The leadership suggests it could become a model for future crackdowns. Well, I hope so. Okay. This is the last story on this. Is bombshell DHS sweep of Minneapolis, St. Paul finds 50% of immigrants had committed immigration fraud. I saw that headline and I was like, wow. So is this actually going to be an ad, or is this going to be? I'm talking about. Oh, is this going to be actually? All right. So they're actually going to talk about it in this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Joseph Edlow. I'm the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. I'm incredibly pleased to be here today to announce the successful conclusion to operate.
Can anyone tell me why we have U.S. Immigration or Citizenship and Immigration Services, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Border Patrol, Customs and Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security? They're all doing the same fucking job. Why do we have 4 separate agencies? Why wouldn't we just have one agency doing this? Seems like, what is going on? Seems kind of ridiculous that we've got 4 agencies with all these employees doing the same fucking job, dealing with illegal aliens and people that want to come into the country. Just saying. One agency, maybe just one guy. We just need one guy to go like, yes, no, you can't come in, you can come in. It's DEI hires. They had to make DEI hires and they vetted them properly. They wouldn't have been able to slip illegals and convicts in. You know what? You're probably right.
Operation Twin Shield, an enforcement effort of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services with absolutely invaluable support from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the FBI, and DEA. I especially want to thank St. Paul Field Office Director Samuel Olson from ICE for being here, as well as Abel Vecino from the FBI for joining us up here today. I also want to thank Jeff Brecht and Mike Kennard from FDNS, as well as Michael Borgen from USCIS. And also want to thank Bill McKinn, our FDNS chief in Kansas City, who was on the ground during the entirety of the operation. Since September 19th, officers from our Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, working in teams, have conducted over 1,000 site visits across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area as part of this operation. What they found should shock all of America. Focusing on a list of over 1,000 target cases involving more than 900 individuals, our officers encountered blatant marriage fraud, visa overstays, people claiming to work at businesses that can't be found, forged documents, abuse of the H-1B visa system, abuse of the F-1 visas, and many other discrepancies.
Can we get
over the course of the operation?
visas?
Our officers found indication of fraud, non-compliance, or public safety and national security concerns in nearly a little less than 50% of the cases interviewed. We found troubling patterns with the Uniting for Ukraine program that should have raised serious concerns under other administrations, such as an individual filing to sponsor more than 100 aliens and organizations sponsoring hundreds. We are continuing to investigate these cases.
Wow.
Congress appears to be on the brink.
Nope. All right. Mother Papillon says, glad to see, just got here. Glad you resurrected from whatever happened last night. I don't know what it was exactly last night. I think I'm hoping it's just something that was wrong with Opera, the browser, that something went wrong with Opera, that it froze up like on that. But I don't know, because I had to like change the plugs on my computer. I had to move. Maybe it's my motherboard. I don't know. Maybe it's this new computer. Maybe there's something wrong with the motherboard, because I had to take the connections out of the USB-C jacks in the back and move them to regular USB-A jacks. I had to change cables. It seems to be working, and which USB-C is supposed to be the best way to do it. I don't know. So I don't know. Hopefully it's going to work. Yeah, more arrests, less investigating. That's what I'm saying. Just convictions. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So nearly half of all the immigrants in Minneapolis, St. Paul were found to have committed some form of immigration fraud. Wow. Officers encountered blatant marriage fraud. Officers didn't point to a specific group, but the Twin Cities has seen a massive uptick in Somali refugees and immigrants in recent years. They visited 1,000 homes across Minneapolis and St. Paul and found nearly 50% of the inhabitants were engaged in some form of marriage fraud. And I wonder if they went to Ilhan Omar's house. Just saying. You think it overheated? It's possible it overheated. It's possible it did overheat. I did notice that my I did change a couple settings on my for my fans and the cooling system and put it was all set to quiet. And so I put it to balance, and I have noticed I've actually been hearing the fans running now, so before I didn't hear them running, so maybe that's the problem. I guess I could open one of the doors too if it gets a problem. Maybe I should have just opened the door and let it circulate air that way. Put it in performance mode. Well, that's pretty damn loud there, Dan. Performance mode is extreme. Then adjust the fan curves. I don't want to do all. Dan, come on. I don't want to mess with all that stuff. The Operation Dub Twin Shield carried out by ICE began September 13th and concluded this week. They call it a success. Look at this. So vast amounts of fraud, starting with Ilhan Omar, finally being exposed. Look at that. Woo, woo. This is the first of many. Questions about the influx of migrants in the Twin Cities, particularly Somalis, have been in the national spotlight since claims emerged that the liberal firebrand Ilhan Omar, a naturalized U.S. citizen from Somalia, married her own brother to get him U.S. citizenship. Yeah. He's like, what? And lose all the Operation Pork Chop coming soon. That'll be nice. And then what? And lose all the redundancy? The Department of Redundancy Department will be calling you soon. Yeah. Omar denied the reports, which originated in conservative blogs. That's not true. That is not true. The reports originated in Somali local papers and stuff, in local Somali stuff. That's where it came from. The local people, the Somali communities stuff. That's where it came from. It did not come from conservative people. How the fuck would conservative people know anything about her? It came from Somalis. It remains unclear how many people were detained. Officials would only disclose that multiple have been taken into custody, and it said it was too early to give an accurate number. The Twin Cities were chosen because the data showed it as a hot spot for manipulation and misuse of the immigration system. cases of marriage fraud found to be a particular problem. In one incident, Kenyan immigrant who paid $100 for fake death certificate. We saw that. Another one living in the Twin Cities was known or suspected terrorist on the no-fly list. Third person conned an elderly woman into marriage. American people know we're declaring war on immigration fraud. Well, that's good. That's good. I want to go back up here to click on this and see if this. What is this? What is this? Vast frauds of Somali immigrants, starting with Ilhan Omar finally being exposed. The officials made an astounding announcement. Nearly half of all the immigrants in the greater Minneapolis were found to have committed some form of immigration fraud. Operation Baconator. Yeah, that would be good. Oh, RK Opal says it's different agencies for different parts of the job of catching, detaining, processing, and removing, allowing them to move more peeps through the system. I hope so. I guess they should be able to move a lot more since they have 4 agencies working on the same thing. Is Omar family reunion an orgy? It could be. I guess though what they're saying too though is it's maybe her brother is homosexual, so maybe he's gay, and maybe that's I don't know. So maybe they never consummated the marriage. Oh, that's gross. The consummation of the marriage, not the anyway. The fraud uncovered in September came in all kinds, sham marriages, but the revelation was no great surprise to those of us who followed the settlement of some 100,000 Somalis in Minnesota over the past 3 decades. As far back as 2008, the State Department temporarily suspended one family reunification program used by Somalis when DNA testing of applicants found that 80% of its claimed family relationships were fake. Huh. Mm-hmm. Immigration fraud in this community has been the norm. And when it comes to bizarre schemes, Ilhan Omar serves as Exhibit A. Omar is accused and has never credibly denied that she married her brother to get him legal papers. In 2016, following up on a tip posted on a local Somali discussion board, I found that Omar, then a first-time candidate for the Minnesota State Legislature, had religiously married, but not legally married, Ahmed Hersi, the father of her children. However, records show that in 2009, she had legally married Ahmed Nur Sayed Elmi, a man identified as her brother by Somalis on the discussion board. Yeah, I think the discussion board probably has made up a bunch of clicks and pops and stuff like that. Omar was still married to Elmi as she campaigned for state office in 2016, although her website made no mention of him and touted Hersi as her husband. Huh. It appears that Omar had married her brother for some fraudulent purpose. As to put an exclamation point on the scam, Omar Elmi's marriage license was executed by Wilicia Harris, a Christian minister, despite the couple's Muslim faith. When I asked Omar's campaign about her marriages, a criminal defense attorney responded with a message accusing me of bigotry and failing to respond to my questions. This has been Omar's modus operandi ever since, to this day. The very reason for her marriage to Elmi, for whom she says she separated in 2011, which didn't officially end until 2017, remains unclear. One Somali source told the Daily Mail that Omar claimed she was trying to help her brother get U.S. student loans. Other Somalis in Minneapolis told me that Elmi had been living an openly gay lifestyle in London and amply depicted in then public social media posts. The marriage, they believed, was a family ploy to remove him from his life in London, to which he later returned. Then in 2018, Omar was elected to Congress. Halfway through her first term, documents from a state campaign finance investigation revealed joint tax returns that show she filed with Hersi while legally married to Elmi, as well as internal campaign deliberations showing how her aide struggled to formulate a response to the issue of her marital history. Campaign consultant Ben Goldfarb confided that the situation was impossible to explain without making it more confusing, a political understatement for the ages. It would be very interesting to see if they could deport Omar. There's also story that her father basically that she gained access to the country fraudulently, that her father claimed to be a refugee from the Bari, it's called Bari, the group that was running Somalia at the time. They got overthrown, but her father was actually a colonel in the army and like the head of like a death squad or something like that. So that would have been, well, it depends. Some came in under Clinton and others came in under Obama. I think, yeah, I think. Omar herself has flatly denied any family ties to Elmi, calling the charges baseless. But multiple investigators have analyzed the documentary evidence. They found nothing to support her denials. An extensive trail of public records, photos, and social media posts confirming their sibling status. When the Minneapolis Star Tribune assigned 2 reporters to look into the story in 2019, they all but begged Omar for an interview and permission to interview her family members. She refused. Indeed, the Star Tribune reporters got the same treatment I did. Omar alleged that the left-leaning Daily was bigoted too. On most subjects, Omar won't shut up. On this one, the cat has her tongue. That's some crazy business there, boys. Oh. Well, I guess that's good. That's fine. Got the wrong one. There we go. Can we just buy Greenland and turn it into a prison colony already? I don't know. Greenland's pretty nice. I wouldn't want it. I mean, if we're going to make anything a prison colony, there's another island that's basically a floating garbage that we could make a prison colony. Wouldn't have to worry about building. They could all sleep outside. You don't even need to build any houses. It's got nice weather. There's a ton of Somali in Nebraska along the old railway towns. I think, from what I've read, there's over 1 million Somalis that got brought into the country total. There's like 100, like the largest group of them is in Minnesota, but spread around the other 50 states, there's, 10,000 here, 20,000 there, 30,000 here. Immigration fraud may be the least of the offenses committed by the Minnesota's Somali community. A number of local Somali residents participated in a massive Feeding Our Future fraud case, the largest COVID fraud discovered in the U.S. so far, with losses exceeding $250 million. Acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, who has prosecuted 2 of the cases that have gone to trial so far, recently revealed expansive Medicaid fraud schemes featuring Somali perpetrators. He now estimates these frauds run in the billions of dollars. Omar has proven untouchable, but others aren't so lucky. Director has done us a favor by highlighting these frauds for a national audience, and hopefully justice will be done. Yeah. Well, this is what Omar had to say about it. So this one says, every single founding father was literally white, you disgusting traitor. Because Omar says the idea of America is a white nation that must be preserved is disgusting. So she doesn't want America preserved. Or it's either she doesn't want America preserved or she doesn't want white people preserved. She wants all white people to die or something.
And so the idea that this is a white nation that needs to be preserved is a fascinatingly disgusting view, because this country is one for the many. And so the idea.
So yeah, our country is for them. It's not for us, the Americans. It's for them. She says for the many. It's for all them. Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is good news. On to the next story. Here we go. All right. FBI Director Kash Patel confirms that the FBI has fully cut ties with the ADL after they labeled Turning Point and Christian Identity as hate terror groups. James Comey brought in the ADL and used their labels as excuses to spy on and harass conservative groups like Turning Point USA. James Comey wrote love letters to the ADL and embedded FBI agents with them, a group that ran disgraceful ops spying on Americans. That era is over. The FBI won't partner with political fronts masquerading as watchdogs. Mm-hmm. A good start. Are there any other similar groups the FBI is in bed with? What about state and local police? I'd imagine the ADL is deeply involved in many law enforcement agencies across the United States. There needs to be a full investigation. Yeah, the ADL needs to cease to exist. Watch out. Jay Greenblatt will order his henchmen to write a hit piece about you. ADL is a hateful organization. James Comey wrote love letters to the ADL and embedded agents with them. That era's over. Patel cuts ties with the FBI. Comey's FBI made with the ADL. The era is finished. We have the. I'm going to read the story, but we got a couple other things. So, a step in the right direction, but I won't forgive or forget what the ADL did to Charlie Kirk at Turning Point USA. ADL drops the glossary of extremism over one-sided criticism of Charlie Kirk. So yeah, they had him in the glossary of extremism. Elon Musk says the FBI was taking their hate group definitions from the ADL, which is why the FBI was investigating Charlie Kirk and Turning Point instead of his murderers. What is the ADL? It's called the Anti-Defamation League. It was originally started, I want to say, on what noble intent in the, I think the 40s, late 40s, early 50s. It was basically to combat anti-Semitism after World War II. I believe it was after World War II. I could be wrong, but I think it's after World War II. But it's basically been corrupted since the Obama era. It's been corrupted by people, just like the ACLU has been corrupted and no longer defends Americans. It defends people who aren't Americans. So the American Civil Liberty Union doesn't defend Americans anymore. It only defends non-citizens, really. And as Doe says, Kash Patel is cleaning house, finally ending Comey's corrupt FBI collusion with the ADL, a group that smeared conservatives like Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA as extremists while ignoring real threats. The ADL's glossary of extremism was a political hit list, not law enforcement. Patel's move exposes how Comey weaponized the FBI to target Americans instead of protecting them. This isn't just policy, it's dismantling the deep state's two-tiered justice system. The ADL's sudden retreat proves their game is up. No more taxpayer-funded activism. Patel's FBI serves America, not partisan agendas. But Danny Polishek says, stop defaming us from the ADL. So he wants to say, this is a little humor. So I'm going to be a little humor from Danny.
Hi there, I'm Martin Goldlust, Vice President at the ADL. The Anti-Defamation League has come under much scrutiny, and as a representative of this fine nonpartisan group, I feel that it's time to clear the air. The goal of the ADL is to stop the defamation of the Jewish people while securing justice and fair treatment for all. And we do that by providing handy resources. Take, for example, our glossary of extremism. Here are some problematic and racist terms that you might find in our glossary of extremism, and you can decide for yourself whether they are racist and or problematic. Phrases like do your own research, which is a blatant dog whistle to racists. We also track all the racist numbers that you might come across. Numbers like 3, 6, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, which is odd because that's a lucky number for Jews, 23, 28, 33, 38, 52, 88, 90, 100, 109, 110, 111, 311, which is weird just because that's information in most cities, plus it's a decent band, 318, 511, and finally 737, also the letters H, K, X, and a few vowels that I care not to get into. We also provide things like proper hand washing technique so that you are not mistaken for an anti-Semite. You want to wash your hands like this, and very much not like this. You do not want to rub your hands together like the Grambler, otherwise people will think that you are anti-Semitic. So when you see people trying to discredit the Anti-Defamation League on the internet, just make note of that fact, as these people are in fact racist. And the only reason that they would want to discredit the Anti-Defamation League is because they themselves are doing defamations and they are guilty of said defamations. I'm looking at you, Elon Musk. And while a lot of people say that we are anti-free speech, we are not anti-free speech. We are anti-hate speech. We are here merely to police hate speech. And a lot of people ask, what is hate speech specifically? And we are the ones who decide. And sometimes it could be as little as this gesture or random numbers or whatever. But we're saying what it is. And if you do that stuff, then you'll get fired. It's no big deal. Free speech is protected in this country. Hate speech is not. Thank you very much, everybody. And please, of course, consider donating to the ADL. It's with your generous support that we are able to do this very important work. Please, to our Jewish friends, consider donating in increments of 18, as that stands for Chai, life, and it is a very lucky number. And if you are not Jewish, do not donate $18 increments, as that means you are a white supremacist. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's Danny Polachek as a satire. He was being satirical. Yes, but everything he said was off of the ADL's website. He's a Jewish comedian, so he can do that. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. So this says the ADL was founded in 1913. It was founded in 1913. Its timeless mission is to stop the defamation of Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment for all. Well, they really screwed up during the 30s. I don't know. They didn't succeed very well in the 30s. The ADL had some work to do in the 30s. You're not feeling great. You're missing about half of everything. Well, that was just a little. I saw that he was posting that. He does these things. He's a funny, very funny comedian. He does things, and I saw that, and it fit in with this ADL story. So I just thought I would include it in there. Just, I don't know. I'm probably going to have to clip it out after the show's over because it's probably going to get claimed. So, but it is what it is. It says Patel cut ties with that Comey's FBI made with the ADL as the organization faces backlash for Turning Point USA criticism. The SPLC is a straight up smear organization. Yes, they're being sued like crazy, and they're Southern Poverty Law Center. They're horrible people. Horrible people. Nope. Okay. FBI Director Pash Patel is cutting ties with the Anti-Defamation League that the Bureau forged under its former boss, James Comey. I keep hearing something. What is it? Mm-hmm. Hold on, sorry. Oh, wow. I got a Rumble payout. That's what that was. James Comey's disgraced the FBI by writing love letters to the ADL and embedding agents with an extreme group functioning like a terrorist organization and disgraceful operation they ran spying on Americans. That was not law enforcement. It was activism dressed up as counterterrorism. That era is finished. The Anti-Defamation League retires the glossary of extremist groups after backlash for including Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. It says ADL, ACLU, SPLC are tools for Project 4 a.m. Mockingbird. Yeah. Has the ADL been hijacked, or they've always been promoted hate? It's good. I think they've been hijacked. I mean, they've gone off the rails. I want since probably, at least the past 25, 30 years, definitely. I don't know about any further than that. I mean, I think they did stuff in the 50s and 60s that was decent, and I think they were, is it all tied to Obama? Is that when it all changed? Like, I know Obama's people, all the people that work for Obama are running all these organizations now. People that work for Obama are running the ADL, are running SPLC, are running the ACLU. So, yeah, they're considered nonprofits. They need to have that removed. Yeah, they also have tons of money. The SPLC has billions of dollars offshore in offshore bank accounts. So, Treasury Department could have a field day with that. On May 8th, 2017, Comey addressed the Anti-Defamation League National Leadership Summit in D.C. and declared his and the FBI's love for the organization. He began by referencing a 2014 speech, which he called a love letter to the ADL, adding, 3 years later, I can say from the perspective of the FBI, we're still in love with you. I can't believe I didn't know anything about that he did this. Oh, my God. We are not only educating ourselves, we are working with the ADL to build bridges in the communities we serve. What? For more than 100 years, you have advocated for fairness and equality, and for all that, we are grateful. Well, no, I'm pretty sure they didn't advocate for fairness and equality for everyone. They started out advocating just for a certain one group. That's what it was, just basically stop defaming the Jews. That was the founding of the group, was to stop all the, because that's probably around the time when Henry Ford was putting those books in the glove compartments of the cars, and stuff about like Zion. The Elders of Zion or whatever book that he used to put in people's glove compartments. He concluded with the words, "Love the FBI." Wow. The ADL has recently faced backlash from Elon Musk and Republican lawmakers for listing Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, as an extremist group. As a result, the group removed its entire glossary of extremism and hate on Tuesday. There's still such a thing as offshore accounts. I thought someone had made that illegal. No, there's Bahamian banks. There's banks in all these islands and stuff. And, you can still have banks in Panama. You can have banks in Swiss bank accounts and stuff. And there's, yeah, 3-year warranty, free oil changes, and a copy of the protocol in the glove box. Yeah. The Cayman Islands is pretty much all banks. That's pretty much all it is. With over 1,000 entries written over many years, the ADL's glossary of extremism has served as a source of high-level information on a wide range of topics for years. At the same time, an increasing number of entries were outdated. The ADL wrote on X, regarding the glossary, saw a number of entries intentionally misrepresented and misused. The organization is also retiring the glossary would allow it to explore new strategies and creative approaches to deliver our data and present our research more effectively. Will keep us focused on ensuring what we do the best, fighting anti-Semitism and hate in the most impactful ways possible. So that's what they do. The outrage comes nearly 3 weeks after Kirk was assassinated during an event at the Utah Valley University. The SPLC put Charlie Kirk this year. I did a story on it. If you guys go back, I think it was around May. The SPLC put Charlie Kirk on their hate map and like a target on him and everything. And so, the SPLC. The FBI was taking a hate group definitions from the ADL, which is why the FBI was investigating Charlie Kirk instead of his murderers, Musk wrote on X. In a separate post, he referred to the ADL as a hate group. Rep. Luna said the organization needs to explain its categorization of Turning Point USA. Seems to me like if I don't agree with you, you will label me as a hate group. TPS USA's backgrounder page on the ADL website falls under Center of Extremism tag and describes the conservative group as having ties to a range of right-wing extremists and has generated support from anti-Muslim bigots, alt-light activists, and some corners of the white supremacist alt-right. They contacted the ADL for comment but received no response. No. The FBI should not have been working with any groups. If the FBI has to work with these outside groups and take their opinions on stuff, then what do we need the friggin' FBI for? Aren't they supposed to be the experts? One would think, right? Okay. All right. On to the next story. Supreme Court blinked. Lisa D. Crook is one of the 7 governors on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Among her other tasks, the Fed conducts the nation's monetary policy, promotes financial system stability, and supervises and regulates financial institutions. The Federal Reserve is committed to upholding the highest ethical principles to strengthen public confidence in the impartiality of its decision-making process. There is clear evidence that Lisa D. Crook committed mortgage fraud when she lied about her principal residence to secure a lower interest rate. Even if Lisa D. Crook fraudulently secured this mortgage before her Fed appointment, she is still benefiting from the lower interest rate each month. Did she pay off the mortgage before she started? Question mark. President Trump fired her for cause under the relevant statute. Democrat activist lower court judges purported to reinstate her instead of simply paying them to go away. You can force the president of the United States to rehire people he doesn't want working for him? Well, no, it doesn't work that way. Supreme Court refused to overrule them, instead punting the decision until next year. The Supreme Court must decide this. Does ongoing mortgage fraud by a Fed governor create cause to fire her under the relevant statute? This is laughably easy. If not, does the President of the United States have Article 2 power under the U.S. Constitution to fire at will any executive branch officer or employee, including a Fed governor? Or did our founders unintentionally create another branch of government in the U.S. Constitution? Again, this is laughably easy. Maybe the Supreme Court will muster up the courage to follow the law after January. Apparently, October is not a good time. Here's the order from the Supreme Court. It just says, the application for a stay presented to the Chief Justice and by him referred to the court is deferred pending oral arguments in January. The clerk is directed to establish a briefing schedule for amici curiae and any supplemental briefs responding to amici. Maybe that's my agreed. Agree. And SCOTUS didn't deny the emergency request. They deferred it. No, federal government is closed right now and courts are running on savings. Oh, yeah, because it says this, deferred, and then this says, the High Court said in a brief unsigned order that it's not yet acting on Trump's request for emergency relief. Despite the federal government shutdown, the judiciary remains open and will continue paid operations through Friday, February 17th by using court fee balances and other funds not dependent on new appropriations. So after October 17th, the courts have to shut down. So that's cool. After October 17th, they can't sue Trump anymore. SCOTUS won't rule on President Trump firing mortgage fraudster until January 2026. Gutless. Here's the thing, and here's this, the matching signatures, which show that she lied. Primary residence, so she's a liar, and a fraudster, The question before the Supreme Court is whether President Trump has the right to remove a credibly accused mortgage fraudster from the Federal Reserve. Lisa D. Crook had no problem committing mortgage fraud to get lower interest rates for herself, but she refuses to lower rates for hardworking Americans. To say, you quit watching about all the BS about Charlie. I only hope it was a setup and he's still alive. He's not alive, and I don't know what I don't know. There is some questions about some stuff, but I don't think this far out stuff is really plausible. You know. People struggling in my home state of Florida who are struggling under a crushing housing affordability crisis. My message to the Supreme Court and our amicus brief was simple. Either we have Article 2 of the Constitution or we don't. Either President Trump is the chief executive or he isn't. If you or I could fire a fry cook at a restaurant, then the President of the United States can fire a Fed governor who cannot do her job. How Lisa D. Crook can walk into Wells Fargo and investigate them for fraud when she herself cannot be held accountable by the president for her own deceitful, miscreant behavior is unacceptable, and it's un-American. You didn't think federal judges could be fired? Oh, yeah, they could be fired. That's actually the Supreme Court could actually fire any of the federal judges they want to. They're all lower judges. They all report to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court could strip them. It's, you know, they're in their branch, and the Supreme Court is the ultimate ruler of that branch. They can be removed for impeachment, but they can also be removed. They only serve in good behavior. So if the Supreme Court decides that they're serving in bad behavior, they can remove them. So could Congress, really. It doesn't specify who says that they're in good behavior. So, and we've kind of, it's been the way that we've let the courts police themselves. So, yeah, they can be fired for bad behavior. The bar is quite low. It is. And just, what is bad behavior? Whatever, it's in the eye of the beholder. You know. So here, this is Mr. Fishback. He filed a amicus on this case.
The question before the Supreme Court today is whether the duly elected president of the United States has the right to remove a credibly accused mortgage fraudster from the Federal Reserve. Clearly, Lisa Cook had no problem committing mortgage fraud to get lower rates for herself, but she has a problem lowering rates for hardworking Americans all across this country, including in my home state of Florida, who are struggling under the weight of housing affordability crisis. My message to Chief Justice Roberts was very simple. Either we have Article 2 of the Constitution or we don't. Either the president is the chief executive or he isn't. If you or I could fire a fried cook if we ran a restaurant, the president should be able to fire a Fed governor who cannot do her job. How can she walk into Wells Fargo and accuse them of fraudsterness, but she herself can't be held accountable by the president of the United States for her own deceitful, miscreant behavior? It's unacceptable. It's un-American.
Just for my pure entertainment, I do hope that you get a seat on the Fed, because this would be daily fun for me.
I just want to point out too, for the people like saying like, yeah, she's not qualified to pick my olive. And you say, glad to hear it, hope it happens. And there's no explanation or directive on what bad behavior. And also, who would be the people to tell the Supreme Court you can't do it? If Chief Justice Roberts, let's say Chief Justice Roberts himself said, you're fired, to a federal judge, you're in bad behavior, you're ignoring our precedent, you're ignoring it, you're like this judge that went wacko yesterday on that story and wrote the stuff about having tanks and what do you have about Trump, and on an order, if they just said, you know what, dude, you're done, you're out, who's going to tell him no? The Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. That's the people who that's the last place to go for something to make a decision. If they decide that they have the power to do it, there's nobody to stop them. Kind of like when the Supreme Court decided Marbury v. Madison, which they just decided that they have the right to say something is unconstitutional and strike it, because that didn't happen until Marbury v. Madison. But I kind of think, my personal opinion is that the Supreme Court always had that power to say that's unconstitutional, it's against the law, whatever. But, do I think Supreme Court justices should be a for-life position? Supreme Court justices? Yes, I do. I mean, maybe, I don't think it should be like term limited, like 20 years. I mean, maybe we could say at like 80 or something, you got to retire, or 80, like pick an age where it's too old. But the reason they're for life is because it's supposed to limit the politicization of it, but it's only gotten pretty bad because of the way things are. The Gundam Zig says the founders understood what bad behavior is, but as Mason warned, lawyers gonna lawyer, coupled with Alinsky on controlling language and leftist infiltration, means whatever leftist judges say it is. I mean, as far as the lower court judges, I don't think they should be lifetime appointments at all. I don't. But we should be, we shouldn't have judges that are sitting on the district court bench for 60 years, and there has been some, and then they don't really retire. They go on senior status so they can appoint someone else to take more cases, and then they just take less cases, and then they do stuff like these crazy people have been doing to Trump. Yeah, I also think a judge, a U.S.-born citizen, to be a judge. Yeah. I mean, if you have to be a natural-born U.S. citizen to be president, don't you think you should have to be a natural-born U.S. citizen to be a fucking Supreme Court justice or a federal judge? Kind of makes sense. Yeah, here's the order. Oh, fucker. I did it again. I'm sorry. Oof. Keeps it keeps doing that to me. It keeps bounding out. So it's just a simple order, but says they're deferring it into this is an application presented to Chief Justice to return to court as deferred pending oral argument. Yeah. So, and then we'll read a quick story about it. Supreme Court allows Federal Reserve Governor Lisa D. Crook. I call her Lisa D. Crook because she's a crook, and and I want to. So there's that. Oh, hey, we've been going an hour and 20 minutes. There's 109 people watching on YouTube. If you haven't already hit the like button, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, what are you waiting for? I mean, it doesn't cost nothing to subscribe. I do these shows every night. There's a bunch of people who really enjoy it. They pay me to go longer. So like tonight, we were already into it. We were already into the next hour. We only got like $65 to go to get another hour for a second extra hour. So you're going to get at least a 3-hour show, maybe a 3.5-hour show. It could be a 4.5-hour show, a 5-hour show, a 6-hour show. Yeah, that's right. Just go ahead and join the channel. That's right. Join the channel. Become a member. You know, you got all these cool things with memberships. If you guys notice, if you look, there's all these cool new emojis in there. A bunch of new Bella emojis. None with the diaper on, though. Maybe I'll get one with the diaper on. If we reach the next goal on memberships, and if we reach the next goal on memberships, I'll add a picture of Bella, an emoji of Bella in the diaper, just for you guys. He always gets mad when Jim ends his show because I feel like I'm too poor to keep it going. No, I don't want anyone ever. I don't want anyone to ever feel that way, because, you know, you just have to remember that it could be worse.
Broke nigga alert. Broke nigga alert. Broke nigga alert. Broke nigga alert.
Oh. That's a joke, people. Don't get mad. Actually, that guy, Frankie McDonald, is an awesome dude. He's the best weatherman in Sydney, Nova Scotia, and it is what it is. And he's a good guy, and I could get him on the show, but he's very autistic. I'll just say that. Yeah, there she is, Lisa DeCrook. So the U.S. Supreme Court on Wednesday allowed the embattled Federal Reserve Governor Lisa DeCrook to remain in her chair for now. Oh, no. I won't ever play that again. That was just for, and too much of that, and I'm leaving. No. You could do Weather on the 8th with Frankie. Yeah, no. No, that was just because something Julio said, so I thought it was funny. The High Court will hear the case in January and allow Crook to keep her job in the meantime. This also means Crook will be able to participate in December's interest rate meetings. Blame me, not Jim. Yeah, I'm as broke as a Nigerian. Oh wait, I'm 3% Nigerian. I thought all Nigerians were princes and had all types of money. They're constantly sending me emails that they want to give me money, and they got all this money for me in an account. I just got to give them some information. They're going to send me money. Are you saying they're lying to me? You didn't mind that because it stopped your dogs from barking. It scared the crap out of them. So, the Crook lawsuit filed against President Trump, and the Board of Governors and the Reserve Chairman after Trump fired her over the summer. The administration last month asked the Supreme Court to intervene after a federal appeals court blocked Trump from firing Lisa DeCrook. Oh, skin, not kin? Oh, okay. They're definitely lying because I'm as broke as a joke. The Solicitor General in his petition said the lower courts have interfered with President's authority to remove members of the Board of Governors for cause. Appeals Court previously rejected Trump's bid to fire Lisa DeCrook. Circuit Court of Appeals in 2-1 decision said Crook can remain, allowing her to vote during last month's interest rate meeting. Crook apparently owns 3 properties, and she allegedly committed mortgage fraud on all 3 properties. This is all leading up to Trump firing most of the Federal Reserve Board, including Powell, for letting Cook stay. Yeah, what's probably going to happen is I think they're going to do the Humphreys executive case first. They're going to get rid of that, and then they're going to say, yeah, of course Trump can fire people for cause. It's in the statute. Keeping Omar out is not happening unless some brass fastballs are growing, just like New York City. Best bet is to denaturalize and deport. 100% guaranteed a judge overturns, even if legal. Well, according to the Housing Regulatory Bill, Prothi's first criminal referral, Crook committed mortgage fraud by lying on her application and falsifying bank statements when she designated. She falsified bank statements? Well, if she falsified bank statements, that's even worse. She designated her out-of-state Atlanta condo as her primary residence just 2 weeks after taking a loan on her Michigan home, which she also claimed was her primary residence. A second criminal referral went out when she allegedly caught lying about a third property. Cook's attorneys laughably claimed there would be an inflation crisis if Trump were allowed to fire Crook. Sauer responded and told the Supreme Court that Crook's filing would not spook the markets. First of all, Supreme Court's not supposed to worry about stuff like that. They're supposed to rule on the law and what the law is. It's not supposed to ever be anything like that. Say Supreme Court sets date for Crook's mortgage fraud case arguments and will decide if Trump can fire her. Supreme Court will have arguments. Oh, I hate this. I always do that. Supreme Court will have arguments in January or whether Trump can fire her. Notified her of dismissal on August 25th following claims raised by the housing regulator. Crook sued to keep her job. And her ouster was blocked by a federal judge and appeals panel. No. Yeah, so we read all this stuff, so whatever. What's this? Married teacher accused of screen mask orgies now faces 50 charges as new accuser comes forward. What? Oh my God, that's the same person on the left and right? I see this Howard Rubin, personal assistant, accused of helping him sex traffic dozens of women. That's the guy that worked for Soros. Okay. And this is a great thing I wanted to read. It's from Ron Coleman. It's a nice article. It says the judicial crack-up. It's SCOTUS's unplayed card. Everyone knows what a train wreck certain district court judges are making the legal system in their social, emotional, sociopathic eagerness to contribute to the left-wing lawfare. What to do? Everyone knows Article 3 judges can't be fired or recalled. Well, I don't know about that. Impeachment is certainly possible, but it's fraught. The U.S. Constitution provides little guidance as to what offenses constitutes grounds for impeachment of federal judges. As with other government officials, judges may remove following impeachment and conviction for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. Otherwise, under Article 3, Section 1, judges shall hold their offices during good behavior. It's vague, and it's political nuclear option that no one wants to take in a world of narrow and uncertain congressional majorities. We may get there someday, but electorally speaking, we're not there yet. This is even more true now that more and more appellate courts, including SCOTUS, and however belatedly, are stepping up to the plate. Making a huge decision favoring Trump as the Fifth Circuit vacates the panel decision. Three-judge decision, which was split R.E. Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act. Consider it en banc, which then this judge who's Ho is, I hope Trump puts Ho on the Supreme Court because he's good. He said the judiciary has no business telling the executive they can't treat incursions of illegal aliens as an invasion, but here we are. Yeah, well, that's true. Because he's Trump, the rule is what he wants is illegal regardless of the Constitution, law, or precedents. Well, that's what they basically been doing. Everything Trump's trying to do, they just yell, no, and they sue. Despite dozens of losses for Trump at the hands of unelected, black-robed, tyrannical, inferior trial court judges, inferior district court trial judges, appointed by Biden and Clinton, many of these judges not even born in the U.S. and maintaining foreign citizenship, Trump is currently 20-0 at SCOTUS. Lost in court for Trump. Judge suspends administration plan to eliminate hundreds of jobs at Voice of America. Well, I wonder how those jobs at Voice of America are doing now. I got to fix something. Hold on. Sorry. There you go. There's Bella. All right. We should all refuse to file taxes since elites are above the law. Yeah, except the lower court judges think they know better than Supreme Court. Sure. You would think Chusey would have multiple accounts. I haven't seen Chusey. I don't know. I think he's mad at me because he asked me to take his wrench away, and I did, and then I didn't. I didn't give it back to him because I was busy. I said I would give it back to him on the next show, and then I haven't seen him since then. So I don't know. Yeah. Yes. Bella is. It's that time of the month for Bella. So. At the same time, almost every day, madness continues. While leftists in robes keep devolving into unprofessional insanity, actual jurists are becoming spicier with how nimbly they verbally rebuke their unhinged peers. A sort of judicial civil war is brewing. Oh yeah, look at this. Trump has pardons and tanks when you have this guy. This guy needs to get Chusey has been MIA. I don't know where he's been. I wonder what's going on. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him anywhere. I haven't seen him in any other chats too. This judge is crazy. He's going to get smacked down. So did I say you can't fire a federal judge? I did say that. What really is fire? The Constitution doesn't say anything about what kind of work a judge has to be assigned. It only says this: judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall, at stated times, receive for their service a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. In other words, you can't cut their salaries. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything more. But as we have seen, being fired while still being paid is a real thing. Fox is still paying Tucker Carlson his $20 million annual salary. You know what else is a thing? Removing a lower court judge from a case he simply can't be trusted with anymore. And it's not just a thing I made up. It actually has happened, most notably in 2013, in a case that, like today's lawfare docket, has important public policy implications. Second Circuit removes highly respected judge without prompting from high visibility stop and frisk case. The Second Circuit unexpectedly removes Shira Scheindlin, a highly respected district court judge of over 20. Shira Scheindlin, why do I know that name? An avid proponent of civil liberties as presiding judge on the Floyd v. City of New York, the highly controversial case challenging New York NYPD stop and question frisk policy. No party in the case requested Scheindlin's removal. I wonder if that's, isn't that Judge Judy? Is that person related judge? Isn't that Judge Judy's last name? Judge Judy Scheindlin? And removing Judge Scheindlin and reassigning Floyd to another district judge, the Second Circuit panel found that she had engaged in conduct that runs afoul of the Federal Judicial Code of Conduct. At the heart of the Circuit's sua sponte decision to reassign Floyd to another judge are certain statements made by Scheindlin during a conference held in 2007 in the case of Daniels v. City of New York and the publication of certain media interviews given by her while Floyd was pending. Daniels was the first lawsuit filed against the city handling a stop and frisk policy, which settled in 2004 when the city agreed to implement a written policy governing its stop and frisk practices and improve officer training. During a 2007 conference in Daniels, Scheindlin denied the plaintiff motion to extend the settlement terms and generally discussed the plaintiff's option of filing a new lawsuit against the city if they believed it's violating the stop and frisk written policy, and that such newly filed cases could be marked as related to Daniels and that she would accept its assignment. In the media reports cited by the Second Circuit as basis for removal, Scheindlin never commented on the merits of Floyd, but merely addressed public attacks made against her by proponents of the city's stop and frisk policies. Yeah, that's the last name. No idea if it's related. I wonder if maybe it's her husband. Or is that a woman? Wait, does that say she? Yeah, it's a her. So is that Judge Judy? While it's within the Second Circuit's power to reassign a case to another judge, in the normal course, such reassignment is strictly procedural and unlikely to impact the merits of a case. However, the Second Circuit's panel removal decision in Floyd is striking because not only could it form the basis for invalidating two crucial decisions that directly affect the constitutional rights of minorities in New York City, but could also have unintended effect of putting district court judges on the defensive and curbing their judicial independence. That is Judge Judy? She was removed from that case? Wow. You like when she'd say God gave you two ears and one mouth for a reason? Well, judicial independence, something we perhaps have a bit too much of these days, it's fair to say. A federal judge has issued an order explicitly and blatantly ignoring SCOTUS ruling today, allowing deportations to continue, claiming without evidence the SCOTUS ruling is irrelevant to the case because the issue wasn't properly before SCOTUS. Judge Judy got Scheinlin from marriage. She was born Blum, not seen if relation with judge kicked from of case. Holy crap, Judge Scheid set SCOTUS. Yeah, Judge said this. Like Judge Murphy, another Biden appointee, said a motion denied is unnecessary, subject below the courts may 2024 order remains in full force and effect, notwithstanding today's stay of preliminary injunction. Sotomayor dissenting. The district court's remedial orders were not properly before the Supreme Court because the government has not appealed them or sought to stay pending a forthcoming appeal. For the avoidance of doubt and to the extent the plaintiffs are indeed subject to third country removal, the India are included among the individuals referenced in the order. Yeah. SCOTUS had noticed this problem. In yesterday's SCOTUS ruling allowing the government to stop grants through NIH, Justice Gorsuch wrote, lower courts may sometimes disagree with this court's decision, but they are never free to defy them. Either way, when this court issues its decision, it constitutes a precedent that commands respect in the lower courts. Yeah. And not only the conservative justices see the need to remind their enrobed brethren how the hierarchy thing works. Kagan shockingly agreed, at least with the outcome. She didn't like the June 23rd decision, but she admitted a district court can't enforce an order the Supreme Court stayed. That's a pretty basic point, but it had to be made because the Democrat judges are ignoring it. Well, the time has come. If the Second Circuit can look at the record of a case and determine that even a seasoned, distinguished friend of theirs can't handle a case objectively, indeed, its 2013 panel ruling was upheld by the circuit en banc, so can the Supreme Court. The beauty of this solution, of course, is that it does not implicate the constitutional separation of powers. It's merely the judiciary doing the appropriate judicial hygiene in its own house, as it has done in the case of Judge Pauline Newman. U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit suspended Judge Pauline Newman from a hearing new cases amid a deepening clash over the 96-year-old jurist's mental competence to serve on the bench. Yeah, I think this is a difference, though. I think she's a council of the judges in Washington, D.C. Circuit unanimously said Newman had failed to cooperate with an investigation into her fitness and barred her from hearing new cases for at least 1 year until she sits for court-ordered medical examinations. Such a public and contentious internal dispute over competency is highly unusual in the federal judiciary. Newman has defended her fitness, citing the opinions of 2 doctors, and filed a lawsuit in a Washington court seeking to move or halt the investigation. Newman was appointed to the federal circuit by Reagan in '84. The court's chief judge said in orders made public in April that Newman showed signs of cognitive and physical impairment and accused her of refusing to cooperate when inquiries into her mental health. Oh, they were trying to get her out. Yeah, they were trying to bump her out so Biden can replace her. Court employees also described memory loss, confusion, paranoia, and angry rants by Newman. Yeah. So the chief judge, Boasberg, was trying to get rid of her. Yeah. Not everyone is enamored at the outcome, to put it mildly. Today, the en banc U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit is considering a key Trump tariffs case, but guess, the Democrat-controlled court has illegally sidelined Judge Pauline Newman, a Reagan appointee. On Monday, they just re-upped Newman's illegal suspension for another year. Why? They pretend she's not mentally fit, despite 3 separate doctors opining she's perfectly capable of continuing her judicial service. It's a clear partisan judicial coup. Obviously, these Democrat judges don't want Judge Newman voting on Trump's tariff cases. Yeah. He's like, I've had hours of discussion with Federal Circuit Judge Pauline Newman, a remarkable woman. But as much as I appreciate Mike's view on this, there does come a point where some judges simply have to go. As sad as the situation involving the towering Richard Posner reminds us, when Judge Richard Posner, who remains the most cited open News tab legal scholar on record, abruptly retired from the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals in Chicago in September 2017. The legal world was stunned. What no one knew or didn't publicly say was that about 6 months later, the prominent jurist, who was 78 at the time, received confirmed diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, according to a February 22nd, 2022 letter from his attorney. Well, Alzheimer's is terrible, and Pausers was a great legal mind before it was struck. But where exactly did this 2016 op-ed by him fit into the journey of mental fitness? On another note about academia and practical law, I see absolutely no value to a judge of spending decades, years, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, or seconds studying the Constitution, the history of its enactment or its amendments, its implementation across the centuries. Well, just a little more than 2 centuries, and of course, more or less many of the amendments. 18th century guys, however smart, could not foresee the culture, technology of the 21st century, which means that the original Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the post-Civil War amendments do not speak to today. The Supreme Court treats the Constitution like it's authorizing the court to create a common law of constitutional law based on current concerns, not what those 18th century guys were worried about. In short, let's not let the dead bury the living. Well, just as there's fired, there's dead, and then there's dead. Finally, an admission of the obvious is not complicated. Dems, academia, media, Hollywood, most of big tech lied about Biden's in full diminished mental capacity because they believed and still believe that cognitively impaired Biden is clearly preferable to fascist Trump. John Ossoff admits that he knowingly lied to the nation about Biden's cognitive decline because beating President Trump was more important. Well, let's see.
We just didn't listen to the mounds and mounds of data that was out there.
I think that like the most brutally honest answer to that question is, when you're facing the specter of Donald Trump potentially being reelected to the presidency, and you have in the sitting president the presumptive nominee, it's understandable that you're not going to be inclined to do or say things that might weaken that presumptive nominee against Trump, given the threat that he posed and poses. But
we just didn't.
So yeah. Scroll back to what picture? The picture of the old lady that's 96. I mean, she should just retire. She should just step down and let Trump appoint her replacement. Yeah. I mean, yeah, she's 96. I mean, I don't know. She should just retire. I mean, at this point, she's just dragging out the inevitable. But yeah, like this guy saying, like, the Constitution, no, we can't go by the Constitution. We just got to go by today. So yeah, Ossoff admits this. And are we there now? The judge bookends his decision with the response to the postcard. At the end, he writes, I hope you found this helpful. Thanks for writing. It shows you care. You should sincerely, respectfully. P.S. The next time you're in Boston, the postmark on the card is from the Philadelphia area. Stop in at the courthouse and watch your fellow citizens sitting as jurors reach out for justice. It is here and in courthouses just like this one, both state and federal, spread throughout our land, that our Constitution is most vibrantly alive. But it's well said that where a jury sits, there burns the lamp of liberty. He also signs off as Judge of the United States. Yes, we're there now. Looks like the Supreme Court is going to have to tiptoe even a bit more out of that comfort zone it loves so much and reshuffle the deck. The Constitution requires nothing more than that judges get paid forever. It does not require the whole nation have to pay forever for unhinged judges. We trace the call. It's coming from inside. After all, isn't it about protecting the institution? Wow, that was a great little article there by. All right. Yeah, the Constitution is a guardrail. Without it, the government would drive itself off a cliff. Well, they try constantly. All right, so now we're going to have, this is going to be like the biggest portion of the show tonight. This is probably going to take, I don't know. We'll see how fast we can get through it, but this is going to be the biggest portion. This is all on the shutdown and all the crazy stuff that's been said today. So we're going to go through it as best we can and laugh and cry and, not cry, but you know what I mean. laugh. We've been going an hour and 45 minutes. There's 132 people watching in total, 16 on X, 116 on YouTube. Let's see. How many likes do we have on YouTube? We have 87 likes. So maybe, maybe 115 people, 116 people, maybe 30 more people or so could hit that like button. That would be great. That would be awesome. Go in there, and the same thing over there on the Rumble, the Rumble Bo Dumble. Only 16 likes on Rumble and 30 people watching. How about you guys get on top of things over there and, something. So Speaker Johnson says Chuck Schumer was in the Oval Office. Let's go rally. Chuck Schumer was in the Oval Office with me, 48 hours ago? And the president said, make your case. What is it you want? And Chuck Schumer repeated in that meeting what he put on paper. He wants to give health care to illegal aliens. They're all Chinese using incognito. Well, probably. That sucks.
Chuck Schumer was in the Oval Office with me, 48 hours ago. We were there. The president, as a strong leader, he brought all of us in, all four leaders, Thune and Schumer and myself and Hakeem Jeffries. And the president said, make your case. What is it you want? And Chuck Schumer repeated in that meeting what he put on paper. The counter proposal that he filed, everyone can go read it for themselves, would add $1.5 trillion in new spending on a 7-week stopgap measure. We're not doing that. He wants to give health care to illegal aliens again. We're not doing that. He wanted to claw back $50 billion that our Republican Big Beautiful Bill put in to prop up rural hospitals. Now, people say, why would he do that? I thought he was for health care. Well, a lot of those rural hospitals, most of them are in red states. So I don't know. I don't know what his motivation is, but we can't do it. Chuck Schumer was in the Oval Office.
Congressional Democrats and the mainstream media are saying that Chuck Schumer's $1.5 trillion dirty trick CR counteroffer does not allow illegal aliens to get free health care. But it does, and here's how. Democrat CR will repeal our working families tax cut policies that eliminated waste, fraud, and abuse from Medicaid, including all of our protections against taxpayer-funded health care benefits going to illegals. Well, this is 13 minutes long. I don't know if I can watch this whole thing.
What happens in the next 3 hours and also the days ahead could depend in large part on my first source tonight, Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. And thank you so much for being here.
Get hired by
do you believe the government's going to shut down in 3 hours from now?
I think it is inevitable now. It's a very reckless decision that Chuck Schumer has made. The Democrats have taken the last vote. Within the last few hours, they voted it down once again. And so there's no other option. Now, it's important to note what they're doing here. They're throwing a fit. They're making partisan arguments. The House did its job. We sent to the Senate a clean CR. What that means, it's a very short stopgap funding measure so that the appropriators in Congress in both parties can continue their work of doing the appropriations bills, 12 separate bills. We've made a lot of progress in that. We just need a little more time because tonight is the end of the fiscal year. Chuck Schumer has refused to give the extra time. Why? Because we won't agree to restore health care to illegal aliens. Because we won't agree to give $500 million back to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. He wants to cut the big fund of $50 billion that we set aside to support and prop up rural hospitals in America, because we won't agree to those partisan demands, and $1.5 trillion in new spending on a 7-week stopgap funding measure. He's decided to shut the government down. It's real pain for real Americans, and it's so frustrating.
I heard you make that first point at the White House yesterday after the meeting y'all had with the president and with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. People, as you know, people who are here in the United States legally have never been eligible for the Obamacare subsidies, for Medicare, for Medicaid. So what exactly are you saying that they're trying to do when you talk about giving free health care to them?
I'm so glad you asked. Okay, so when we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, we had Medicaid reforms in the bill. You and I talked about it on the air. What we did was to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse. There were a lot of people on the program who were enrolled in the program who were never eligible to be there. Medicaid is intended for eligible U.S. citizens, not illegal aliens, not also U.S. citizens who are able-bodied workers, like young men. So we passed the law. The president signed it into law. Democrats voted against it, of course. And it's been wildly successful. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, which is the neutral arbiter of all these things, released a report a few weeks ago, earlier this month. And they said, you know what? The bill has had its intended purpose. Premiums are coming down. Listen, because 2.3 million ineligible enrollees have been kicked off of Medicaid, which helps to save the program, prop it up. And $185 billion has been saved already.
So basically, what you did was narrow the eligibility for certain people to get access to the ACA subsidies. What they want to do is undo undo the changes that Republicans made in that. But basically, wouldn't that only affect people who do have legal status, people who are refugee seekers here in the United States, asylum seekers here?
Those are two totally different issues. So now they've created this as a new argument that they have as to why they should not keep the government open, but they're arguing a December policy debate for a September funding issue. The subsidies that you're talking about don't expire until the end of December.
No. Those are the subsidies for just everyday Americans. That's one thing that obviously has been the main premise of the argument. But you're saying they want to give free health care to people who are in the United States illegally.
That is exactly what the effect will be.
But when I looked at it, there's a little nuance, because if they want to undo changes that y'all made, narrowing who is eligible to get that, those are people who are refugee seekers, asylum seekers. They're not technically people who are here illegally, just cross the border.
No, this is exactly what will happen. And Maxine Waters admitted, I think, accidentally today on the House steps, they want to give health care to everybody.
But Maxine Waters is not in charge. She's not the one. She didn't write
She's
this
one of the
proposal.
senior leaders in the House, and everybody should Google it and read their counter
But
proposal
you see my
yourself.
point, right? You're making this argument that
It's
they
in the
want to
fucking
give
bill.
health care
All
to
right,
everyone who's
I'm
here.
not playing this anymore. I have it. It's coming up. It's in the bill. They wrote, the Democrats put in illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants health care in their fucking bill. So they can fuck off. Sorry. Democrats thought this was going to be a win from them when they really just handed the keys to Russ Vought. They have no idea what's coming. If there's a shutdown, Trump has ordered Russ Vought to permanently eliminate jobs when the funding lapses. In the past shutdowns, they just get a vacation, back pay, a few days later, furlough. This time, employees will be fired, eliminating thousands of government union jobs. Been crystal clear for weeks who is driving the Democrat shutdown. Their deranged radical base. Right here. Democrats see some potential for advantage to a shutdown with their base voters spoiling for a fight. Democrats are putting party leaders under enormous pressure, with pressure on Schumer from the Democrat base, political necessity cowed by criticism from the left, demands from their base, under pressure from their base, under pressure, tense pressure, AP. So you see all these dates going, boom, 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 all these stories going back, you know what I mean? Under pressure from their base, Axios, Newsweek, Huffington Post, NBC, Roll Call, Wall Street Journal, Politico, Axios, Indivisible, MoveOn.org says, MoveOn members will have the backs of those in Congress who keep their word about fighting. So this is who's calling for it. This is what's going on. Remember back in the day when Democrats lied and said Obamacare didn't cover illegal aliens? Yeah, me too. Yeah, the Gaslight Party. You can tell when it's getting later in the show when Jim starts dropping the cuss bombs. I'm here for it. I've been trying to keep it. We've been going almost 2 hours. I try to keep it under wraps, but that I can't when someone just lies and just keeps saying this. But this is nuance to this. It's like it's not. You're giving grants to facilities and funding rural hospitals who cannot turn a patient away. That's how illegals are getting free health care. No ID required. It's actually worse than that, Doug and Felonies. I got it. There's a list of states who have specifically in there. The states give them Medicaid, and the states go, well, we're giving them the Medicaid from our money. And so they're taking federal funds. And basically what they said is if a state gives funds, if a state gives Medicaid to illegal aliens, that's fine. You go ahead, but federal funds by law cannot go there. So they're cutting those funds out. That's why they're pissed. Because any dollar that a state pays for illegal alien for Medicaid, that's a dollar reduction for their Medicaid federal reimbursement. That's what's going on. Oh crap! Oh poop! I spilled my drink. Hold on. Oh God! I made a mess. And I ain't even drinking per se. I'm drinking, but just tea. Snapple. Love me some Snapple. I used to love the glass bottles better though. They were much better than these plastic. I don't like plastic bottles. But you can't get the only thing I can get in glass nowadays is the Mexican Cokes and stuff. You can't get any stuff made in the for whatever reason, which I don't understand why. Glass is so much better. You can recycle glass. Like why aren't we using glass? We need to go back to using glass for soda, for beer, for everything. You got to be kidding. CNN tried to fact check Republicans' claim that Democrats are fighting to fund health care for illegal immigrants, and watch what happens. This is great. Watch.
I quickly want to go back to Manu Raju and fact check something we just heard. We keep hearing from these Republicans, Manu, that the Democrats want to spend billions of dollars to fund health care opportunities for illegal aliens here in the United States. The Democrats are denying that, but give us the sense. What's the truth?
Yeah. This is all goes back to President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act that includes a series of Medicaid cuts. And as part of this new law, it limits the eligibility of people who can actually get those Medicaid benefits. Republicans, in particular, tried to make sure that undocumented immigrants could not get those Medicaid benefits. In the Democratic proposal, they're looking to reverse a number of the Medicaid cuts. But the Democrats say this has nothing to do with undocumented immigrants because they already are prohibited under federal law from getting those Medicaid benefits. So that's been part of the debate and the fight that's been going on here. The Democrats have larger demands too, beyond just changing the Medicaid cuts. They also want to extend subsidies under Obamacare to help people pay for their health insurance. Enhanced subsidies were provided during the COVID pandemic. Those subsidies are set to expire at year's end. Democrats contend that they need to be dealt with now because of concerns over open enrollment and people's premiums increasing. And there's also a separate issue that Democrats are pushing as well. They are concerned about how Trump has moved to cut federal spending without the consent of Congress, something they argue is blatantly unconstitutional. But the Republicans say none of this belongs in a debate over keeping the government open, that they should just simply keep the government open now, negotiate some of those issues later, and that's where the fight is going to be. Democrats are demanding a negotiation. Republicans say no negotiation. And look for today, Wolf, this morning on the Senate floor, the Republicans have put that bill back on the floor to extend government funding for the next 7 weeks. Dare Democrats to vote against it. And that's going to happen time and time again until Republicans believe enough Democrats could come to their side. The question is, can Democrats remain unified and deny Republicans the 60 votes they need to advance it? They need 8 Democrats to break ranks. Yesterday, they just got 3. Can they get 5 more? That's going to be the big question for Republicans to try to pressure Democrats to get on their side.
We'll see how that unfolds. Armando, you're going to be.
Mm-hmm. And the truth came out. D.C. lobbyist Desiree Townsend spoke with congressional reps. The real reason Democrats are fighting for illegal health care is because states like California have so many illegals, their entire healthcare system runs on the taxpayer money for illegals. Let's take California, for example. California has a high demographic of individuals that are not here legally. And prior to the expansion of healthcare for them, the hospitals were inundated with people they could not handle. And so when the expansion happened and immigrants who are here, undocumented immigrants that are here, were able to get insurance, all of a sudden, you then had this new kind of revenue stream that came in, not only to the hospitals, but now to all the doctors and providers in California. Hey, what's up, Daniel Gagax? Nice to see you tonight. Yeah. Well, they could have repealed Obamacare, but do you remember John McCain, the guy who ran for, I don't know, years saying we're going to repeal Obamacare. We're going to repeal Obamacare. We're going to repeal Obamacare. And then he went, he didn't vote for it, voted it down. So it got to stay. Remember? That was John McCain. He was to vote. California will be a catastrophe because you'll have all these individuals now that are not documented with no health insurance. So all the providers that were making money off this kind of like new economics in California are now not going to be making any money. And instead, these individuals that are undocumented are going to have to go to the hospital for treatment. And that's going to instead make them hospital money because they're covered by Medicaid. It's going to create a situation where now the hospitals are losing millions of dollars. So that is what I believe is a sticking point is with Medicaid with the Democrats. It has to do with the situation in states like California where you have millions and millions of undocumented individuals. If they lose insurance, not only will the providers now not make money, but the hospitals are not making money. Ready?
Wrapping up the day here at Capitol Hill, it looks like, unfortunately, I think the government is going to shut down. And a large part of that is the Democrats not happy with the Medicaid cuts that were made as part of the big, beautiful bill. And so I was talking to a few Republican members here, and I got to actually talk to Rand Paul. I actually was able to talk with him in the elevator about this issue. So I think the sticking point for Medicaid with the Democrats is, let's take California, for example. California has a high demographic of individuals that are not here legally. And prior to the expansion of healthcare for them, the hospitals were inundated with people they could not handle. And so when that expansion happened and immigrants who are here, undocumented immigrants that are here, were able to get insurance, all of a sudden, you then had this new kind of revenue stream that came in not only to the hospitals, but now to all these doctors and providers in California. So if this big, beautiful bill and the Medicaid mandates go into place, I think what will happen in California will be a catastrophe, because you'll have all of these individuals now that are not documented with no health insurance. So all of the providers that were making money off of this kind of like new economics in California are now not going to be making any money. And instead, these individuals that are undocumented are going to have to go to the hospital for treatment. And that's going to, instead of make the hospital money because they're covered by Medicaid, it's going to create a situation where now the hospitals are losing millions of dollars. So that is what I believe the sticking point is with Medicaid with Democrats. It has to do with a situation in states like California where you have millions and millions of undocumented individuals, and if they lose insurance, not only will the providers now not make money and the hospitals are not making money, but their only course for them to get treatment is to go to the emergency room, because the hospitals absolutely have to treat anyone who goes to the ER. So now all of a sudden you're looking at a situation where the hospitals are losing billions of dollars instead of making billions of dollars by the Medicaid recipients. So that's where I think this is going. And that's kind of what I explained to Senator Rand Paul, is like, you can't look at this from a macro level. You have to look at what's happening in California to understand that Medicaid, if that goes away for the undocumented individuals in California, you're going to create a catastrophe for the hospital system.
Wow. Seems like it's crazy. McCain's thumbs down came with a black eye club rumor and a brain tumor. Yeah. Only 9 p.m. there. Well, it's just turned midnight here. So, but we got at least another hour and a half to go. Unless we hit the goal, and then we'll add another hour on top of that. So we'll see what happens. So, yeah. So what else we got here? They can leave the country, go get treatment. Yeah. The hospitals would just charge Medicaid quadruple. They already ripped them off for. Yeah. Not our problem if California decided to create industries around illegals. Yeah, it's not really. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be our problem. Doge says that Desiree's Townsend's analysis hits a nerve. California's Medi-Cal expansion for undocumented immigrants under HR 4104 created a fiscal trap. Like they say, oh, they can't get these services, but they created these different things, which are, they don't have, it's not Medicaid, it's called Medi-Cal, but it uses Medicaid money. And then they let undocumented in. It's 13 states, I think, or 14 states have specifically programs of their Medicaid for illegal aliens. We don't ask immigration status. Hospitals and providers became addicted to taxpayer-funded revenue streams while ignoring systemic bloat. Now, with the enrollment freezes and premiums proposed, state faces a lose-lose. Either keep hemorrhaging $12 billion annually on unsustainable coverage, or watch emergency rooms drown in uncompensated care. This isn't compassion, it's economic malpractice. Medicaid was already collapsing under fraud and mismanagement. Adding millions of non-contributors accelerated the crisis. Real reform starts with securing the border, audit every dollar, and prioritize citizens who paid into the system. Julio says, I work in the medical sector. They can get services. No illegal has been turned away for the citizenship status. Yeah, they get services from the hospital, and the hospital has to basically write it off, because they can't. If we just let the Medicaid pay for it, what are we doing? That's giving them Medicaid, isn't it? Under our Constitution, a right is something the government can't do to you, and not something the government must take from others to give to you. Sure, healthcare is something people need. That doesn't mean it's a right, such that the government must provide it for you. Because here's Hillary Clinton. Trump wants to hold the government hostage until Democrats agree to raise healthcare costs for millions of Americans. The government doesn't fucking set healthcare costs. The government being involved in healthcare is what caused the costs to go through the roof in the first place. I mean, anybody, I want to ask anybody, is there anybody who had health insurance before Obamacare that got cheaper after Obamacare? Anyone? Can anyone tell me that happened for them? I don't know if anybody it has. It all got more expensive after Obamacare passed. Yeah, because healthcare is a human right. Yeah, in America, we have no kings. These people are all nuts. It says, My wife works at a hospital near Dearborn, and she said every Arab that comes in is on Medicaid. They own every single gas station and party store, and they're all on Medicaid. Yeah. Yeah. When did the ER take the place of clinics? Citizens can't get in for appointments. They're 3 months backed up. Screwy. Well, it's because you go to the ER, they get in and service you, and if you don't have to pay anything, you just leave, and then they send you a bill and you don't pay it. You use a fake name. Especially if you're undocumented, you just give them, my name is Jose Sanchez, and okay, they're going to look for you. I mean, an Indian or Iranian-born doctor with mostly MCD patients in the U.S. makes triple what they'd make in their home country. Yeah. Wrestler Town says, my health care before Obama, $150 per month. Today, $690. Yeah. Mine before Obamacare was $40 a month. Now it's $60 a week. Mine went up by 2x until I went on Medicare, but it all has its flaws. I'm just saying, like, everything the government gets involved in. I mean, seriously, and I'm not, I don't want people to suffer. I don't want people to die. I don't want any bad things to happen, but we have to recognize that everything the government gets involved in ends up costing more money because it's just bloat and all these problems. I mean, look at schools. Look at the government spends all this money on schools. It's getting worse, not better. Look at colleges. Once the government got involved in giving loans and grants for colleges, look at the cost of schooling now. It's insane. Everything the government gets involved in. Look at anything the government buys, government contracts. It's nuts, man. The government being involved in stuff does nothing but cause problems and prices to go up. Yeah. Treat them and then deport them. Yeah, on top of it all, the doctors that are foreign and are trained in Cuba. Yeah. The real reason they want medical rights for everyone is because it comes with free money for all the fraudulent medical bills. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that'll happen. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Here, Rep. Ro Khanna finally admits that money Democrats are asking for, they intend to give to illegals.
In terms of healthcare, the reality is they're just not being honest. The amount of money that actually is going towards people who are undocumented is such a small portion of the Medicaid cuts or the Affordable Care Act, if at all. And so we can argue that point, but the reality that even the vice president would acknowledge, that anyone who looks at the numbers will acknowledge, is 90 to 95% of the funding we're talking about is talking about funding for American citizens.
No, it's not. You're a liar. A complete liar. Liar, liar, liar. Cool story. Now do California. We're billions in the hole from providing free healthcare to illegals. California's $10 billion deficit precisely matches the undocumented healthcare costs. What a fiscal coincidence. It's precisely the estimated cost of Gavin Newsom's plan to extend state Medi-Cal to illegal immigrants. California legislators have been told to expect a deficit of $10 billion or even more if revenues do not fall due to higher than anticipated spending. Critics note that the $10 billion figure matches estimated costs of the state's expansion of eligibility for Medi-Cal, the state taxpayer-financed healthcare system, to all income-qualifying illegal immigrants. What a fiscal coincidence, precisely the estimated costs. In February, state officials say California spent $9.5 billion thus far on Medi-Cal services for illegal immigrants. The Square Centers first reported Newsom's requesting $6.4 billion emergency bailout to fund the program for the remainder of the fiscal year. In April, Newsom bragged about the strength of the California economy, sharing it's now the world's fourth largest economy in U.S. dollars due to the relative decline of the Japanese yen to the dollar. After accounting for the high cost of goods and services, California only barely edges out low-performing Italy, and the state has shed hundreds of thousands of private sector jobs amid lower projected sales and corporate tax revenue. So it's right there, man. Over $9 billion already, and they said it would be $8.4 billion earlier this year. Now it looks like it might not be a double that. It should be $0 for free healthcare for illegals. Even the Washington Post disagrees. Breaking news, the government will shut down at 12:01 a.m. after Senate Democrats blocked a Republican bill to extend the funding deadline. Because Gavin Newsom said, Donald Trump just shut down the government. It makes you nuts to see her all cattywampus on her bed like that. Well, it's not really. She's not really cat. Here, I can show you. She's not really cattywampus. It's got the here. Look, you see the pillow right there. It's like a pillow edge. She's laying on it, and so if you look, there's a, her head is like on the pillow right there, on the pillow thing on the corner. You see it, like a pillow. She's not really cattywampus. It's just a big bed. What would politicians promise for votes if they were told to stop pretending they're all business geniuses? What businesses do politicians have pretending they know how to build an economy or build a healthcare system? She's going to fall off. Oh, I see. Thanks. No problem. She's not going to fall off. Believe me. It's not that long of a fall anyway, if she was to fall. It's only at 6 inches or something. Democrats are arsonists. They think they can set fire to the building in broad daylight, film themselves calling the fire department, and no one will notice. But they're doing it deliberately, and it's going to harm them. Yeah. Bella's a big girl. She needs a big bed. Yeah, she likes to move around the bed, too. I tell you, just so everyone knows,
Senator, is that what the American people need to understand here? That they want to relitigate what they lost last spring? They lost the big, beautiful bill debate. They didn't get their way, but now they want to hold the whole country hostage to try to put us into more debt, borrow a 1.5 trillion. We don't have the money, so they have to borrow the money to get their way. Is that where we are?
Yes. Look, the Schumer shutdown boils down to this. They have terrible policies. Those terrible policies cause them to lose elections. After the lost elections, they lose legislative battles. Now they want to relitigate the legislative battles they lost because the American people hate their policies. Look, these guys are arsonists. They're arsonists who mistakenly believe that they can set fire to a building in the light of day and then call the fire department, as long as they're recording themselves on their phones, calling the fire department, that nobody will suspect us of arson. But this is what they're doing. They're doing it deliberately. It's going to harm them because Russ Vought, the OMB director, has been dreaming about this moment, preparing this moment since puberty. Russ Vought has a plan, and that plan is going to succeed in further empowering Trump. This is going to be the Democrats' worst nightmare.
Bella is paralyzed. No, Bella's fine. Yeah, she moves so fast you don't even see it. She'll totally move into bed, or whatever. I could do something. I could flip the bed around, but make it. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, and whatever. So they know, like you say, even the Washington Post disagrees, and so do the American people. Here's Andrew Yang did a poll and said, if the government shuts down this week, who would you attribute it to? 63% attribute it to the Democrats. So the Dems are going to get the blame. They have the blame. They're the ones who did it. Yeah. That's good. You should find out what's happening in your own state. Rhode Island's Medicaid program proudly states that undocumented residents are eligible. Yeah. Rhode Island Medicaid program, health insurance for you and your family. Medicaid helps you get affordable health care when you need it. You can enroll anytime, but don't wait, including children who are undocumented. Oh, what's this? Children and teens up to 18. Families, people with disabilities, U.S. citizens and certain lawfully present immigrants. So who are undocumented. So either it's undocumented or it's not. The IRS certainly knows we don't pay into programs. The CMS and IRS systems need to integrate. You can't find a patient in the IRS system, deny them Medicaid. They can pay cash. Seems calling a dog cattywampus is fighting words. No, not really. It's frozen in time. So, healthcare for illegal aliens is new immigrants are eating cats and dogs in Springfield. Republican playbook is simple. It's Sheldon Whitehouse. Sheldon Whitehouse, who happens to belong to an all-white country club. Yes, he does. You wouldn't think that was still a thing, but it is. He still is a member of a restrictive country club. Yeah, it's the same everywhere. Providers pay companies to get their illegal patients on Medicaid so they at least get something. Mm-hmm. This one says Ohio too. Medicaid buy-in for workers with disabilities, youth aging, foster care, Medicaid, non-U.S. citizens, alien emergency medical assistant who is eligible, non-U.S. citizens who are not eligible for Medicaid. So they Ohio Medicaid Ohio gives alien medical assistance to non-U.S. citizens who are not eligible for Medicaid. So they're saying they're not eligible for Medicaid, but we're going to give you Medicaid anyway. Wah! Yeah, the 22% that thinks Trump's at fault must watch CNN for their facts or MSNBC. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Here you go. Here's the language. It's all true. Maybe the press office needs to push this out. So here's the bill that the Democrats are trying to put forward. So repeal the healthcare changes, this and that. And then they put it right here. Alien Medicaid eligibility, section 71109. 71109. By striking 4 and instilling 4 and 5 by adding notwithstanding a resident of the 50 states or territory. So that's what they're trying to do. Not citizen, resident. They're changing it to resident. Change it to resident, not citizen. So if you're a resident of the 50 states or the District of Columbia, you get Medicaid. You said they should have an ICE agent at the hospitals. That would keep them away. Well, it's like they're saying they're worried about ICE agents being outside the polling places for the election because it might stop people from voting. Why would you worried about non-citizens being afraid to vote? I mean, it's like they don't understand. Yeah. So in a few months, we'll find out Sheldon White House was wrong. No, we just found out Sheldon White House was wrong. We showed he doesn't know what he's talking about. In his own state, they're giving it to him. So illegal aliens don't vote. Illegal aliens don't get $300,000 taxpayer-funded jobs. Illegal aliens don't get issued commercial driver's license. Illegal aliens don't receive free health care. Biden's border was closed, and there's no flood of illegals on his watch. Are you sick of the Democrat lies as I am? I know I am. The White House says facts are facts. Maxine Waters admitted that she is demanding health care for illegal aliens, and it's going to be top of the line, taking American taxpayers' health care away from them. You just can't reason with radicals. So,
But are Democrats demanding health care for illegal aliens?
Democrats are demanding health care for everybody.
for everybody, because they're anyone here to them, it's their constituents. Anyone in America is an American to them, I guess. So the Angry Inch, aka Krasenstein, offered to pay any MAGA $10,000 if they could show him where in the bill it mentioned funding healthcare for illegals. Someone quickly pointed out the section. Guess who's not paying him the $10,000? Never trust a communist. $10,000 challenge to MAGA. Just show me where the Democrat version of the CR bill they are asking to fund healthcare for illegal immigrants. Should be easy, right? Now give me the $10,000. This guy shows them. What does it say? Show me the section states, not the title of the section. Not related to your post, but U.S. Canadians urgently need help publicizing that CC Firearms is helping the Liberal Party of Canada. I'm saying, all right, never mind. But yeah, it's terrible. Canada. Kathy Hochul is giving free Medicaid to illegal immigrants while hardworking New Yorkers struggle to afford health care and foot the bill with the highest taxes in the nation. Kathy Hochul and New York Democrats put illegals first and New Yorkers last. You sent me an XDM, a meme about Russ. Oh, okay. I'll pull that up in a second. I got some stuff about Russ. Hold on. Look for it. There you go. So health insurance option for undocumented immigrants over 65. There's a new option for health insurance available for undocumented immigrants over the age of 65. Oh, what do you know? Why would we have undocumented immigrants over the age of 65? Pre-screen it for music. All right. New insurance is available through Medicaid managed care plans, but they said Medicaid wasn't eligible. Just a reminder, this is in 2020. All Democrats say their health plans would cover them. That's right. All right. Okay. Hey, we've been going 2 hours and 20 minutes. What do you know? What do you know? Let me see here. Here we go. So we got this from Newsweek. Map shows 14 states offering health coverage to undocumented migrants. So there you go. There's the states that give health care, Medicaid, to undocumented. So what do you got? The whole West Coast. You got Washington, Oregon, Oregon. I don't know, and California. What do you got there? Is that Utah? Right? And Nebraska? What? Is that Nebraska? You got Wisconsin and Illinois. You got all the East Coast over there. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, everything but what's that one? Vermont? Is that just Vermont that doesn't offer it? Is that Colorado? Oh, okay, Colorado. All right, Colorado. Oh yeah, Utah's right there. All right. I'm not very big on my states. What's the one next to Colorado? That not Oklahoma, is it? Yeah, all dem states basically. Oh, this is a good. I saw this and I wanted to play it. So this is the modern and masculine man. He used to be a regular on my not a guest, but I would play his stuff regularly on my Minority Report Mondays.
Look at this, y'all. Look at this.
You have to realize the Democrats, their whole argument is we are going to shut down the government unless you give $1 trillion for medical benefits for illegal aliens. The major healthcare reform that we've done in this administration is we've made it harder to give your hard-earned tax dollars to medical benefits for illegal aliens.
You know what really would make America great? If Democrats shut down the government and force Republicans to sign off on a bill to give $1 trillion to illegal immigrants in healthcare. That would really make America great. Explain how Trump has done anything or suggested anything worse than this. All Democrats do is talk about a fake illusion of racism and civil wars and all this stuff happening, while meanwhile they doing shit like this. I realize Democrats only care about abortions, illegal immigrants, and gay stuff.
Gay stuff. And gay stuff. It's that time of the month. Like 2-ish weeks ago, I was asked if I'm a U.S. citizen. I said, yep, born in Dearborn Heights, Michigan. If that's still considered the U.S., she lolled and said, sadly, not much longer for real, right? Oh, wow. Well, wow. It's no longer a dispute. Even the liberal press agrees the Democrats are demanding health care for illegal aliens to open the government. Anyone denying this is pushing misinformation. This guy says, Eric Wassan. I think this guy works for the Washington Post or something. Says, to be clear, the full 1.4 trillion they want isn't to boost healthcare for undocumented. It's a tiny fraction of that. What do they mean by a tiny fraction of that? 1 trillion, 200 billion, 300 billion? Oh, sorry. I just noticed I'm 3 minutes behind. You don't know how. It's okay. You don't have to be 3 minutes behind. I mean, doesn't matter. I'll still talk to you like we're in real time. So it'll be like you're time traveling. You're talking to me in the future. These programs are in city budgets that receive federal funding. This is Austin. MAP and MAP Basic are not federal programs. All uninsured Travis County residents are encouraged to apply regardless of their U.S. residency status. Enrolling in MAP and MAP Basic will not impact your path to a green card. So is that, what is, I thought maps were things that get hung on walls. That's what I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. I missed something with that. Closing a couple tabs. Just give me a second here. But this guy says, here it is. Congressional Budget Office confirms illegal aliens are on free health care. The Democrats shut down the government because they demand free health care for 1.4 million illegals, benefits that the big, beautiful bill blocks. Rep MMM, illegal aliens are not supposed to be on Medicaid, and yet they are. We're absolutely strengthening Medicaid for those whom Medicaid was intended. Marion Miller Meeks.
Facebook this morning on your Facebook page, you said that this bill strengthens Medicaid by not allowing illegal immigrants to use Medicaid. And I do want to note undocumented people are not eligible for Medicaid. So what do you say to Iowans who might lose their benefits?
Well, what I say is that you're correct. Undocumented illegal aliens are not supposed to be on Medicaid, but yet they are. The government and the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, agrees that they are. There are states that are allowing them on. Even Governor Newsom in California said that they should revisit having illegal aliens on Medicaid because it is costing, I think, again, and you can fact check this, it's costing California about $12 billion. But remember that the federal government takes up, pays for 90% on the Medicaid expansion. On the FMAP, the shared portion of it. So we're absolutely strengthening Medicaid for those for whom Medicaid was intended. So our provisions that we put in were very thoughtful in support of what you just said. Illegal immigrants are not supposed to be on Medicaid. So we're not going to allow illegal immigrants on Medicaid. The federal government is not going to cover them.
Oh, Joe, I'm sorry to hear that you're unemployed, but I'm sure you'll get your job back. We can put in a good word for you. Yeah, that's what I thought they were too. So they have a program for maps in Austin. Go figure. Oh, I think Joe's talking because of the shutdown. Joe's a federal employee, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn. I don't know. When did AOC become the leader of the Democrat Party? Schumer is actually petrified of her.
And I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shutdown, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly. Because what I'm not going to do is tolerate 4 million uninsured Americans because Donald Trump decided one day that he wants to just make sure that kids are dying because they don't have access to insurance. That's what's not going to happen. And so if those senators think that we're having a shutdown because of me, they're free to enter my office and negotiate, because what we're not going to do is allow all of millions of people in this country to not be able to afford their insulin and their chemotherapy. So come strike a deal with me if that's what they really think is going on. And I saw.
Yeah, Schumer's a geriatric coward that would help his successor unless he wants AOC to ruin what little left he has in his party. The Democrat shutdown. Oh, we got another Democrat shutdown thing. Let's check this out.
Y la voz que chula repite y dice: ¡Un, dos!
Ooh, that was kind of loud. That's probably I'm gonna have to probably cut that out too. But it is what it is. So. She spells negotiate N-I-G. Oh. Not me, but come strike a deal with me. It's not me. Nicole says, okay, I caught up. I said 3 minutes behind because my previous comment may not have fit with the current topic. It's probably changed. And yes, maps do on the wall right before they get, yes. Your comments fit in wherever they are, Nicole. I'll always make sense of them. Nancy Pelosi gets pissed off when a reporter asks her if AOC is pushing the Democrat to their left flank is why they shut down the government. You ready? Nancy's bad. Big mad.
There was a thought from the Republicans that AOC is directing this, and she said that senators are welcome to go to her office directly. Is she driving that?
Why are you saying such a ridiculous thing?
Why are you saying
I'm just quoting what AOC said. She said go to her office directly. Do you think there's any credibility to that?
Directing this. She's wonderful. She's a real team player and the rest of that. You started by saying Republicans saying that she's directing this. She is not. Hakeem Jeffries is. And this takes a lot of experience, a lot of unity from the caucus in terms of the point of view. And that's what this is. She's an articulate spokesperson for her point of view, Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh. Yeah, like Nancy says, AOC's very big and expert on the Cox is. The Cox is. Something with Cox. I think, hold on a second. Hold on one second, everybody. I'll be right back. That's my grandson. Sorry, everybody, about that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Alarm clock's annoying. Was there alarm clock going off? What did I do? Sorry. Let's see what I do. Her dentures are falling out. I'm correct. Pelosi has never been a fan of the squad. Him have an emergency. Now my grandson woke up. He wanted some more milk, and I had to reset the TV and stuff. He went back to bed. He'll be fine. News comes. We have term limits on governors, but not Congress and senators. We should demand party affiliation. Require all participant candidates have agreed to term limits. Yeah. Party that actually gets AOC elected was Justice Democrats. They had a program to fix primary elections for years now. Yeah, they did like, it was like a open call for like actors and stuff. It wasn't like an actual thing. She basically said AOC is too stupid to be running things. It takes experience. I'm going to use that next time I want someone to feel dumb. Pelosi is furious. She's being usurped. Yeah. When do I ever sleep? I go to sleep when I'm done streaming. I sleep maybe 5-6 hours when I'm up. I usually take a nap in the afternoon. Nearly $8 billion in new green scam funding to fuel the left's climate agenda is being canceled. More info to come from Energy. The projects that are in the following states: California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Maine, or Minnesota. Minnesota or Maine, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, New York, Vermont, and Washington. It's MN, Maine, or Minnesota? I think it's Minnesota, actually, right? Maine is ME, right? I don't know. It's hard to tell some of these things. Oh, we got this. I apologize to everybody for that quick break there. I had to go to take care of some business. We peaked at 140. I hope people come back. Correct. Minnesota. Maine is ME. Okay. You'll never forget her face when Trump addressed the House after being elected. Yeah. Mr. Schumer's showdown is about to unleash Russ the Reaper. Oh, this is good, but the music would be a problem. This is Russ the Reaper. Time has come. Hey, did you see that? They had Hakeem Jeffries with a sombrero on and a mustache. Yeah, Pelosi, Maxine Waters, Schumer, and Jeffries. And JD Vance is playing drums. Oh, that's awesome. More cowbell. Russ the Reaper. Reaper. Yeah, the music. I'd love to play that, but the music, I'll put that in that's one of those dilly means. I'll put that in oh crap. I'll put that in the chat if anyone wants it to go get it. They can get it themselves. There's the link if anyone wants it for that. Present to share screen. I keep hitting the wrong damn thing. So here we go. So $8 billion slash from the Green New scam. Finally, the Department of Energy's cancellations align with Doge's $175 billion savings haul, including axing HHS's $2.9 billion refugee facility contract and Treasury's $1.9 billion Centennial Tech boondoggle. These climate slush funds prioritize foreign solar projects over American energy dominance. Yeah, need more cowbell. Can't you play as long as you stop it and talk here and there? No, it's like anything over a couple's, like I might even get clipped on that. A couple's like 2-3 seconds is all it is, and they hit you on a song. The climate slush funds prioritizes foreign solar projects over American energy dominance. California, New York, and 14 other states just learned taxpayer money shouldn't subsidize failing tech when we've got oil, gas, and nuclear ready to power the economy. The real green agenda, cutting waste, not chasing unicorns. Yes, definitely. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. One second here. No, yeah, copyright strike isn't the same as a channel strike. It's just I don't like it caused the whole thing, and then I have to edit it and I have to do stuff. Otherwise you'll lose, they claim it for monetization, so they take the money. Mm-hmm. Roughly 18 billion in New York City infrastructure projects have been put on hold to ensure funding is not flowing based on unconstitutional DEI principles. More info to come from the U.S. Department of Transportation. That's right. Yeah. The $18 billion New York City infrastructure freeze exposes a critical truth. DEI mandates like the DBE program, race, gender quotas, aren't progressive. They're bureaucratic anchors, sinking projects in legal quicksand. The Mid-America milling case proved these presumptions unconstitutional, with Department of Transportation itself admitting the program's flaws. When Maryland's Key Bridge rebuild demanded 31.5% DBE subcontracts, costs doubles and delays piled up. That's not equity, it's economic malpractice. Every dollar tied to identity politics instead of merit is a dollar stolen from efficient roads, safe bridges, and taxpayers are footing the bill. Audit the waste, scrap the quotas, and rebuild America on competence, not checkboxes. Data and case law behind the crisis demands attention. This is breaking. Russ Vaught is actively briefing the House GOP on just how far he's planning to go with firing people. The legacy media is melting down as this all happens right in front of their faces. The OMB released that memo signaling what they're going to do. They're going to go further than furloughing folks. They're actually terminating their jobs.
Kevin Fry on Capitol Hill, where House Republicans are about to hear from Budget Director Russ Vaught. Kevin, what more do we know about this meeting and what it might mean for the shutdown fight?
Right. I mean, this is essentially, presumably, kind of a conference call on exactly what the next steps are in terms of the White House's approach to all of this. I mean, some of this has already been signaled publicly, of course. The OMB releasing that memo just a few days ago, signaling that they're going to go further than just furloughing folks, but actually terminating their jobs. Perhaps we'll get some more details coming out of this call on that. This also, though, comes as Vaught just today announced that he is freezing, the federal government, the Trump administration is freezing about $18 billion for major infrastructure projects in New York. Of course, the home state of Congressman Jeffries and Senator Schumer, the top two Democrats here on Capitol Hill, for such big projects as this tunnel under the Hudson River. That has been blasted by Democrats already as essentially mafiosa tactics. And one senator telling reporters today that he believes this should stiffen the spine of Democrats as this shutdown battle now gets into full swing. In terms of what leadership is saying, it's quite frankly the same talking points we've been hearing for some time now. Their lines in the sand are being drawn. Take a listen.
Democrats want to avert this crisis, but Republicans tried to bully us.
They tried to bully us. Oh, you watch what happens, buddy. You're going to watch bullying. You're going to cry about it. You're going to cry about it. Okay. So they're losing the argument. Biden granted parole and asylum to millions of illegal aliens, unlocking legal status and access to healthcare benefits, including ACA tax credit. As the VP said, this is a sleight of hand play. The OBBB ensured aliens cannot receive taxpayer-funded benefits. Schumer wanted to strike that provision in his funding fight. Proof below. So here's the proof. We just looked at the stuff where they're talking about they want to strike the provision out, take the language out that says that non-citizens can't get these benefits. These are just the ones they found. How many illegals were found being on welfare programs like Medicaid, Medicare during the Doge investigation? 1.3 million. 1.3 million. Yeah, you're not allowed to use the word bullying after the age 16. Yeah, that would be it. So as Chairman Cole reiterates to Matthew reports, Democrats originally asked for two things: a clean continuing resolution and a short time frame. Republicans delivered both, yet in stunning reversal, Democrats voted for a shutdown anyway.
Are Democrats right, though? They say Republicans never invited us to the table. We never had a negotiation.
That's simply not the truth. Frankly, I've met with my counterparts in the Appropriation Committee. They asked for two things. They asked for a clean CR. We gave them a clean CR. And they asked for a limited time frame, which I agree with. The Trump administration actually wanted to go to January.
Yeah, that's right.
Democrats wanted to go into November. And I said, that's great. I mean, I want to keep us moving. And around this place, deadlines are like alarm clocks. Nobody does anything. So a shorter term deadline was good, and it was working well. But look, I think Democrats made up their minds. They wanted to shut down the government to prove that they were fighting President Trump.
The meltdowns are nonstop now that the Schumer shutdown is happening. It's deeply offensive that the president is threatening to fire federal workers. Watch this. These people are very upset that they're going to fire federal workers. They're very upset.
It's deeply offensive that the president is threatening to fire federal workers if we can't reach an agreement without offering any meaningful solutions here. The president continues to threaten those workers, but please know, if you're a civil servant in the state of Maryland, know that we have your back as a team. That's why we're here today, to announce all the ways that our offices can continue to deliver for you each and every day. The federal government might be shut down, but our offices are working. We will answer every phone call. We will respond to.
Oh, so they want to let the federal workers, the employees, the union employees, their real constituents. The only people that the Democrats actually care about are the government employees, the bureaucrats, illegal aliens. That's it. That's the only people they care about. That's it. And their power-based structure in Virginia and, Maryland, DC. That's all they care about. They don't care about you. Government shutdowns expose the rot in DC's bloated bureaucracy. While essential services like military ops and VA hospitals stay running, non-essential paper pushers get furloughed, proving their roles are expendable. The real issue: permanent agencies ballooned by 17% since 2020. 17% increase under Biden in 4 years. 17%, with 145,000 new bureaucrats hired to regulate your life. Audit the 2.1 million non-defense federal workers. Cut the DEI consultants, the climate czars, and the redundant middle managers. Fund border agents, not SBA loan officers delaying small business relief. Shutdowns are symptoms of a tumor. The administrative state needs radical surgery, not aspirin. Yeah. Pelosi ripping up the House copy of the State of the Union on camera, and the chair behind the president proves she's above the law. She should have been removed from speaker and censured. Yes, she should have been. Solution agreed to a simple CR. Yeah, that would have been a solution to keep them from firing the people. When I was young, being bullied meant being physically abused. Nowadays, being bullied means not being liked by others. Yeah, being bullied used to be physically getting beaten up by people. Being looked at sideways counts too. Now, and so the White House memo says Democrats' plan could spend $200 billion on health care for illegal immigrants. Well, that's what why are we trying to deport illegals, not give them free health care? Screw the Democrats. And Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are demanding taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens or a government shutdown. I say government shutdown. Seeing the Dems shit their collective pants over rhinos not being able to cut to their demands is surreal. Yeah, there's really only 2 or 3 actual hard there's a bunch of rhinos, but there's only 2 or 3 that are willing to stick their neck out and vote against the stuff. Basically, you got Murkowski's proving to be a real piece of crap. You got Collins, and then McConnell, which McConnell hasn't been around. I wonder if he's still alive. And then you got Rand Paul voting against it just because Rand Paul fucking votes against everything. He really does. Kudos to Maxine Waters for exposing Hakeem's lies. Democrats want to give health care to illegal aliens. They're shutting down the government over it.
You kind of danced around the illegal. You do want to provide health care to illegal immigrants that are here right now.
That's a Republican talking point, and it's shameful that you would continue. Of course not. I just said repeatedly that it is not.
But aren't Democrats demanding health care for illegal aliens?
Democrats are demanding health care for everybody.
You kind of danced around the illegal.
It's easy for illegals to get health care coverage in California. Everyone knows this. Shame on the media for faking like it's not known. Who is eligible for full coverage Medi-Cal? Your age and immigration status. Adults are eligible for both regardless. Adults 18 and over are currently eligible for Medi-Cal coverage regardless of immigration status. Children, no matter their immigration status. So they changed the wording slightly. So it's no matter or regardless. So no matter their immigration status, 0 to 18 get it, and regardless of immigration status, they get it. So that's how California words it. So it's slightly different. I don't know why it's different. So you don't have to worry about them submitting your information to anybody because they can't consider sensitive, confidential, so they can't share it with the Department of Homeland Security. Speaking of where reports that Centers for Medicaid Services may have shared personal data of Medi-Cal members with DHS. Upon learning they reached out, request information to confirm what was going on. So not only that, but they're telling them, don't worry, illegals. We're going to keep you hidden. You won't get deported because you came and signed up for this. California's Medi-Cal system is a fiscal disaster, prioritizing illegal immigrants over citizens while bureaucrats torch $55 billion annually in improper payments. No, Nadler's not running. He's already stepped back. Medicaid is collapsing under fraud, emergency room abuse by illegals, and zero accountability. The state's own data shows CMS sharing patient data with DHS proves federal complicity in enabling this meth. Taxpayers fund emergency care for millions who shouldn't be here, while veterans and working families wait months for basic services. Fixing healthcare starts with securing the border, auditing every dollar, and putting America's first, not subsidizing systemic theft, which is awesome to say. Don't fund systemic theft. Don't fund systemic theft. Da-na-na. Don't fund systemic theft. Get it out. But don't fund systemic theft. Hey, there's 140 people watching right now on YouTube, and only 100 people hit the like button. So, if you could, maybe, a couple more people hit the like button. That would be great. I'd really appreciate it. Hit that like button. Maybe 30 more people, 40 more people would be nice. Hit the like button. Come on, hit the like button. I missed the joke. What joke? Where's it at? Democrats get their feelings hurt easily? That's a joke? Remember when mooning was a thing? I don't know. No, you won't hit it? Oh, man. That's terrible. That's terrible.
This is some fucked up repugnant shit.
Here it is right here in the Democrats' bill. Yeah, we saw this already. Alien Medicaid eligibility. They're losing the argument. In fact, Biden we saw this already. Where did this come from? New health insurance option for undocumented immigrants over 60. Yeah, we saw this already. I don't know how this got put in here again. Sometimes these people post things multiple times and I pick them up because I'm collecting them. So many Democrats are now furious with Indian-born Rep. Sri Tandahar for admitting that they just shut down the government on purpose, openly and blatantly. It was about Nadler pooping in his pants. Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Let me go back and find it. Nadler isn't shitting his pants over this. He's just shitting his pants as always. That's a good joke. Yeah. A good one. I hit the like 2 times. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, hit that repost to help the channel grow. It means, if this means we got to shut the government down, so be it. So this is this guy who's got like, I don't know. This is like, I don't know if this is a real person or some kind of.
Returning back to Detroit this morning after the Republicans failed to show up in the U.S. House. We got to make sure Americans have the health care that they need. And if that means we got to shut this government down, so be it. Returning.
Ah, yes. They admit they shut the government down. They admitted it. Good for them. Good for them admitting it. If Jeffries helps us open the government right now, the sombrero memes will stop. This is my solemn promise. Look at this. So J.D. Vance is trying to reach across the aisle. He's trying to stick his hand out an olive branch to say, let's reopen the government and we won't make fun of you anymore. You can stop crying.
Okay, go ahead and ask the second question.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer.
I saw
recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions and even, poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the president of the United States about that. Okay, go ahead and ask the second question.
Yes, it helps. It does help. Yeah, hitting the like button helps me. It helps the channel grow. It helps it get out there. If YouTube sees if YouTube sees 140 people watching, which is what's watching right now, 140 something, 140, and they see 140 likes, they'll be like, oh, everyone that likes this saw it. So they'll share it out. It'll get in the algorithm. Other people will come, they'll see it, they'll subscribe, the channel will grow. And, so dump your healthcare stock ASAP and wait for the buy window. That embarrassment is my representative. Tlaib used to be my representative, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Oh my God. Illinois Senator Chapin Rose exposes J.B. Prickster signed the biggest budget in state history while cutting funding for developmentally disabled. Guess what they spent it on? Welcome centers for illegals, $40 million. Hundreds of millions in healthcare costs. Another $40 million for other welcoming programs for illegals. You'll hit the like for no more cowbell? Really?
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
I hit the wrong button, sorry. He cut out the property tax relief he promised and cut hundreds of thousands of hours of direct care to our developmentally disabled. I have decent viewership tonight, 140 people. Oh, it just dropped. I just lost 4. Well, that's weird. You fingered the thumbs up. What else can this man do? Well, you can on Rumble. I think you can repost it. It's big on Rumble to help in Rumble. Democrats do hate you. So it's this guy. This guy might need to go on. This guy's a very large dude. Look at him. He's a big boy.
Senator Chapin Rose here. Governor Pritzker did it again. Biggest budget in state history. It's unbelievable. The guy's up $15 billion since he became governor and spending in the state government, okay? It's up almost 40%. How many of you watching this had your paychecks at home go up 40% in the last 6 years?
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely insane. They can't stop spending money. Oh, by the way, the small part of the budget that was dedicated to property tax relief, that got cut in the process. You know what else got cut? thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours of direct care to our developmentally disabled friends and neighbors, the very human beings that we all, every one of us has a duty to help those who cannot help themselves. We've all got that neighbor, that friend, and they cut hundreds of thousands of hours, okay, for direct care, feeding, toileting, bathing these human beings that we need to help. And you know what? Guess what they spend it on? Welcome centers for illegals, $40 million. Okay. Other illegal spending, hundreds of millions in healthcare costs, another $40 million for other welcoming programs for illegals. Okay. By the way, Governor Pritzker, the $80 million you spent just on the welcoming services for illegals could have taken all of your frontline workers for the development disabled up to 150% of minimum wage. But you didn't do that. You chose to spend the taxpayers' money recklessly. No property tax relief. And by the way, I can't even begin to tell you this, but the Senate, right after they passed the budget, took up $1.50 per delivery tax on anything you get from Amazon, Walmart, anything you order at home other than food and prescription drugs. But think about that for a minute, okay? You're a mom watching this and you're late at work and you need diapers for your newborn. Guess what? $1.50 tax, okay? You're a senior citizen, have a hard time getting out, $1.50 every delivery to your house, tax. Your grandma wants to send in Chicago, wants to send your grandson in Champaign a Christmas or birthday present, taxed. Every delivery, other than, by the way, just whole food groceries. Like you start ordering other stuff, you're going to get taxed on that. These people have lost their minds.
I mean, let's be nice. Bell should be reserved for just activating the bell. The bell should be reserved for just activating the bell cam. Okay. All right. I usually play the cowbell just until Bellicam gets activated. Then I go to something else. But I have some other things. I have this. It says Illinois' budget priorities are a textbook case of government betrayal. Prickster slashes care for developmentally disabled citizens. Wow. People needing help with basic human functions while funneling $40 million plus into welcome centers for illegal immigrants. This isn't fiscal responsibility. It's deliberate chaos and choices to prioritize non-citizens over vulnerable Americans. Medicaid fraud and bureaucratic bloat already drains billions. Yet instead of cutting waste, they punish those who can't lobby or vote. The developmentally disabled lose essential care hours while bureaucrats expand programs for illegal immigrants. Taxpayers fund this moral bankruptcy. Real leadership would audit every dollar, purge waste, and put citizens first, not redistribute suffering to score political points. The numbers don't lie. See the receipts and judge for yourself. Man, we're almost through the story. Ain't got that much to go. Senate Republicans trying to figure out a way to give tens of billions more of your tax dollars to prop up failing and expensive Obamacare. Senator Rounds and Senator Hawley want to save Biden subsidies. What? Just as always, they're snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. The stupid can't help itself. No kidding. Congress's biggest job, how to get money from the taxpayer without disturbing the voter. Ronald Reagan. We'll see. We'll see what happens. These guys, I tell you, man, they're... Every day, Democrats keep the government shut down. The sombrero gets 10 times bigger. Now, what is Democrat shut down? Ready? They're going to make the sombrero bigger, he says. Let's see. Is it bigger?
Way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too. Way to sugarcoat.
Yeah, the real joke. Both parties play shutdown theater while burning through $4 billion a day in interest payments alone. It's the truth. $4 billion a day in interest payments. DC's addiction to debt is bipartisan. They'll scream about healthcare subsidies or border walls, but never touch the $2 trillion a year in bureaucratic bloat. Lake and Riley Act proved Congress can act decisively when pressured. Why not the same urgency for real spending cuts? Until they stop using Americans as pawns in their budget charades, the only thing growing faster than the deficit is their contempt for taxpayers. As man of the people, the cowbell wakes me up. Thus, I can't go to sleep to you. Oh, well, all right. I won't play the cowbell anymore once Bella Vision is activated. But while Bella Vision is being activated, I'm going to, that's, early in the night. What the hell is going on? I got something flying around. I got a mosquito flying around in here. Thank you. So now we are $60 away from a second hour. We got, let's see here. We have 35 minutes to go. We'll see. Don't let them bully you. I understand. What's ninja, Jim tells you? I don't know what that means. Are you saying it's a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Oh. Or was this one be better? Hold on. Is this better? Oh, flycatcher. Oh, I'm trying. I'm doing my best. So we have to see the numbers exposed of things. Democrats. Trump made that meme. Yeah, Trump did it. Here we go. So CNN, Republicans' bill just funds government at the current level. Jeffries, no, actually it's partisan. We voted against it in March. CNN, so you're saying Chuck Schumer voted for a Republican policy partisan bill when he and 9 other Democrats voted for it in March?
The partisan spending bill, is that the one big beautiful bill or the continuing resolution? Because the continuing resolution just funds the government at the current level.
Well, actually, the continuing resolution that they have presented to the Congress is a partisan bill. House Democrats voted against it in March because it hurt veterans, hurt seniors, hurt children, hurt child care affordability, hurt housing affordability, and hurt health care, which is why we opposed it.
You're saying that Chuck Schumer then voted for a Republican partisan bill because he voted for that. So did 9 other Democrats in the March. The partisan spending bill, is that the one big beautiful bill?
Schumer and Jeffries playing both sides. Shocking. In March, Schumer voted for the GOP bill to avoid a shutdown. Now Dems call it partisan to justify obstruction. Classic DC theater flip-flopping when convenient, wasting taxpayer dollars either way. Real cuts require eliminating bloat, not political stunts. Both parties love temporary fixes to keep bureaucrats fat while Americans foot the bill. Yeah. No died of government closure ticker on CNN. Yeah, there should be, right? Shouldn't they be like, they should have like the COVID ticker. They should have it going just like showing all the people that died. This says Democrats are livid right now that MAGA is celebrating the firing of bureaucrats. Put yourself in the role of these people who are federal workers. Oh, here is Kwame Mafuzu, his name.
Worrying about it today. So I want to just thank this delegation for its steadfast resistance to the foolishness that we see coming out of the White House, and to ask decent Americans, no matter what your party affiliation, no matter where you are in this country, put yourself in the roles of these people who are federal workers who are standing behind us. Put yourself in the role of those persons who are living paycheck to paycheck. Put yourself in the position of having worrying about it today. So I want to just thank this delegation.
I mean, everybody who's alive lives paycheck to paycheck. I mean, you're either alive or you're dead. And I mean, seems kind of odd. Huh. CNN humiliates Senator Coons after they confront him over his hypocrisy regarding the clean CR they refuses to vote for versus the dirty CR for March. Just pay attention to her facial expression when she isn't buying any of it. Oh, there's Bella. She's moving around. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to fix Bella's diaper. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Yep, she moved. She moved. She's whatever. Oh, yeah. So let's see this. This is going to be this is actually going to be funny, I think. I should have played this.
In March, you said on this show, I remember that March of this year, when funding almost lapsed, that you were voting no then because it was not a clean CR. That was in March. You called it a dirty CR. The policy director of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget just said this about this piece of legislation that is being proposed. The House CR is just about as clean of a CR as you can get.
Belle's going to follow me.
Let me be clear about what I was saying in March and what I'm saying now. Yes, I agree with Senator Hoeven. There's no Democratic policy priorities in this continuing resolution in the direction of this government, because one of our core priorities is protecting Americans' health care. President Trump in his first term tried and tried and tried again to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Now Republicans are trying to repeal what makes that affordable, which is the insurance subsidies that expire at the end of this year. Insurance companies have to come out with new rates this month, and folks need to sign up for them next month. If you go check on your home state website for your insurance commissioner, like Delaware, your health insurance rates are going up.
They were going up already. What is he talking about? They're going up because of inflation, because of the money. I mean, what are they talking about? It's been going up every year. Oh, God. ABC's George Stephanopoulos lectures Speaker Mike Johnson by telling him, here are the facts, claiming illegal aliens have not and will not benefit from government health care. Once Johnson explains it, Stephanopoulos embarrassed, he huffs and says, you've made your point there, and moves on.
Here are facts. Here are the facts. The proposal does not provide health care for illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants cannot buy health care under the Affordable Care Act. They cannot receive health care subsidies. Illegal immigrants are ineligible for Medicare, Medicaid, and the Children's Health Program. The Democratic bill does not make them eligible.
It does, actually, because what it does is it unwinds the changes that Republicans put into the big, beautiful bill, the big signature legislation that we passed and signed into law on July 4th. That has been very successful in shoring up Medicaid for the people who are actually eligible to receive it. What we did in the bill, and the CBO just verified this 3 weeks ago, the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan arbiters of everything up here, they said that those provisions have helped to reduce premiums. Why? Because we got ineligible recipients off of Medicaid, illegal aliens, and able-bodied young men who are riding the wagon who are not eligible to be there. Medicaid is intended for specific populations of U.S. citizens. That is young, pregnant women who are down on their luck, the disabled and the elderly, those resources are being drained from those folks. And so we fixed that. We reduced fraud, waste, and abuse in the program. Chuck Schumer's counterproposal on the CR would reverse that. That is a simple fact.
The
It would
CBO did
mean
not say that
illegal
about illegal
aliens-
immigrants. You've made your point right there.
Stephanopoulos is such a piece of shit. Like, you know. C-SPAN caller cracks up over the Trump posting of Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero. The host, do you think videos like that help in the process? Caller, help in the process? It's just a joke. Nobody can take a joke no more. This country is so evil in so many ways. Nobody can take a joke.
What do you make of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts about focusing on Hakeem Jeffries and attempting to lampoon him is maybe the word to put it. There it is on his Truth Social post, and a new one featuring Hakeem Jeffries from last night went up as well.
Well, I called Hakeem Jeffries last night and I left him a voicemail, and I wanted to know where he got the sombrero from because I wanted to buy one too because I thought he looked good in it, and I didn't know he could grow a mustache that quickly, but I thought he looked real good in that mustache.
Do you think the
you got it on TV right now? I asked Hakeem Jeffries, where did you get that hat? Because I want to go buy one. Please give me a call back. But see, that's the problem.
Do you think videos like that help in this process here in the negotiations?
Help in the process? No, it's just a joke. See, nobody can take a joke no more. This country is so evil in so many ways that nobody can take a joke anymore. You do not think that is funny? A mariachi band, Donald Trump playing all those instruments, and Hakeem Jeffries. That is funny. Come on.
That's Kevin in Gainesville, Florida, taking your phone call.
Yeah, let's hang up on that guy. He's you know. So here it is, exactly why Democrats have shut down the government. One of the most shocking whistleblowers in the history of whistleblowing. I couldn't believe it. We were giving these people Social Security cards and U.S. passports, free medical, free housing, free food, free everything. Whistleblower. They were incentivized to qualify illegals for long-term disability so they could receive Social Security for life. Basically set for life. They want us to identify them in such a way that they would qualify for Social Security disability. It doesn't sound like a refugee to me. And to be honest, it sounds like someone paying to stay here forever. Yes, it is. So here we go. So ready? We're not going to listen to all this, but we're going to listen to some of it.
Wanted us to try to identify them in such a way that they would qualify for long-term Social Security disability. Now,
What?
Yeah, and long-term Social Security disability is for life.
Yeah.
So if they get identified and qualify for long-term Social Security disability, they are as good as set up for life for medical treatment.
That doesn't sound like a refugee to me. Just being honest.
Yeah.
That sounds like somebody who's planning on staying here.
Yeah,
A
right,
refugee
right.
stays until the problem's over and then goes home.
Well, that's right. And so they instructed us to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, they're now called clients. They're now
They're
called
called clients.
Yeah,
Okay.
because clients pay.
Sure.
See?
Sure. I'm starting
And
to
so-
see where this is leading. here.
So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they'd had any headaches, recurring headaches, or any lower back problems. Excuse me, anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability.
Wait. So let me get this straight. Part of the screening is supposed to be, are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever?
Right.
No. Okay, good. You can come in.
Yeah.
You get on the airplane. Are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever? Yes. Good. So we can give you disability.
Correct.
What?
Yes.
This is insanity.
Yes, it is insanity.
But in order to get Social Security disability benefits, don't you need a Social Security number?
Well, we were instructed in the meeting that one of the first things we were supposed to do was sign them up for Social Security. Yeah.
Wait. This is unbelievable. So they come over here and they get a Social Security number.
Right.
They become legal.
Correct.
Are you pulling my leg?
No, I'm not. And then after we processed them for a Social Security card, then we were to process them for a U.S. passport.
No, you're not.
So that's about the time I kind of decided, okay, I was done. I've heard everything I want to know. I was so angry about this, that they would receive a U.S. passport. It just, I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that we were giving these people Social Security cards and U.S. passports and free medical, free housing, free food, free everything.
Yeah, but the thing that bothers me, because the food we can recoup from, and the money irritates me, but we can earn it back and we can stop the program or whatever it is. But once you give somebody a social security number and you give them what's considered globally the golden ticket, which is a U.S. passport,
Right.
that is beyond comprehension that we're doing this.
You can go out and start
Do bureaucrats know
protesting.
this is happening?
You know, that's what
Well,
they do. They go
interestingly enough,
protest. You could probably
no,
get
they
paid to be protesters. They're
a
paying
lot of governors
protesters, so you
are
can make some
unaware
money.
of how many refugees have come into their state, where they're located, under what
Some of the best
conditions
Australians,
they've
you know,
arrived.
over a week. Ice
And I believe
Pokemon
this
got
is
to catch them
intentional.
all.
I believe this is intentional. Now, we do know that the governor of Texas and the governor of Tennessee have both stopped this, and they're refusing to take any
Of course, the
more
scam
refugees.
is
In
no
fact,
Fed dollars go to
they-
illegals.
the
However,
federal government
illegals
has filed a
costs go to the
lawsuit against
states, and
both of
states
those
charge the Fed for the
because they're
Medicare one
refusing
bill.
to take any more refugees.
How dare you keep your
It is. It's like, well, they don't pay the
But okay,
illegals,
so
but the
let's
state
just
gives us
say
the
all the
illegals. The
states are
state
saying we
charges
want to pull out of this refugee resettlement program from the federal government. Then they're fine, right? There's no other way the refugees are getting in.
Well, no, the state can assert that they no longer want to receive refugees. And then the federal government says, all right. And so then they start implementing a program called the Wilson Fish program. And Wilson Fish simply bypasses the sovereignty of that state. In other words, the state no longer processes the refugees. That means, in plain English, you no longer get to know how many are coming in, when they're coming in, where they're going, how much money is being spent on them, whether they're diseased or not diseased. You've lost all control over the entire situation. And as a sovereign state, you've relinquished that. And so Wilson Fish comes in then, and all of the federal monies that are set aside for this program bypass the state and go to third-party entities. And that would be something like Catholic Charities or Jewish Vocational Services. So it would bypass the state entirely, and they would take over the entire process of processing the refugees.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. And as a U.S. citizen and as a citizen of the sovereign state of Missouri, I am not in favor of that. I think we need to maintain our sovereignty, just like we would in the United States. You know, honestly, we are first a citizen of the state of Missouri because we are a sovereign state, and then we're a citizen of the United States of America. But our first sovereignty and citizenship is to our state, and a lot of people don't realize that. So, in order for us to maintain the health and welfare and the security of our borders, we must know who's coming and going.
Yeah, you have to.
Right.
You have to. And FUNU doesn't work for me.
FUNU doesn't work for me either.
And giving them a social security number and a passport actually makes this problem worse, not better.
Correct.
Have we been placed at risk? I mean, you mentioned that this is an invasion. Are we at risk?
I believe we are at risk, Josh, because when they come in, we're urged to compatriate them with fellow refugees, those who have come in before them. We are urged to locate other communities of refugees from the same country of origin, the same language, the same culture as those who are arriving. And so when they come in, you know, and
All right, so we basically got the point. I almost played all of it. Sorry about that. So here we go. What is this? Almost done with this. CNN's Abby Phillips becomes visibly upset as Republican points out how damaging a shutdown would be for Democrats. Once Phillips heard the words out of Tim Pawlenty's mouth, she was so offended she asked him to check his humanity. There we go. So let's just. Well, Democrats are great at Foley. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
And the Democrats are in a real box.
Who's to say they're going to work it out? Because it doesn't really sound like there's a desire to actually work anything out. They just want more time to do the job that they probably should have done.
Eventually, they have to
3
work
months
it
ago.
out. But the Democrats here are in a box because they are the party disproportionately of government. Their constituencies disproportionately are going to be hurt by a shutdown.
These are, I mean, but
And
these
the-
are Americans.
Yes, yes.
Governor. I mean,
True.
these are Americans who
I'm
live
just talking
all over. They
politics.
live
Oh,
in
yeah,
red
but they're
states, they live
Americans. They're
all across the
Americans.
country.
Oh.
Yeah, increasingly in red states because the Trump administration has been moving them to places like Alabama and other parts of the country.
But I'll just make a prediction. The Democrats will fold before the Republicans.
Well,
do on these
Democrats are
issues.
great at folding, so I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
And the Democrats are in a real box.
Who's to say they're going to work it out? Because it doesn't really sound like there's a desire to actually work anything out. They just want more time to
Yeah, this one.
do the
Time. Here's that meme. We know Pokemon Corp loves ice. The international capture experts. This parody video protected by fair use. Let's see.
Strong border. All manners of deviants, degenerates, and puppets cross the border with impunity. I'm Ricky, and I'm doing my part with my pal Pikachu.
My part.
That's kind of messed up. Oh, wait.
I'm doing my pet too.
I love doing my part.
All right, this is kind of messed up, actually.
Before I used to clean laundry, now I take out the trash. I also got to deport my former employer.
Ching Chang Chong Laundry. Oh my God.
The 92 riots prepared me for this. ICE made it legal.
Oh my goodness. All right. White House memo says Democrats' plan could spend $200 billion on illegal health care. Says the undocumented is no longer called illegal or a document once they get a social security number and passport. The left are manipulating the terms used for the argument narrative to control the language. Yeah, that's why they were giving out social security numbers, and then they found out that like thousands of people got the same social security number. So they give like, 10,000 people all the same number. That way no one could figure out who they were or where the money was going or what was going on. That's not the one you're talking about. DHS official Twitter released the video. So the memo first obtained by Fox Digital argued the congressional Democrats' desire to repeal the health care title of the Big Beautiful Bill, now dubbed Working Family Tax Cut Act, could see over $192 billion in spending on health care for illegal immigrants. The bacon was funny. Democrats are demanding these reforms. I didn't really like the shooting of the puppet type of thing. To me, it's kind of like, I don't know, man. Seemed like it wasn't as funny as it could have been. It's funnier without the skips. Well, I was skipping it because the government's spending $200 billion on healthcare for illegal aliens. So that's what they say. Oh, I could fix that Allegan News right now. There you go. Now you can. Says hack. ABC Stephanopoulos berates Johnson, sucks up to Jeffries. For day one of the shutdown, Good Morning America showed its rancorous liberal bias with back-to-back interviews with Speaker Johnson and Hakeem Jeffries. Stephanopoulos fully embraced his background as a one-time Clinton official by berating and screeching at Johnson while providing Jeffries a rhetorical warm bed to lay his head at night. Okay. Well, here, let's go. We're going to try this one. There we go. Got to catch them all. Let's see.
I want to be the very best one ever was. To catch them is my real test. Cause I will travel across the land. He's talking mine to understand the power that's inside you and me. I know it's my destiny.
Is this the song from yeah. I might get a copyright strike for this theme song. It's a problem. Like Twitter is a little different than YouTube. They're really brutal on YouTube. But so is this the actual theme song from Pokemon?
Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's the actual Pokemon theme song. But yeah, it's pretty cool. This is better because it's just like the song and they're showing people the rest of it. Yeah, this is better. So. Discussing the government shutdown, why the right hates the media. It's loaded questions like this from partisan journalists.
The Democratic proposal is designed to prevent millions of Americans from losing their health insurance, losing Medicaid coverage, or paying higher health care premiums. Why are you against that?
That's an absurd statement, what you said there. Let's be clear about what happened last night, George. No, George, let me tell you what happened last night. Everybody can go and review the facts for themselves. 44 Senate Democrats voted to reject a clean, nonpartisan continuing funding resolution to keep the United States government open. The Democrats said instead that they wanted to give health care to illegal aliens instead of keeping critical services provided for the American citizens. That's what happened, plain and simple.
That's what happened, plain and simple. Stephanopoulos rejected in disgust, hectoring Johnson about claims illegal immigrants have received healthcare benefits. Here are the facts. Claiming aliens have benefits from the government healthcare. Barisic said, you made your point there. Yeah. After ABC's Tool stated Johnson was wrong 4 times, Johnson actually had the time to explain the unwinding the changes Republicans put into the Big Beautiful meant to bolster Medicaid for the people who are actually eligible. Yeah. Hours later, Vance took a direct aim at Stephanopoulos' badgering and explained that illegal immigrants were slyly able to tap into federal benefits once they were released by the Biden administration with notices to appear or in the process of asylum claims. Yeah. He had another deep fake video overnight. How's it help the cause? But a deal. So they're just crying about the deep fake. Johnson let him have it and schooled Stephanopoulos what should really be the focus of the political world at this moment versus what irks partisan leftists. So yeah, so that's that. Let me do this. So I gotta open some more tabs. And we'll be moving on to the next topic per se. Give me 1 second. Boop, 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 boop. Opening tabs. We're opening tabs for some more stories. Opening some tabs for some more stories. Okay. Oop. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. Ooh. New story. Cancel Netflix and protect your kids. That's right, people. Cancel Netflix and protect your kids. You're back, Spuds? Well, it's great to be back. Reporting his employer was funny. Was he an Iowa teacher? Gotta catch them all. Maybe just no leader. Welcome back, Spuds. Hey, Neuro, how you doing? What's up? Nixie Nix? Here's just one example of Netflix promoting gender and woke ideology to kids. Tens of thousands have already canceled. Now it's your turn. Take Netflix down. Enough is enough. Look at this crap.
It's me. I'm trans, Norma, and everyone at school knows.
Well, they're trans, see? So there's a transy thing going on Netflix. Yeah. It's way ahead of you. You can't cancel Netflix if you never subscribed. That's right. This is not the appropriate for 7-year-olds, but apparently Netflix thinks it is. Be careful and pay attention what your children are watching on Netflix for 7-year-olds. This is crazy.
It's not the park. It's me. I'm trans, Norma, and everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney here. And that's saying something. It reminded me how important it is. I gotta give living here a shot.
Netflix series Dead End Paranormal Park, Season 1, Episode 2, The Tunnel. And see that TV Y7? That's telling you this is rated for 7-year-olds and up. Now, I'm not sure why a 7-year-old needs to be introduced to trans ideology. Seems a bit young, but this is live on Netflix. And again, they're saying this is for 7-year-olds and above. No. Do 7-year-olds need to be introduced to this ideology? No, they don't. Netflix, what are we doing? What are we doing? Parents, pay attention to what your children are watching. It seems they're sneaking things like this into shows. Also, just a reminder, I have a free.
So SB Farmer says an alien number is sort of ID, so they could use to apply for an SSM. No need for EINs. I used to fly them back, but it's crazy how many got it. They're all in their 20s now. Crazy. It is nuts, man. And he says there's still a law in the books that immigrants are supposed to self-support or have a sponsor that will support them. They are not supposed to be a burden on the state. However, we have a large-scale abuse of asylum. We do. Supposed to. There is something like a. I think they're trying to enact thing now. They want like a deposit, like almost like a like you put like a deposit down when you take something out. It says cancel Netflix subscription. You'll never guess who is the creator of the show. It's he, they, LGBTQ blue sky fan who mocked Charlie's murder and called him a Nazi. Is anyone surprised? Wow. I would like to check this guy's computer hard drives. I could tell just by looking at him that he's got an issue. I could see it in his face. That's a map. Netflix should make a statement about this and do something. This sicky F. Cancel your channel. Yeah. Netflix is pushing woke pronouns on children. This is not entertainment, it's indoctrination. Protect your kids. Cancel Netflix. Yeah, this is more of this crap.
I know, right? The school totally customizes our rooms for us. So cozy. I'm Frankie. Pronouns they, them.
Pronouns they, them. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, see? Transformers, Earthspark, a kid show on Netflix is pushing woke gender identity propaganda on 7-year-olds. Beware of the show.
That's true, though disappointing.
Hey, it's okay. I know I'm safe when I'm with my friends or other non-binary people.
Other non-binary people. Yeah. It gets worse. Transformers Earthspark, a show for children on Netflix, also promotes the use of made-up they, them. Parents, this is what your children are wanting. Cancel Netflix. Mag, of course you can switch. Nightshade's pronouns are they, them. This is so, like, these people who are doing this should all be rounded up and put in a camp. Special camp. With walls. I've had enough of woke Netflix. I just canceled my subscription. Yeah. Killer in real life. Oh, the killer on Netflix. What do you know? Huh. Anthony Cumia says, this is vomit-inducing levels of disgusting freak show shit. An actual comedy special called Hannah Gadsby's Gender Agenda featuring Mix Daily Bell, a grown man who thinks he's a woman.
Will never take that away from you because I don't want to.
Yeah, there's a lot of laughter. Did you hear all that laughter? This is a scene from a movie on Netflix called Strawberry Shortcake and the Beast of Berry Bog. It provokes boys cross-dressing as girls to express themselves. The show is recommended for children of all ages. Yeah, the boys wearing dresses. I saw something too. I couldn't find it. I saw it the other day about Coco Melon, that they got some Coco Melon thing now that's got like two gay dudes and they have a little boy dressing in dresses and they're giggling and laughing like they're probably doing things to that poor boy. 100% of Netflix employees' donations are to the Democrat Party. Donations by Netflix employees is 100% in favor of Democrats. Look, Democrats share. You got NewsWeb, 9.2 million. Alphabet, 8.3 million. Netflix, well, 4.4 million. Look at 100%. 100%. Wow. It's crazy. Palantir. Oh, look at all these companies, man. Yeah, it's definitely grooming, man. They're grooming kids. And we used to do things to groomers. Just saying. Elon Musk says cancel Netflix. And just so the record is clear, too, so everyone knows, the Obamas are like major big up muckety mucks in Netflix. That's where they went when they got out of office. They got like brought into Netflix. There was some kind of, how should we put it? There was some kind of payback, I want to say, for stuff that Netflix got out of the Obama administration, because Netflix like really took off in the Obama administration and started like its real rise to power was in the Obama administration. So who knows what deals were cut and what kind of payoffs they were getting. Put your schools, kids in private faith-based schools can't afford it. Find a scholarship program, something. Just get them the hell out of public schools. Yeah. Obama, why are you not surprised? Kickbacks. Yeah. There was something going on where that when they got out of office, they immediately, both of them got huge contracts and are like basically producers for Netflix. Like, here's a Babysitters Club pushes transgenderism on kids, shames character for misgendering.
Moves to the current address? Yeah. Have you been getting influence? Well.
I hear someone's not feeling well. Let's take a look at the little man.
I know that you guys are busy.
Oh, but that's a boy, but he thinks he's a girl because that's what we told him. So anyway, yeah. So stay away from Netflix. Be very careful what's going on in Netflix. This has to stop. That should be illegal, really, what they're doing. Because they're basically, it's probably all pedophiles that are trying to groom kids so that they have people to molest. They're probably all like Scott Wieners and Adam Schiffs, Ed Bucks. Yeah, you saw the Coco Melon has a couple same-sex parents, gender questioning vids. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. It really is. And breaking, a leftist violently attacked civil debater Cam Higbee at Union Station in Washington, D.C. tonight in the middle of a conversation. Higbee was forced to deploy mace to defend himself. This is the left in 2025, folks. They won't stop.
Here's the light. Here's the light. Here's the light. Stop.
Oh. Stop, stupid.
Oh. Back the fuck up.
I don't know. I at that point when that was going on, he should have just used his hands to physically defend himself. There was no need to use pepper spray. Just punch the person in the face when they're hitting you. That's what you do. A man arrested for attempted murder in Indiana has nearly 100 prior arrests. Courtney Boosie was arrested after he allegedly stabbed a 69-year-old man at a gas station. Boosie reportedly has 99 prior arrests. He's got 99 arrests, but never got to stay in jail as one, I guess. I don't know. This is like the Jay-Z song. Got 99 arrests, but I ain't got one. With charges including trespassing, drug crimes, theft, battery, bodily injury. Records show he's a career criminal and has never been to prison. This is what Democrat pro-crime policies get you. Incoming what's incoming? Incoming what's incoming? Incoming what's incoming? What are you talking about? Insanity. Another white guy convicted of a crime. What do you know? Stephen Miller says, we don't have to live this way. Man arrested for attempted murder in Indiana has nearly 100 prior arrests. Raid? I got a raid incoming. What? Nuh-uh. Really? MG Law. Well, thank you, MG Law, for the raid. That is fantastic. I greatly appreciate it. That's just awesome. Howdy. Thanks for coming on in. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And please check it out. Please hit that like button, Hit the like and subscribe. Hit the like button. Thanks for the raid. That's awesome. Awesome. So here's the story about this guy. Lawrence gas station stabbing. An Indianapolis man was taken into custody after reportedly stabbing a gas station that left a 69-year-old man in critical condition. According to court documents, 41-year-old Courtney Boosie was arrested on the following preliminary charges: attempted murder, aggravated battery result in serious bodily injury, possession of a narcotic, attempted battery on a police officer, resisting law enforcement. At around 11:56 p.m. on Friday, officers with the Lawrence Police Department were dispatched to a gas station at the 4200 block of North Post Road on reports of a stabbing. Officers eventually located the victim at the front of the gas station, identified as a 69-year-old man. That's not the story. Court documents said that Boosie matched the description of suspect provided by the family member, and the family member confirmed it was Boosie after he was located at the gas station. As officers from the Lawrence Police Department attempted to detain Boosie, the documents allege that he refused to comply and attempted to leave. This reportedly caused an officer to deploy a taser, leading to Boosie being handcuffed. Yeah, Gary Boosie. Yeah, Gary Busey really let himself go. I heard he got in trouble for like doing something. He got sued over or got arrested for touching. In an interview with officers, the family member reportedly stated the argument involved a group occurred at the gas station. Busey reportedly yelled at the family member despite attempts to de-escalate. The yelling caused the victim to exit his vehicle and attempt to separate everyone. The documents claim that this is when Busey reportedly stabbed the victim with a pocket knife and walked to the back of the gas station. After Boosie was searched, he reportedly found the pocket knife with blood on it, as well as a bag of cocaine. After he was placed inside the police vehicle, and the documents allege he was attempted to headbutt an officer. Yeah.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
The victim was taken to a local hospital in critical condition. Family members told him the 69-year victim continues to be in the hospital as of the story's publication. Yes, another white assailant. It's crazy. Gary Busey. That's it. No story. When the guy was arrested 100 times. That's nuts. We got this story, which I thought was interesting. It says, make this bouncer famous. I think he should get assault charges. So there's this. I don't know. I kind of watched this, but I was like, I don't know really what the.
Sure.
Can we not?
Sure. And good night. Good night. And set the side con. You're done for. It's turning pink. Thank God. That was amazing. He tapped. Let him go.
Okay, that's not gonna happen.
Yo, chill out.
So the Baltimore thug cosplaying as a bouncer seen in this now viral video assaulting a white man before putting his head through glass has been arrested after turning himself in and now faces aggravated assault charges. Oh, we saw this. We saw this already. So, Baltimore bouncer arrested after video went viral of allegedly putting someone in a chokehold outside a cross street public house. 41-year-old Kevin Weaver turned himself in, is now facing aggravated assault charges. In the viral footage, the victim was seen tapping the bouncer's arm to get him to stop. The bouncer was then seen slamming the victim's face into the window of a parked car. I don't know what the guy did. He was trying to like walk around him or something like that. It seems like overkill. Yeah, it seems like the guy didn't swing on him. He just kind of walked past him. So I don't know. If you people don't know how to do a sleeper hold, don't do it. It's hard to beat the murder charges. Yeah, that guy was turning purple. He was like choking him. It was not really good. Baltimore police reporting the bouncer that's gone viral has now been arrested. Don't think for 1 second it wasn't the power of X and millions of impressions that made it happen. Most powerful app in the world. Yeah, so there's the person getting arrested. Ain't not gonna happen. It's Baltimore, right? Ain't not gonna happen. Baltimore bouncer turns himself into police after video captures chokehold assault. Bouncer turned himself in to Baltimore police. What? Come on. What are you doing to me? The September 27th incident. So Federal Hill establishment. Then on a video, Baltimore police say 41-year-old turned himself in after facing aggravated assault charges. Police initially told them they were aware of the video and working to determine what exactly happened. On Monday, officers said they were working to identify the bouncer. The assault occurred near the cross street of Public House restaurant. A spokesman said the restaurant said the bouncer was not employed by them and said security services on that night were provided by Ace Event Services Group. The restaurant and security company have since parted ways. It's unclear if Weaver was even employed by Ace Event Services. After the incident, Baltimore Councilman Yitzi Schaeffler called for both bouncers seen in the video to be held accountable. Someone needs a pop-up blocker. Well, I had to change browsers after what happened last night with the stream going down because of whatever. So anyway, oh crap, hold on. Goal ended a while ago. I don't know what to see. Let's see. Black Baltimore victim is white. He walks. White dude just had to deal with it. Yeah. So you're gonna call it a night, Pat? All right. It's not. I don't think we're gonna be going that much longer because I don't know. We've been going almost 4 hours. But you know what? Real quick, in case I decide to go a little bit longer. If you're watching on Instagram or X, I'm going to say goodnight to the people on Instagram and X. Instagram has a 4-hour time limit, so I'm going to cut those off. So if you're watching on Instagram or X, come on over to YouTube or Rumble and check out the show. Okay. I don't know how much. How old is that story? He did the same runaway train shit 30 years ago. I have no idea. This just happened a couple days ago. Baltimore announced the launch of a new unit aimed at combating crime in the city's entertainment district. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on this stuff. We got this story. 41 illegal aliens arrested in an ICE raid at a Dallas strip club. Massive underground sex trafficking ring operation uncovered. The Democrats shut down the government to demand free health care for these criminals.
41 people have been arrested and taken into ICE custody after a sex trafficking raid at a strip club in Dallas. Homeland Security executed a search warrant for suspected human trafficking and for unlawful employment at the Chicas Bonitas Cabaret on Harry Hines on Friday.
Babies.
ICE says all 41 people arrested are in the country illegally. 29 of them are suspected of illegally working at the club, and they say at least 5 are convicted criminals. 41 people have been arrested and taken into ICE custody after a sex trafficking raid at a strip.
Wow, that's crazy. Sex trafficking raid. Mm-hmm. No wine is above the law. No wine is above the law. Mm-hmm. Israel Espinoza has been arrested after 15 years on the run over reckless homicide he committed under the Obama administration. He took the life of Megan Ratliff in Marion County, Indiana. She was 16 years old. Mm-hmm. What's up, Lefty Lils? How you doing? Hey, if anybody's here, if you came over from MG Law, thank you very much. Please, if you don't mind, hit the like button. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. I do these shows almost every night. They usually go like 2.5, 3 hours. We do have a goal thing that we do. If we hit $75, I add an hour to the show. For every $75 that comes in, I add another hour. Right now, we're $60 away from a second hour, but I think we're not going to go that much longer because I don't think it's going to come in. So we're already gone 4 hours. So pretty much, they don't have the internet at the strip club, I guess. So let's see here. This is this person, another illegal alien that was picked up.
Collision flipped their SUV, sending Megan through the driver's side window, killing the 16-year-old. This was the scene at the intersection of Shelby and Madison Streets back on November 27th of 2010. Police tell us Espinoza had been on the run ever since, but all of that changed last Friday when the FBI here in Indianapolis got some information indicating Espinoza was in Oklahoma City. So they coordinated with authorities there who took him into custody later that day. That crash tore apart a close-knit family. We talked with Collision, flipped their SUV, sending...
Yes or no? Do you support President Trump ending birthright citizenship? Yeah, sort of. Sure. Sounds good. Now look at this. One trucking company in Chicago fired. Pull that down. One trucking company in Chicago fired over 40 truck drivers in a single day. The drivers kept getting pulled over, and law enforcement couldn't communicate with them because they only spoke foreign languages. All illegals. Multiple drivers were pulled over in some of the western states, and the Department of Transportation officers were not able to hold a conversation with the driver. They were put out of service, and their driver's fitness scores skyrocketed. So that's a big problem for a company. So in order to take every precaution possible in order to avoid a DOT audit or a shutdown or being blocked by brokers, they decided to get rid of every driver that didn't speak English. So now they're looking for truck drivers.
Fired in one day. Can you guess the reason why? One trucking company in Chicago had their safety manager spend about 2 weeks calling every single driver in the company. The safety manager is American born, so he was just having casual conversation with each driver about anything. And if the driver had no idea what they were talking about, they went automatically on the fire list. The reason
Okay. See, the thing that I want to talk about the birthright citizenship side. Yes, birthright citizenship. The thing is that they're saying Trump's repealing birthright citizenship. He's not. He wants birthright citizenship to be the way it was supposed to be with the passage of the 14th Amendment. It was supposed to only apply to people that were under the total jurisdiction of the United States. It was supposed to be for freed slaves. It didn't apply to, alien or to sojourners, travelers, foreigners. Didn't. Aliens. It didn't. None of these people it applied to, and they knew that. And it didn't apply to Indians, non-taxable Indians, Indians on reservations. It was a special thing that had to happen later to make Indian citizens, American Indians, Native Americans, citizens. So it's been perverted. And personally, I think the decision, Juan Kim Ark, if you look at it and you read the decision, it doesn't say all people are citizens. It says because the parents were lawful permanent residents when they had the child. So like today, a green card holder, that they said, yeah, that makes that kid's a citizen because, they're here, they're Americans, they're here, so basically anybody that's not a lawful permanent residence, their kids are not citizens. And that's what Trump's thing said. Like, oh, do they have a green card?
And why is that they started getting a lot of out of service violations. So a couple of drivers were pulled over in some of the western states, and the DOT officers were not able to hold a conversation with the driver. They were put out of service, and they're
Well, that's actually what the decision, the Juan Kim Ark decision, that the Supreme Court decision is. The parents, they didn't have green cards then. Green cards didn't exist prior to the Immigration and Naturalization Act in the 60s, but they were still lawful permanent residents. So they were basically that's what a green card holder is, a lawful permanent resident. That, so that's the, but that's the actual case law. So that's why I think the Supreme Court's going to take this. They're going to look at that. You're going to have the people that are going to look at it and go, wait a minute. That decision did not say that all these people, just because you're here, you're a citizen. That decision did not say that. This pertained to lawful permanent residents only. So I'm hoping it gets corrected and gets fixed. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Oh, cool. Awesome.
Driver fitness score skyrocketed. So that's a big problem for a company. So in order to take every precaution possible, and in order to avoid a DOT audit or a shutdown or being blocked by brokers, they decided to get rid of every driver that doesn't speak English. So now they're looking for truck drivers. If you speak advanced English, if you are a green card holder or a U.S. citizen, you have clean driving background, more than 2 years experience, go to my website, drivernest.com, fill out your driver profile, and right now I have jobs available in dry van for 60 cents a mile, reefer and reefer hazmat for 65-70 cents a mile, dry van hazmat, 70 cents a mile,
reefer
and an open deck for 80 cents a mile. These are some really good jobs. So if you're looking for a job with a good, stable company, and you're a good driver, clean record.
That guy sounds like he might not be an American. I don't know. But wow, there's an entire Antifa safe house 1 block away from the ICE facility where they are being harbored. Unacceptable. Post-millennial reporter KT Davis Court was covering Portland yesterday and was assaulted by an Antifa member with a flagpole, has a black eye, and the police did absolutely nothing. Jack says she was trying to blind you, and there's very serious injuries. Katie says she spoke to DHS and they will let the reporters in. When she tried to point out her attacker, they refused to go in, and it's every man for himself. Let's see this. All right, so we got this.
I'm doing fine. As you guys can see, I clearly have a massive black eye, and the police did absolutely nothing last night. I tried to hunt them down to hold the suspect accountable, and they just said that it is too dangerous for them to go in and make an arrest. So I'm doing fine, but I'm glad to see President Trump is deploying the National Guard. This place needs a lot of help, and I'm glad to talk to you about it.
Well, I would hope that we at the same time, let's make sure we get this checked out with medical and I used to say in the Navy, I'm not a doctor, you're not a doctor, but let's make sure, because you never know in these situations, if something else has happened internally or something else is going on that you want to be careful with. I mean, so you have the black eye, but you were actually struck by, it was sort of like a flagpole or something like that.
Right. So this Antifa affiliated subject just started approaching me and waving the flagpole in my face. And then I kind of turned around, and that's when she swung it like a baseball bat and directly hit my eye. And now,
So she was
as you
she
can
was
see,
trying to blind you. She was actually trying to blind you, and you know, a flagpole like that to the ocular socket. I mean, your brain is right there. There's serious, very, very serious injuries that could happen. And look, I'm sitting here in the Charlie Kirk studio. We all know how serious these things can get. And so when I got the report last night that this was going on, and you're out there just doing your job every single night, and God bless you for doing it. Obviously, we need to make sure there's better security out there. But, I got the report in and immediately got on the call with the administration. And I understand that Homeland Security was able to reach out to you.
yes, I talked to them. They're so kind, and they're actually going to be letting some journalists into the facility. So hopefully that'll give me a little bit more sense of safety. But as you can see, I've been covering Portland since June 7th. And it has been completely taken over by anarchist, Antifa-affiliated domestic terrorists now. And police refuse to come in. And what we saw was Police Chief Day said that the National Guard is not needed. The Trump administration does not need to come in. But then when I go and hunt down the suspect who assaulted me, police officers are standing there, refuse to help me. And then when police finally show up, they say, oh, we can't go in because it is too dangerous. So is Chief Day lying to the American people, saying that the agency has everything under control? Oh, but the officers are telling me that it's actually too dangerous for them to go in. And it went from being, a war zone to Chief Day saying, oh, well, it's only a 1 block radius. It's actually about a 4 block radius because police refuse to go in anywhere near ICE. So it is every man for themselves in this zone, and the feds can only protect the federal building, federal property. So,
I mean, she's very. I mean, I was going to say she's a very attractive. I mean, except for the black eye. I mean, obviously, but I'm not into that type of thing. But she's very thin, petite woman. She's not a big girl. She's tiny. Yeah, I mean, this is dangerous, man. What is going on? Is she like, Antifa is an idea, and anti-fascist, and that's what she's talking about. I'm calling the Democrats. They set her straight and stop hitting people with your face. Okay, cool. Katie is tiny. She is a bodyguard, but can't predict everything. She's been the best independent journalist. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of her stuff. It's pissing me off. Like, I don't understand. Like, why is it women like this out there doing this stuff? I mean, Andy Ngo was out there doing it, and they put him in the hospital, beat him over the head with a concrete milkshake.
anyone who shows up is completely on their own. If violence happens to them, don't expect any help. That's a warning.
And this is horrific. This is the basic social contract that's been completely shredded on the streets of Portland. And again, as I hate every second of having to describe what happened, is that you were out there, again, just doing your job, documenting what's going on the streets, which, by the way, and Kate, I should ask, were there mainstream media reporters there with you? All these mainstream...
No, Joe, I got the humor. I completely understood. I'm just being this dry pan. That's all. It's called dry pan. And yes, Joe, you should check out the signing bonuses for ICE. It's $50,000. Go ahead and make a transfer to ICE.
Media that I hear that the streets of Portland are safe. Are they walking around with GoPros? Are they walking around with battle helmets? Were any of them there last night when you got assaulted?
No, if they have presence, they are on the side away from the action and refuse to go in. And they actually messaged me asking me for my footage, but they refuse to go in because it's too dangerous. Their reports do not reflect that.
And so talk to me again about, so the police could they see this happening or
see what actually needs to happen? And I've been pressing and trying to put it out there. The Justice Department, the Civil Rights Division, needs to go after the police departments for violating her civil rights by refusing to protect her and do their job. She's getting assaulted. They're refusing to arrest the people that are committing crimes against her. That's violating her civil rights. You got equal protection under the law. She deserves the protection from the police department. They're refusing to do it. They get sued by the Justice Department for civil rights violations. That's how it works. That's how you solve this. Quick.
Or did you go up afterwards? I want to actually dig in on that a little bit.
Right. So I was actually going up to film a different altercation. A man got out of his car and started actually confronting Antifa, and I was going, what is this? And so I just walk up, and all I'm doing is filming off to the side, doing my job, as you said. And
they just so you know, they waived the age limit to like 55, I think. If you're 55 and under, you can do it. So I don't know if you're over 55.
And that's when I got assaulted, and then it was a mob mentality, and police are standing about 20 yards away watching. And so the person who assaulted me is masked, and I go, we need to identify this person so I can actually hold them accountable in a court of law. And I immediately walk up to 3 police officers standing there saying, I just got assaulted. I showed them my video. There's the suspect. The suspect's trying to escape. And I told them, I said, you are coming with me. I've had it. We've been assaulted here for 4 months straight now.
That earlier,
and I grabbed
man.
the police officer and said, you're coming with me. This is the person who assaulted me. I'm chasing her down in the streets. And he goes up to her and he goes, ma'am,
well, that's how a black guy generally works. Is it doesn't turn black right away. It's usually like 24 hours, 48 hours later. It gets bigger, and stuff like that. And she could actually have it could also be a sign that there's a fracture. If you hit somebody with a pole or something like that in your orbital eye socket, right there in an eye socket, this is very thin right here. You can get a fracture or a crack, and it's not, occipital fracture. Yeah.
We're going to detain you. And the suspect turns around and goes, you're not touching me. And he just goes, okay, hands up, won't do anything. And so in my mind, I'm going, what the hell was that? That was the weakest response I've ever seen. All of these guys are just effeminate males here. There's zero testosterone. And I think that's the problem in Portland. And so I'm still running down, chasing after all of that. And then I go into the Antifa occupation because that's where they ended up. So the comrades can't harbor the suspect from the police. And so I'm being informed that, there's going to be police vehicles showing up. And so I still have the cameras on the suspect. And then all of a sudden, it's a conspiracy. All of the comrades start removing the suspect from the encampment. And then that's when they go into the Antifa safe house. If you guys,
why didn't that cop arrest the person right there? They should have grabbed them, arrested them right then and there on the scene. Like, instead of just what they're doing. There has to be a civil rights case here.
Haven't been following my reporting, there is an entire Antifa safe house 1 block away from the ICE facility. So they do have an encampment where it looks like, they're going to be camping out, but actually they are being harbored in this safe house.
Okay. The Supreme Court says the state and its agents, including police officers, do not have a constitutional duty to provide protection to individuals. This isn't protection to individuals, Charles. This is a crime that was committed, and they refused to do anything about the crime. They ignored it. They violated her civil rights. There's a difference. She's not asking for protection. She's asking for equal treatment under the law. There's a difference. It's not protection. The crime already committed. They're refusing to enforce the law equally.
Where
Katie, we're up on a quick break right here, but I want to hold you over because this.
Oh wait, there was one thing I didn't cover. I forgot. I didn't have this pulled up. I want to do this real quick before we continue on the story. But Gavin Newsom tried free healthcare for illegal immigrants, and here's how it turned out. 2022, Gavin Newsom announced California will be offering free healthcare for undocumented immigrants. He claims it's a moral thing to do, and it will cost about $2 billion a year. 2025, California is facing a $12 billion deficit. Newsom freezes the program for new entries and says that those currently enrolled will have to pay a monthly premium. The cost of the program have ballooned to over $11 billion. So I wanted to cover this because this is what the fight, the shutdown fight, is over. California and these other states that were giving the healthcare to the illegals, they want the federal money to cover it because they don't have the money, and they want the Fed, when they've been taking the Fed money to use it, and the Republicans put a stop to that in the big beautiful bill.
A campaign on universal health care. We're delivering that. We are implementing our ideals. We are manifesting
Rock v. Gonzalez. I know
this
the case.
Principle, this fundamental notion that so many of us have been preaching
order protection
for years and years and years. Universal health care for all, regardless of pre-existing condition, regardless of the ability to pay, and regardless of your immigration status. If you care not just about values and principles of morality, but if your only values and principles are advanced through economics, then that alone should be an argument in favor of universal health care, a pathway and a framework for 1.1 million undocumented residents in the state of California to avail themselves to high quality, comprehensive medical care, long-term, short-term, preventative, as well as in-home support service care and coverage.
Now, Newsom says California is facing a $12 billion deficit. Governor is proposing freezing enrollment in state-funded health care for undocumented immigrants.
You know, when the program started, it was supposed to cost about $3 billion a year, and that ballooned to $11 billion last year. So the governor is freezing new entries into it and making those, or asking those people who are already in it to pay. Take a look.
We are moving forward with making decisions that not only address the concerns this year related to the 11.9 billion, but mindful that we need to tighten things up. We believe that people should have some skin in the game as it relates to contributions. So we are looking to a monthly premium. We are asking for something we ask all taxpayers of California.
It's not her to sue. That's what I'm saying. This is not like Castle Rock v. Gonzalez was the woman was a person trying to sue over them not enforcing order protection and not doing anything about someone violating order protection, stuff like that. This is completely different. A crime was committed. She reported the crime. The police did nothing about it and let the person leave. This is exactly why this is exactly why the Civil Rights Act was passed. Because there was Southern police that were refusing to enforce the law when let's be honest, when KKK white people were attacking blacks and stuff and Jews in the South in the in the 50s and 60s, the police and them refused to do something, so they enacted the civil rights laws to go after the people and go after the departments. That's what I'm talking about with this, with what happened to Katie. It has nothing to do with her suing. It has to do with the departments, the police department, the city of Portland and the police department violating citizens' civil rights for refusing to enforce the law. Yeah. She might be able to use the KKK law to sue. Sure, she might. But I'm saying the federal government's civil rights division could investigate that police department and put them under, the civil rights investigation. They do it all the time. If it's a black person that gets attacked, or something happens with a black person, they go after police departments. Obama did it all the time. Eric Holder, to say like, "Oh, you're picking on black people." Well, it shouldn't matter who it is if the police department's not doing their job. Civil rights case. I would think it can't use a limited resources argument, a safety thing. The cop was standing right there and let the person walk away, and they're refusing to do anything. Yeah. It would be better to have Harmeet Dillon use the KKK law. Yeah, say it's a pattern of practice. That's what I'm talking about. That's who needs to do something. Harmeet Dillon. That's why I said the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department needs to go and get him. Stop fucking around. Here, so, and I don't know. And she was also on Jesse Waters. I want to hear Post Millennial got a black guy from Trantifa, and so she went to the Portland police. They didn't do anything. This. Actually, I don't know. This has got to be later, right? This is a later video of her because that eye actually doesn't. It looks like a black eye, but I don't know. There's a little dot there under her eye that to me looks like it could be.
Wow, that is quite a shiner. You all right?
Oh yeah, I definitely have a black eye. So that's what it's been like covering Portland for the past 4 months. Complete lawlessness.
Wow. They say it's just one city block. Is that even true?
That's not true. So it went from being.
I didn't see a mob in the video. I saw two people and a cop. And actually, it was one person. The cop had the one person, and the cop went like this and let the person just walk away from him, took their hands off them, and didn't arrest them. The cop could have grabbed the person, put handcuffs on him. That's what a cop's supposed to do. The cop doesn't go, "I'm going to detain you," and the person says no and walks away. That's not how it works.
A war zone to one city block, but it's actually several blocks where that is completely controlled by Antifa affiliated protesters who harass, assault, and threaten anyone who they perceive to be a threat to their
You can
cause,
see her cheeks got that orangish, yellowish color hair and
ICE
everything.
agents.
She got hit hard.
The Trump administration is absolutely correct in deploying federal troops here because Portland police has completely abandoned this zone.
I stream usually every night of the week, like 10 o'clock at night. Sometimes I might start at 9, sometimes I might start at 10:30, but usually 10 o'clock every night of the week I start. But yeah, every night I go for 3 hours, usually 4 hours, depending on, whatever. I have a little thing, I'll go for like 2.5 hours. And if I get $75 in donations, I'll add it. For every $75 in donations, I add an extra hour onto the show. I'm in the Eastern time zone. So 10 p.m. Eastern. But please like and subscribe and put the bell on for notifications, and you'll get notifications. But yeah.
Refuse to go in, and everyone that shows up is on their own.
So it's kind of like
Quite welcome.
Chaz or CHOP was in Seattle. They just, I guess, secede this territory, cede it to Antifa, and they just let everything play out?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So last night I got assaulted and I immediately ran to a Portland police officer, hunted down the suspect, chased her through the streets and said, "This is my assault suspect. Can you guys finally do something?" And I had eyes on her for about 35 minutes. Portland police refused to come in and make an arrest. And I had 3 officers just standing there watching me try to hunt down this suspect. And imagine my anger when I go online after doing all of that about an hour ago. And I see Portland police put out a bolo asking for the public's help in identifying my assault suspect. So that is what it's like on the ground here in Portland. And it's time for a federal crackdown. The Trump administration needs to start treating Antifa like ISIS, the terrorists that they are, and put an end to them here for good.
Do I want to go
All right, so Portland
for another
police
hour?
say they're investigating. I guess you
if I get
had
the
spoken to a
$60, I'll go for
dialogue
another hour.
officer. I
mean-
don't even know what that means, but he did nothing. So I don't
Yeah,
even
if
know
I
what
get
he's
the
there
60,
for.
I'll go for another hour.
Does it kind of feel like Portland officials, I can't believe I'm even saying this, but have formed
And I'll
some sort of alliance with Antifa?
Oh, absolutely. I would consider them Antifa
But
at
wouldn't
this
be
point. Why not?
hold on.
So
It wouldn't be it wouldn't be 75, it would be 60. So if somebody wanted to say gift 10 gifted memberships, that would be $60, and I would add another hour. But you'll get till the chat tells you. Yeah, go. Oh yeah, I'm go.
their whole agenda is to get ICE out of Portland.
And asking
So they're
East
trying to
Overseas
shield the
Brian
public
Goldenkamp
from
with 10
what's
gifted
going on
memberships.
down on the ground. But I have 4 months worth of video footage showing warlike scenes happening here, and none of that footage is from 2020. But then you have
All right, so we're gonna add another hour. That's what's gonna happen. Hold on, let me go. What up? So let's see who got those memberships. We got Miss Vicky May, Clark Unglued, Vira, Dominus Dank, Aaron, Jonesy Bot, Heidi, Tashnero, Bushmaster, Nicole, and Who's Handsome all got gifted membership. Brian is the man. Yes, Brian is the man. Definitely. So we got yes. So thank you, Brian, so much. We got that. So and for the 10 gifted memberships, get
America will never fall to communist invasion. Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
So we'll hide this, do this, go like this, go up, but up, but up. So we're 75 away from a third additional hour. Okay. And I'll even go in here and I will update this and I will start another goal and for another hour, just in case, so people could see what's going on for 1 hour. They want another hour, and we will celebrate with. Okay. All right. What did you say, Dan? Jim is more than meets the eye. He's actually half a lower he has a lower half. Yeah. What's this say? Between this assault, the city allowing to take during the summer of love and assaults, right? You got a pattern. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. And see, like all the neighbors too. Now you got to think too. All those neighbors that were complaining about the noise and all the stuff. That you have a pattern and practice of them basically allowing all the citizens of Portland to get their rights violated for their, Antifa, especially because the new mayor of Portland has, how should I put it? He has Antifa bodyguards. Hold on. Everybody, I got to refresh really quick. It's not going anywhere. I got to refresh the screen, and then it'll be right back. Hey, what's up? I'm back. Hold on. I got to add some stuff back in. That's telling me I have to do this. Have to do this. There you go. Now I got to present. Extra camera. Change this. Change it to this. Share. That's the stage. Look at this. Then I got two Bellas. Then I have to do this. And I have to switch my camera back. This weird stuff I have to do to make this work. There we go. All right. And then I can present. Share screen. Jesse Waters. Share. Add stage. There we go. All right. Sorry. Every once in a while, I had to refresh. Something was happening with my StreamYard was acting goofy, so I had to do some stuff. So sorry about that. Let me flip this back the way it was, so she can see Bella. You guys can see Bella. Let me move it over. Wrong thing. Wrong one. Perfect. There. There. What's going on with Bella's head? What's she doing? Look at that. Look at her. Now she's hanging off the bed like a weirdo. All right. Being a member gives us an extraordinary ability to talk shit, but in green. Yes, it does. It also gives you, if you check it out, yes, Brian Olenkamp is the man. Thank you very much. You're a transformer better than a trans. Let's not go there. Ironically, transformer isn't a word we use in another channel for confused people. I'm not a transformer. It says they have a good show and are growing faster than most. Talk about me? Haven't seen who raid out. Oh. Well, someone gave you a membership. That's sweet. Last time I was here, play. Thank you once again. No problem. Yep. You know where you're going to be the next hour? Well, that's cool. Yeah, congratulations to all the new members. Definitely. Maybe one day you'll be lucky. Well, make sure you turn on gifted membership because we do have a lot of people that like to gift out the memberships. So, gift it up. You never get a membership and you're here all the time. Did you try to enable? You have to turn on gifted memberships. You have to sign in on a computer and you have to go in and actually hit the gifted memberships. I could, let me try something. If I put a link in here, you might be able to turn it on. Where's it at? No, wrong thing. The computer changed it. I said something nice that I did not say. That's sweet. That's weird. I did it. You want to marry this girl? She's cute, I think. But if you click on the dollar sign on the computer, it'll pull up like memberships. And you should be able to get to join. I'm looking for where I have it here. I have it somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? What was for Jim? What did I do? There. If you put that in, if you click on that link that I just put in, it should take you to a place where you could turn on gifted memberships. Yeah, join on Rumble. YouTube is as a whole, he says. Yeah. Anyway, so Oh, everything is on correct for gifted memberships. Just have horrible luck. Well, it's all random with YouTube. There's no way I can't do anything about it. So let's finish this up real quick.
Portland Police Chief Bob Day saying, oh, the videos that you guys are seeing are from 5 years ago. They're absolutely not. We have the evidence to back it up. And how dare he do that? I'm a journalist. I don't really say this often, but Portland Police Chief Bob Day, you need to resign. You need to resign immediately and now, because you are a horrible leader and it's time for you to go.
Horrible leader. Time for him to go. Definitely. You know, that's what needs to happen. There needs to be some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Accountability. Accountability needs to happen with some of these cops. Really does. They can't keep getting away with it. They just can't. So. Jack says what Antifa did to Katie Davenport is unacceptable, and Portland refused to arrest the militant who attacked her. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, well, there's an entire Antifa safe house 1 block away, and nobody. This is crazy, right? It's just crazy. Andy No says, watch how coordinated Antifa are in whisking away the suspect who bashed Katie on the face with the pole. Portland Police refused to respond. The violent militants took the suspect into the Antifa safe house at 677 South Lowell Street, unit number 152. Repercussions, fear the Reaper. Yeah. So let's see. They used the umbrellas to hide the faces from facial recognition and stuff like that. So.
Run! Going into the Antifa safe house. Yup.
Fucking stalking women. Fucking minors and shit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Minors, huh? Oh, minors.
She assaulted me.
She's assaulted you. Do you have proof of that?
Yeah, my black eye.
Your black eye. You didn't just.
You don't have a black eye. I don't see
get
it.
hit by your boyfriend or something.
You hear these
All
people?
right. The assault suspect is in the safe house.
Suspect, you want to stop now? Are you able to designate someone as a suspect?
The assault suspect is in the safe house. Get away from me.
Get away.
Yeah, police officers should be arrested.
Balls to stop being a fucking snowflake.
Yeah, you're fucking assaulting, you dumb whore.
Back up, you decrepit Barbie.
You're David. Yes, nice to meet you. I just got assaulted really bad. And that's the Antifa safe house.
Really? What? Katie, you're stalking children. That's weird.
That's pedophilia, dude.
It's not cool to stalk children, Katie.
So they are now harboring the assault suspect in the safe house, in the Antifa safe house.
The Antifa safe house.
Get my good side, Katie.
Yeah. Here's the part where here she is, Portland Police. Are you going to do something about this? You had officers there last night just allowing her to assault 2 people in plain sight. This is the person. Yeah, shut your DJ mouth. Goon wearing cat mask tells citizens living near the ice in Portland. See this right here, this next video right here. This is why they should, the Justice Department, the Civil Rights Division needs to come down hard on the city of Portland, because this is what's going on. Not just the stuff that happened to Katie, not the stuff that happened with the neighbors coming out and screaming. I don't know if you saw a month ago, the black lady coming out yelling, saying, I need to sleep. What the hell are you people doing? I can't sleep. You're keeping me up all night. It says arrested, prosecuted, thrown in their face the words they use. Just follow orders. It's not a defense if you're a cop. You're violating the law. That's right. Right. But here, this is what's going on every night. And that they say nothing's going on.
You're not even from here, are you?
Can I ask you what you're doing here?
Yes, this is my city. This is my neighborhood. What are you doing in my neighborhood, motherfucker?
What would your message be to
to some of the people in that building who it is their neighborhood too, and they're frustrated.
The woman right there is in full support. That is her.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple people. There are some who are in support, but some aren't. So, what would your message be to them who feel differently than you? They live
I
in
am
the
so
neighborhood?
sorry, but this is what is necessary right now for genuine change to happen. I'm sorry for the noise right now, but as long as people are getting hurt, innocent people are getting hurt, we have to make noise. You can put earplugs in to go to sleep. That's about it. I'm sorry. If you care about your community, you'll shut your goddamn mouth, or you'll be on the front lines with us, protecting more people.
I know I talked to a couple of them who are from their home, and I think, and thank you for answering, because there definitely are people in that building who are frustrated, as you know. Like I talked to a woman in a wheelchair today who she says she feels like she can't move around and can't
And
get
that
to
is
where
terrible.
she needs to go.
That is also because these people are here. If the fascists were not here,
One second.
anti-fascists.
We're having a nice
Hey,
I'm actually having a conversation. Can you not?
Well,
break
no.
the ice?
I'm having a conversation with you. I keep going with that, guys. Shine it more in our eyes, please.
Okay, then I'm not going to let you share what you're going to say. I mean, I'll put this on Facebook, but if he's going to do that, I'm not going to.
Keep following me so we can shine it more in our eyes.
Yeah.
Because if you are in our neighborhoods, you don't give a about those people. If you gave a about those people, you'd care about the gases that are getting into their homes. We don't have gases that are. Hey, I'm still talking, motherfucker.
I don't care.
Yeah, that guy needs to get some gas, like immediately. Portland police chief downplays Antifa, but saying many of these 20-30-second videos that are being shared online are actually from 2020. Yeah. His voice tells me he's never been punched in the face. I volunteer. Yeah. Shining a light into the eyes or camera to deliberately obstruct the public view is harassment. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, I either A or C would work either. This is the police chief. So this is another example right here why they need to go after the police department, the police chief, the mayor. Like I said, the mayor of Portland has Antifa bodyguards.
Is there a myth or a misconception since this news broke that you're like, oh, I just wish people understood this?
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, and it's been highlighted so many times so well, but I just want to emphasize this is one city block. City of Portland is about 145 square miles. This is one city block. And even the events that are happening down there do not rise to the level of attention that they are receiving. We are seeing this true for our society in whole. I'm not going to try and editorialize too much, but these, 30-second, 20-second, 15-second clips that are brought in from months ago or maybe even years ago. We've seen Portland portrayed through the events of the lens of 20 and 21. And what's actually happening in the response that we're seeing both from Portlanders and from the Portland Police Bureau is not in line with that national narrative. And it is frustrating, but we're going to continue to stay the course. I said this on Saturday. The actions of the federal government and others doesn't change the resolve that the Portland Police Bureau has to continue to provide the highest level of safety and security and service to Portlanders.
And just so everyone knows, that guy, that Portland police chief has a business that he runs on a DEI business, consulting to help police departments and do equity and stuff and how to be DEI. That's what he does on the side when he's not the police chief. Yeah. Only a handful of apartments have been taken over by Trinity Agua. It's only a couple apartments. It's just one block, one city block that's taken over, and this happens on. The fact that you can't fucking control one city block says a lot more about you or your unwillingness to actually do it. But no, it's a new. It's not the same mayor as the one who got that they lit his apartment on fire and all that. This is a new mayor, and he's a straight up Antifa weirdo that got elected to mayor. Why isn't Trump using the fusion centers if as Antifa cooperation with police through fusion centers created mostly under Obama? I don't know, man. I don't know. Now ICE agents are jumping out of white vans to chase down and arrest Antifa members outside the ICE facility in Portland. This comes after journalist Katie Davis Court was assaulted. So maybe they're actually doing something. I don't know.
Form a circle.
Circle around.
This says Amanda Seavey was a professional agitator standing on the street when told to move the sidewalk. She's a well-known local socialist activist and was a candidate for Congress in 2020 from Oregon's 1st District, but lost. Not sure her pronouns. This is going to be the person on this bike or whatever.
You gotta strut like you mean it. Free your mind. It's not enough. Just to
This
dream
person.
it. Oh, come on.
Get back. Leave her alone. Well, she's disabled now because she fucked around. So yeah.
That's funny. She's disabled now because she fucked around. All right. I'm going to open up some more tabs here. Give me a second. Okay. All right. Where are we at here? All right. So we got this. Oh, sorry. I didn't know I had this still up. Get some. That's right. Get some. Get some. Get some. Finally, the stimulating part of the stream. You talking about me opening links or that stuff happening? No, I wasn't frozen. I was opening some. Yeah, Bella lost her pants. She took them off, and so I didn't want to go get a new one. It was kind of soiled, so I didn't want to put it back on her. So I'll just have to wash the blanket tomorrow. Not a big deal. So here we go. So communist Zoran Mandami explains why he wants to empty out the New York City jails. You see, he says that violence is an artificial construct. You say we return to the plans and words of Dr. Seuss. Boil that dust speck, boil that dust speck, boil that dust speck. What's it say? When arrested, they are crying and shaking like a leaf. Oh, okay. Let me see what we got here. Federal agents at the ICE building in Portland just arrested a man they said had a bolo out after Friday said he dumped red paint on a federal building property last night. Feds have pics of him afterwards. Now he's visibly trembling in the intake area with agents. You found this. Fusion centers do share information with ICE from local police databases, license plate readers, and other surveillance tools. This information is then used for deportation purposes. I'm going for it, and if they attack me, they'll be racist and anti-immigrant. I'll claim them from somewhere else. I speak Spanish. They don't know the difference. There you go. Got to tell them. Let's see here. Oh, this is the guy.
That's the illegal. That's the illegal. I fucking told you so. I fucking told you so. I fucking told you so. I fucking told you. Hell yeah, bro. Fuck yeah.
So here's the guy with the red paint giving him the fingers, and here he is. Look at him. Oh my God. Oh, look at him. He's all scared. I'm the press. I'm the press. That's all I am. Is that what he says? I can't hear it. Let me turn it up. I want to listen to it again. Hold on. Turn it up a little. I want to hear what he says. I'm just a social media influencer. That's what he said. I'm just a social media influencer. I'm just the press. Well, not anymore. Now you're in jail. Okay. Yeah. And if anyone else has any links they want to put in the chat, go right ahead. Jim, it looks like I'm no longer unemployed. I am a new Antifa face rearranger. There you go. That's great. I hear it pays quite well. Communist Zoran Mandami explains, why he wants to empty out the New York City jails, that violence is an artificial construct. So are you guys ready to get angry? Because this is going to enrage you.
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and there happens to be a housing unit in that same dwelling. So violence is an artificial construction. And we have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence. That is violence at the highest degree. We've even found as legislators.
So the state's attorneys are violent. Yeah. Violence is an artificial construct, right? And gravity is just a rumor. Let's test that theory by dropping Zoran off a rooftop and see if the construct breaks his fall. New York, New York, enjoy that. I bet he has his own security, though. Yeah. Taqiyya, a religious concept that allows Muslims to lie, deceive, or hide their beliefs as if to spread Islam or protect its agenda. Don't be fooled by the mask. Sometimes tolerance is just a strategy. I'm pretty sure this person that you're seeing here is one of those terrorist people that got that they're trying to deport for being a Hamas supporter. Yeah. And this is a crazy story, man. I saw this. And so a woman in Maine received 250 state election ballot packages inside her Amazon delivery of food and toys. You sent me that link regarding the women tearing down a pro-ICE message in Rochester? Oh, okay. Let me look for it. Hold on. You've been forced to work in a prison for 6 months. Let's see. But yeah, so this woman, this needs to be investigated. So this woman, look at this. So she received this package with these ballots, this package of ballots in there. Like, how is this not a crime? How is this not a crime? I don't understand. This should be a crime. Hold on. What's going on here? Thought he said he sent me. What did he send me? I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, okay, I got it. All right, I got it. Hold on. I got it. So hold on. This one right here, right? Another video to confrontation. So this is this person. 3 women confront pro-ICE demonstrators on a pedestrian bridge over 490 in Rochester, tear down their banners because Democrats are all about democracy.
I never come to y'all protest when y'all up here and cut down anything. We never come to y'all protest when y'all up here and we never cut down anything. No, that's very bad. No, take it down. No, let her take it. No, let her go.
Get his hands off.
But don't touch my flag, man. My flag must bother you.
It does.
It does. You have
really
TES.
does. What's that mean?
Trump derangement syndrome.
But you guys
Listen, you need independence, baby. Listen, man. You don't see nothing going on around you wrong? I'm black and I see this shit. How dumb can you be? How dumb can you be? No, illegal immigration? And who they taking out? Where, who? Where? Yes, where? Who? Where? Yes, it does. No, y'all yell at us all the time. Come on, man, you crazy, man. You crazy, man. You crazy. You crazy. You're crazy, lady. Take it down. Go ahead. You're nuts. Trump's doing nothing wrong. All he's doing is protecting us American citizens, the taxpayer. No, are you guys okay? Are you guys okay? Are you guys? Don't touch. We don't touch us stuff. We don't touch us stuff.
This is public.
We don't touch us stuff when we outside. We don't touch us stuff. Y'all don't touch us stuff.
I would punch her right in the fucking face.
I ain't taking shit down. You mad? Y'all mad? You big mad? You're mad. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad. Y'all see, y'all ain't touch this, right?
Yeah.
Y'all mad? Y'all ain't touch this, right? Y'all mad? Y'all ain't touch this, right? Y'all mad? Y'all mad? Y'all big mad. You take my flag down before I take the shot when you bitches today. Don't touch my flag. Don't touch my flag. Don't touch my flag, man. Don't touch my flag, man. Don't touch my flag.
Punch
Don't
that
touch
bitch
my
in the
flag.
face.
I'm taking down my shit. Don't touch my flag. Yo, that's assault. That's assault. Don't touch my flag. 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 Y'all leftists are crazy. Don't touch my flag. Don't touch my flag. Don't touch my flag.
Oh,
Don't
God.
touch my flag. Don't touch my flag. Don't touch my flag. Don't touch my flag. Don't touch my flag. You're mad. You're mad. Y'all mad. Y'all mad.
Yeah. Wow, man. They should be arrested for a hate crime for trying to silence a black man like that. Don't they know you're not allowed to do that? Yeah, proud lesbians, definitely. You know, I'm sorry. Someone comes up, just tries to damage your shit, touch your property. You got a right to defend your property and yourself. You defend yourself. It's quick, easy.
Lawsuit. I never come to.
Another angle in the video.
The dogs who have TDS, you Trump the arrangements for you. Listen, you need independence, baby. Listen, man, you don't see that going on around you wrong. I'm black enough for this shit. How dumb can you be? How dumb?
Yeah. I don't know. The fact that those women aren't arrested is a problem. They should be immediately arrested. Mm-hmm. All right. So let's get back to the story about the ballots. We got these ballots, all right, to just get mailed out to, a woman in Maine. Get these ballots, all right? These are the ballots. Instructions to vote. State of Maine, official ballot, November 4th, 2025. Oh. All counties except Somerset and Washington. Huh. Seems kind of odd, doesn't it? This is the source of the story, all right? Right here. This is not a bullshit story. He found her profile on LinkedIn. Yeah, go figure. Who does she work for? The fucking education, like she a teacher or something. Delivery of election ballots to an unauthorized Maine resident raises new questions about the security of Maine's elections under Secretary of State Shenna Bellows. A resident of Newburgh, Maine received an unusual order from Amazon on Tuesday: a bag of rice, some paper plates, a lightsaber toy for her child, and 250 authentic state of Maine election ballots printed in advance of the November 4th, 2025 statewide election. The Amazon package that arrived contained the ballots appeared beat up and bore signs of having been retaped, as if someone had opened the package, inserted the ballots, and then reapplied the packing tape. The ballots resemble the format of authentic Maine ballots and are packaged in tamper-evident batches of 50 ballots, just like the bundles typically shipped to municipal election officials. Multiple election officials who reviewed the images prior to publication of this story confirmed the images appeared to show authentic 2025 Maine ballots. The resident who discovered the misappropriated ballots, was shocked to see them amidst her anticipated Amazon order and quickly offloaded them at her local town office. I'm greatly concerned for our state and its voting requirements. Today, I received a rather beat-up package with my mail. When I opened it, there were 250 official state of Maine referendum ballots inside the box. Thank goodness I'm an honest citizen. I immediately reached out to my town clerk and took the ballots to the town for safekeeping. Oh, she works at the Rochester Institute of Technology, big rainbow behind her. Yeah, go figure. Although Bella's moving. Bella's moving. She's up. What's she doing? Let's see. There she is. Please bring back the 1950s. It would be nice. Yeah. So, although an off election year comes 1 year before the major 2026 election cycle, it's nonetheless consequential for the future elections. Question 1 on the ballot, including all 250 copies mistakenly delivered, asked voters whether they would like Maine to join 36 states and virtually every European country in adopting rules that require voters to show ID before casting a ballot. So that's what this is about. There's a question on there about making it a voter ID, having to show ID to vote, and they're trying to stop that from happening. So that's why they're stealing ballots and doing this. Stakes of the election are high, with massive implications for the future Maine elections, including 2026 election, which Maine will vote for the next governor, U.S. senator, and 2 members of the House. Every state legislative seat and potentially more citizen initiatives. Maine Democratic Party chairman Charlie Dingham, a healthcare attorney based in Augusta, has said that the Maine Democrats could lose more than 13,000 votes if Maine residents are required to prove their identities before casting ballots. In a text message to voter, Dingham said that if Maine adopted voter ID similar to those of 36 other states, it could result in a loss of 13,000 Democratic votes being counted in subsequent elections. He did not provide an explanation or how the proposed voter ID would prevent any legal U.S. citizen from voting, nor did he elucidate how Maine Democrats arrived at the 13,000 figure. If the Maine Democrat Party chairman is correct, though, then those 13,000 voters who will mysteriously disappear could reshape control of the state or even the U.S. Congress. Pandora Angelina Lebowski, greatest dog ever. Oh my God, is the first time I saw her face. She reminds me of my sweetheart. She passed 5 years back. My life hasn't been the same without her. I have Ricky the Dachshund, first small dog. Difference. When the stakes are so high, this epic blunder in Newburgh will only cast more doubt on the legitimacy of Maine's elections, as well as the conduct of arch partisan Shenna Bellows, a lifelong leftist activist who is currently seeking the Democrat nomination to run for governor in 2026. Oh, Lassie, Bella, pretty girl, yeah. Well, all you guys that are Big H, just so you know, all you guys that are members, if you go into the emojis, you will see there's all types of Bellas in the emojis. See, there's all types of Bellas in the emojis. See, Bella is not a night owl. No, she's not a day owl either. She sleeps a lot. Bella does. So and here's the newspaper report, just so everyone knows I'm not making this crap up. Maine woman discovers of ballots in her thing. It was published October 1st. They raised alarms, and a package arrived Tuesday looking beat up and retaped. We saw this. So there's the package. Someone stuffed the ballots in there for some reason. That's weird. Very weird. Greatly concerned for our state. The missed delivery comes just 35 days before the election. But we saw this. So, so something needs to be done about that. Definitely. So this is some good news coming out of New Jersey. It says the race is neck and neck with Mikey Sherrill for New Jersey governor. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting picture, isn't it? Kind of looks identical. I wonder if they're related. Yeah. Right. It says momentum is on our side. In just over 30 days, we are winning this race. Join our fight. It's an important race. Yeah, you're very disappointed in Amazon. They only send you 50 for your local elections. Yeah, it's an insult to hyenas. I know. But Jack Ciccarelli is neck and neck with Mickey Sherrill in the race for New Jersey governor. Republican New Jersey gubernatorial candidate hopeful Jack Ciccarelli is running neck and neck against Mikey Sherrill in the high stakes race after making rapid gains in polling over recent weeks. Still narrowly edging out Ciccarelli 48.1 to 45.8 among likely voters, which is within the margin of error, making a dramatic dip from the 10-point lead they had at Labor Day, a Qantas Insight poll found. The stunning poll shows Ciccarelli dominating with independent voters, 51 to 38, and that voters across the board want to change, 76%. Well, here's the thing. If he's dominating with independent voters, 51 to 38, he's going to win. There's no way she's going to win. It's not going to happen. For much of the race, Sherrill's commanded a lead. But the polling, they always play these games with the polls. However, Qantas' latest findings dovetail with a series of polls over recent week, including from Emerson, and with internal polling pegging the race as a dead heat. So if they're saying it's a dead heat, that means he's ahead. Sherrill's once near double-digit advantage has since plummeted in the latest 4.7% edge in the latest Real Clear Politics polling aggregate. So they took polls for the past 4 months and they say, oh, she's still ahead by 4.7. No, she's not ahead. Notably, the aggregate underestimates Ciccarelli's support by about 5 percentage points in the 2021 election. A separate Fox News poll released Tuesday showed Ciccarelli gaining on his Democrat opponent. And Fox News has been so horrible. I don't even look at Fox polls because look at Fox says that she's up by 8 points, 50 to 42. But if you look, this guy ran against the current governor, Phil Murphy, in 2020, whatever it was, 2021, 2022. And they had these same polls like this, and yet he came within like 3 points. So the poll showed Ciccarelli was a weaker performance of men, only notching a 1 point edge, while Sherrill nabbed a 14-point advantage with women. Voters also had a higher positive opinion compared to Ciccarelli. Ciccarelli, however, had a higher percentage of voters that are more enthusiastic about voting this cycle compared to past elections. Yeah. Plus, this person is a real piece of shit who was involved in a cheating scandal that all came out now that she got exposed for being part of a cheating scandal at the Naval Academy and lied about it. She lied about her rank. She said she was a lieutenant commander. She was only a lieutenant. And she just snaked 2 appointments to the Naval Academy to Annapolis for her kids by using her husband's name instead of her, didn't use her name and just use her husband's name, which is the, what I mean? Like, hid the fact that they were her kids so she could get them in. Yeah. So all the other people in New Jersey, all the other kids, in New Jersey didn't have a chance to go to the Naval Academy because her twins both had to go to the Naval Academy. What's the poly market? I have no idea. I haven't even looked. I'm just saying this is Scott Pressler's working on this race. Mike Barris or Rich Barris is on this case. So this is going to be close. He almost beat Murphy, and this chick's got a lot of baggage and problems. As a black man, not just a black chair, we have to do better. New Jersey State Democrat Chair Leroy Jones Jr. said. The Qantas poll also found a significant gender gap in keeping with national trends. Ciccarelli had a 9-point advantage with men, while Sherrill notched a 12-point lead with women. It further showed Ciccarelli making gains with non-college educated voters on how he will handle the economic discontent in the state. He says, I'll say one thing about Louisiana. We may have some of the most corrupt politicians in the world. At least they admit it. Yeah. I don't know. What is the poly market? Let's see. Let me look. Now, poly market has an 80-20 right now. But I don't know. Poly market, it's very. Okay, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense, and I'll show you why. Let me pull this up. All right, this doesn't make any sense. All right, here's the poly market. All right. It says there's been $1.5 million, all right, put in and they got her at 80 and Citrielli at 20%. But the money is Citrielli has more money on him than she has on her. How is this possible? They're fucking around. Polymarket is playing games. There's no way if more money was bet on him to win that she would be ahead in the Polymarket. That's not how this works. That's not how it's supposed to work. This is supposed to be straight betting odds. That's it. And so if more money is going on him to win, he should be ahead. I mean, he's beating her by over $100,000. Let me go back. Let me look at something else here. Kalshi. Kalshi's got it closer. Kalshi's got it 75-25. Whatever. So, Quanta surveyed 900 people, and observers look at the off election year in New Jersey and Virginia as harbingers of what to come in the midterms. Back in 2021, Citrielli significantly beat expectations when he lost to then incumbent Phil Murphy by about 3 points. Vice President Harris beat Trump by about 6 points last November in New Jersey. So here's the thing: is they pulled a lot of shenanigans in Bergen County in New Jersey with Harris and with Murphy. Like, they got to stop the fucking mail-in ballot bullshit that goes on. That's the only way you're going to win these states. And then we got this, coming out of Virginia. After the polls tightened in Virginia, because it's another close race, you've got Winsome Sears running against Abigail Spanberger, who got caught in a bunch of crazy shit. The polls tightened. The Democrats panicked and released their October surprise, trying to smear the lieutenant governor candidate, John Reed. Surprisingly, it's a bunch of laughably absurd lies. Meanwhile, the radical Democrat Hashmi is desecrating the American flag at rallies, and all Democrats have is fake news and hoaxes. We have the video. Yeah, rest in peace, Constitution. This is the person running for lieutenant governor under the Spanberger. Russian asset. Trump flushed on a toilet. These people are nuts.
We are not going to concede this democracy to the efforts of tyranny. We are not going to concede the rights that we have in this country to protect every.
Right, they're not going to concede. Doesn't that mean they're refusing to accept the results of the election? I thought that's what we throw people in jail for.
Citizen, we are going to fight. This is an act of civil disobedience that we are going to keep up and make sure that your voices continue and are heard all throughout Virginia, all throughout the country.
Wow, that's weird, isn't it? That these I thought the Democrats was all minorities. I only see white people there. That's weird, isn't it? That's weird, right? Why does a fascist Islamist, a Senator Hashmi, hate the United States of America so much? She's grifted for 60 years against hardworking Americans. Her allegiance is to Palestine and Hamas, and she uses America for her own personal gain. She was born in India and exploits the USA. Now she's desecrating the beautiful American flag. Self-deport, Hashmi. Oh, look at it. It's all white people there. It's a lot of white people. That's crazy. They all identify as black. Right? Aramoon, it's crazy, isn't it? Wow, you're very pretty. GOP chances of winning Virginia governor election got major boost. A new poll shows the Virginia gubernatorial race tightening, with Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sayers cutting into Abigail Spanberger's lead and bringing the contest within just a few points. What I want to point out, too, is that when Glenn Youngkin won, both times Glenn Youngkin won for governor of Virginia, they said he was losing by a couple points. So the survey conducted between September found Spanberger at 48% and Earl-Sayers at 45%. The narrowest margin in months. The The closest result signals growing competitiveness in a state that leaned Democrat in recent presidential elections, but where the race to governor's mansion can be more volatile. In 2021, Glenn Youngkin won a narrow victory over Terry McAuliffe. Youngkin secured 50.58% of the vote compared to McAuliffe's 48%. This election marked the return of Republican control in Richmond after a string of Democrat governors since 2013. Virginia's off-year election will be a key gauge for both parties ahead of the 2026 midterms, when Democrats are hoping for a 2018-style blue wave that'll help them flip the control of Congress. It's not going to happen. No. Ain't no blue wave coming. Yeah, it's a white lady running against a black lady. And guess what? The black lady's a Republican, just like they always were. And this is a crazy story I saw. I was very upset by it. I wanted to share it. Man was asked to leave a St. Louis City soccer game for wearing a MAGA hat. Can you believe this is happening today in America?
No, I just want to make sure yeah, what's up? I'm Michael Weitzel. I'm being asked to leave by the police because of Donald Trump. Hey, I'm a Donald Trump. Yeah, I'm a man. Yes, I am. So I just want all these copies you got to deal with them, Megan. But they don't do not political. They don't want any kind of political. So those flags over there, those are pre-approved. Those flags over there, those aren't pre-approved.
Those are pre-approved. So they're all pre-approved. He's not pre-approved. So
Yes. And here's my question to you. And the only way I can do that is if I enforce it with you. Go out and handcuff. So I'm being threatened with arrest. What law am I breaking? What am I? Well, we ask you to leave. You're asking me to leave. Am I being evicted from the?
You can't keep up with what I'm saying.
Okay.
What do you mean?
I'm being evicted from the.
I'm speaking very
because of
slow.
Donald Trump, because we can't wear Donald Trump hats in public, and so now I'm being evicted from the premises. We need a big procession to get.
You're holding your
out
breath.
of
We
here.
win. Youngkin was lucky. Well,
Trump is not welcome in St. Louis City SC Club.
you would think it's
Trump
a
is not
civil
welcome
rights
here.
violation, considering that it's obviously it's a city. It's a city park. It's owned by the city. They can't do this.
Yeah. I'm giving Mac, you guys. We're the ones. I'm trying. I know we're the ones who don't complain about everything you cry about. I know. But if we're gonna do this, we don't like. Oh, you can just take the hat off and go back there. If I take the hat off, I can go back there. Yeah. We're already past that. We're past that. You ain't getting that chance to. No, that's fine. Just for this game. Just for this game. Okay. See, he gets it. He's just following the rules. It's not his fault. But this is the stadium's rules here. Thank you, sir. Hey. So that's what happens if you wear a Donald Trump hat to a St. Louis City Soccer Club game.
Oh, St. Louis City, yeah. It's been revealed by the Heritage Foundation that when Elon Musk purchased Twitter, Hillary Clinton flew overseas to Berlin and called on the European Union to use the Digital Services Act to force him into censoring American citizens on the platform. That guy just won the civil lawsuit lottery. Yeah. It might actually be more than that. They might actually have problems from the Department of Justice could come in and say, you did what? Yeah, he was well behaved. There's a big difference, right? You know, there's no reason to get upset. Someone tells you to leave, whatever, and they're forcing you to leave. Getting upset and doing anything crazy is not going to help you. So
free speech isn't a free fall in Europe. There are two anti-free speech movements that have coalesced. One is in Europe, where it has laid waste to free speech. Germany, France, England, free speech has been eviscerated. And also places like Canada. The U.S. anti-free speech movement began in higher education, then metastasized throughout the government. But this has all reached our shores now. The Berlin World Forum followed the remarks of Vice President Vance on free speech, and the EU was red hot. They gathered in Berlin, and it was the most anti-free speech gathering I've ever been part of. There's only two of us from the free speech community. And they are committed. And, you know, Hillary Clinton was there, and she really fueled the anger. I mean, when Twitter was purchased by Elon Musk, she called on the EU to use the infamous Digital Services Act, which is one of the most anti-free speech pieces of legislation in decades. And she called upon the EU to use the DSA to force the censorship of American citizens, force people like Musk to censor. It's an extraordinary act by someone who was once a presidential candidate in the United States. But they are committed to it. And after the World Forum, they further globalized this effort, and they are threatening companies like X with ruinous fines unless they resume censoring American citizens.
Yeah. And the only thing saving them is Trump is stopping them and telling them you can't do this. Yeah, she would be in jail if you weren't on her team right now, Don. We know the score. Leftists are communists. We're done pretending any different. There, I said it. I said it too. All right, this guy, I don't know if you guys know who Colonel Wesley Hunt is, but he is a great, I think a lieutenant colonel actually, but it's insane that the USA is the only country sticking up for free speech, and the white conservatives is insane. Yeah. Dr. Steve Turley's brother, is it? I don't know. I don't know. I know that I know Jonathan Turley's constitutional law professor, actually, from George Washington University, I believe. Yeah, it's insane. You know, that the United States has to basically shame other countries into doing it, and then you get like the stuff happening in England is mind-bogglingly bad, arresting people for posts. It's happening here too. You know, there's Dearborn, Michigan. They're arresting people for Facebook posts that they say, you know, like they're basically Dearborn, Michigan has Sharia law now. Just, you know, and it's something's got to be done. So this guy says, at West Point, I was taught if you can't take care of yourself, how can you lead America's sons and daughters into battle? Elite warriors demand elite standards. You can't waddle into battle like the Pillsbury Doughboy and expect people to follow you. Leaders must be fit, disciplined, and ready. Standards win. Lowering costs, lowering them costs lives. Props to Secretary of War for restoring them. Well, this is cool. Let's hear this guy. I mean, this is a good guy. He's a congressman. He's a great dude.
I graduated from West Point 20 years ago. I had a military history instructor that told me you can't be a fat leader because you have to lead by example. You can't walk around looking like the Pillsbury Doughboy and then expect people to follow you into battle. So this is an actual standard that should be within you. It should be a part of your own ethos. You should lead from the front and lead by an example. And it's something that I actually choose to do every single day. As a congressman in this district, I find time to work out every single day because I want the people in my district and the state of Texas to see a strong leader. If you can't take care of yourself, how can you possibly think about taking care of business and your family and representing the strongest, most elite fighting force that this world has ever seen? And most importantly, I can't believe we're having this conversation. We're talking about having a new sheriff in town, but these standards should have never been laxed in the first place. If you're an admiral, if you are a general, you are actually asking our sons and daughters to go to war and to fight for something. You better be in shape, you better look right, and you better meet the standard. Because if we don't meet these standards, then we're actually going to lose lives in battle. And that's what this whole thing is about. So again, I commend the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, for doing this. I commend him calling the leaders, putting them in one room and saying this: meet the standard or get out. It is that simple. We want to have the most elite and capable fighting force in the world to be able to fight at a moment's notice, and you can't be fat and do that.
That's awesome. Ara Moon says, I'm Canadian. I absolutely, something needs to be done. We are being invaded by Muslims. Love the USA right now. I love Canada too, because Canada has the greatest meteorologist in the world. I don't know if you know who Frankie McDonald is from Sydney, Nova Scotia, but he is just the greatest when it comes to predicting the weather. He also has a great book called Be Prepared by Frankie McDonald. Yeah, sorry you're going through that border scream asylum. It might not be able to get across. Yeah, well. Oh, here we go. Here's some good stuff. Stephen Miller in Memphis for the federal surge. This is Memphis. This is the United States of America, and its bullshit is done. It's over. It's finished. The idea that there's a square inch of the block of a city where a citizen doesn't feel safe is unacceptable. To the Memphis Police Department, to the officers I see sitting in front of me, we're about to provide you with a level of support you can't even imagine. This isn't just a task force. This is an all-of-government, unlimited support operation. ATF, DEA, FBI, ICE, Department of War, every resource we have. And you're not going to be sitting behind a desk at a keyboard. We are sending in real cops with guns and badges to go out with you in the streets and take every single night and make arrests. Mm-hmm. All we ask for you is to show up at roll call every single night with your brothers and sisters and go out and get the criminals off the street. Let's hear them. This is going to be nice. I like Stephen Miller.
To the Memphis Police Department, to the officers that I see sitting in front of me, we are about to provide you with a level of support you cannot even imagine. This isn't just a task force. This is a all of government unlimited support operation. ATF, DEA, FBI, ICE, Department of War, every resource we have. And they're not going to be sitting behind a desk at a keyboard. We are sending in real cops with guns and badges to go out with you on the street every single night making arrests. These are people who have taken down drug cartels, kingpins, the worst criminal offenders in the United States. Standing with you, shoulder to shoulder to shoulder. All we ask from you is to show up at roll call every single night with your brothers and sisters in the federal government and to go out and get the criminals off the street. And if you do that, I pledge to you, we will liberate this city from the criminal element that has plagued it for generations. This is not just a strategy shift. This is an attitude shift. We are not going to live in an environment anywhere where there is a street that belongs to a criminal, where there is a neighborhood that belongs to a gang, where there is any physical space anywhere that belongs to anyone
Mark? How you doing?
Other than the law-abiding citizens and families of Memphis. The idea that there is a square inch of block in this city where a citizen doesn't feel safe is unacceptable. This is Memphis. This is the United States of America, and all that bullshit is done. It's over. It's finished.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Mm-hmm. A patriot in Memphis just photobombed CNN with a sign saying Democrats destroyed Memphis as the National Guard begins arriving. The guy is on point. Yeah. Yeah. One drug boat at a time. Mm-hmm. Memphis is wild. The YNs are insane. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you, President Trump. People want help. All right, let's see.
FBI, it's been an alphabet soup of law enforcement as we've seen them get ready and go out and make runs throughout the day. We know more than 50 arrests were made just last night, 20 guns taken off the street in the last 48 hours. You see people like this who behind me with this sign. He has it on both sides. If you can flip it around and show what he's saying, he's hoping that this action by Trump will help make the city safer. Take a listen to a man that we talked to in a neighborhood that basically says he welcomes the idea of this federal action. FBI, it's been an alphabet soup of law enforcement.
Damn, why didn't he have that? Why didn't he cut this? Why didn't he have the interview where he said that? Damn it. Damn it. And Democrats are now challenging ICE to come to the south side of Chicago. I promise you we're going to keep our hands off you. We're going to just let you throw people to the ground and tackle them. Yeah, we're not going to jump in and jump on you. This is crazy. Like, these people are delusional.
No, because I'm sick of it. Hey, ICE, come to the south side of Chicago. I promise you, we're going to keep our hands off of you. We're going to let you just throw people to the ground and tackle them. Yeah, we're not going to jump in and jump on you. No, because I'm sick of it. Hey, ICE.
Democrats grandstanding while ICE does the job Chicago politicians refuse to do. Operation Midway Blitz targets Tren de Aragua gang members with murder assault convictions. Exactly who should be deported? When sanctuary politicians block enforcement, violent criminals stay on the streets. The South Side deserves safety, not performative politics protecting criminal aliens. See which convictions and enforcement gaps are being exposed. Yeah. Keep talking, Bish. Is she smoking a blunt? Oh, you know she's smoking a blunt. I heard my mama cry. I heard her pray the night Chicago died. Yeah. Yeah, The Night Chicago Died is a great song. Yeah. It is. It is. It is. And then it's Oh, wait. Then we got more. Got more from Representative Wesley Hunt. Major street shut down in Chicago as hundreds flood the street protesting ICE. ICE arrested nearly 800 illegal aliens, including pedophiles convicted of child rape and murder, confirmed TDA gang members, and violent fellows armed with guns. Worst of the worst. But that's the Democrats want to protect them all. The Democrats want them all to stay. They want the Maryland man back.
This is downtown Chicago, the heart of the Windy City, as the administration continues to target suspected migrant gang members. In Chicago, Mike Tobin's got his hands full. He joins us now for the latest on what's happening today. Mike. Give it another shot here. Hey, Mike Tobin, Bill Hemmer, we're on the air. If you've got
Immigration
me,
and
go
Customs
for it.
Enforcement now says they have pulled some 800 people off the street who were in the country illegally, including, as an ICE spokesman put it, the worst of the worst. ICE maintains the position that they are only targeting people who are in the country illegally and have a criminal conviction or a criminal charge. Some of the examples they have provided. Stefan Sev from Austria, convicted of sexual assault and sexual abuse, currently charged with rape or sexual abuse of a minor. Blanca Cecilia Sanchez from Venezuela, according to ICE, she is a confirmed member of Tren de Aragua. And Yik Michelle Ramirez Alvarez from Mexico, convicted of armed robbery with a firearm.
Wow.
The people opposed to Operation Midway Blitz were out in the hundreds yesterday. The coalition against the Trump agenda gathered at what may be the busiest part of town, the intersection of Michigan Avenue and Wacker Drive. That protest group is an aggregate of different protest groups that came together to oppose recent immigration enforcement in Chicago. They block traffic. Otherwise, it fits the definition of a peaceful protest. The clashes have largely been restricted to the western suburb Broadview, where ICE has that temporary facility. Back to you guys in New York.
Okay, Mike, thanks. Mike Tobin in Chicago.
They deport anyone who's an illegal alien. Yeah, Wacker Drive. The jokes write themselves. Yeah, ICE. You mean Ice-T? Yeah. Didn't Ice Cube's truck? Yeah, Ice Cube's tour bus got firebombed in Portland by Antifa because it said ICE on it. They thought it was They thought it was them. Ba-ba-doo-ba-doo, ba-doo-ba-doo, ba-doo-ba-doo, ba-doo. Here we go. The administration announced today that $18 billion bound for New York transportation projects is going to be frozen, so it can't go to DEI programs there. Vice President Vance says, "I'm sure that Russ is heartbroken about the fact that he was unable to give certain things to certain constituencies. There are critical things that need to be saved. It's going to be perfect because we are in government. We are in a government shutdown. We're going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues." That's right. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, people.
And the administration announced today that $18 billion bound for New York transportation projects is going to be frozen, so it can't go to DEI programs there. But the timing of this, does announcing that today mean that you guys are going to squeeze Chuck Schumer's home state until he blinks?
Look, I haven't talked to Russ about this morning, but look, I'm sure that Russ is heartbroken about the fact that he's unable to give certain things to certain constituencies. We want to do everything that we can to help the American people. But when the Democrats shut down the government, we have to actually do a little triage to make sure the most critical and most essential services are provided. The government does a lot of things. Of course, Republicans think that the federal government probably does too much, but there are a lot of critical things the federal government does that absolutely all of us would agree need to do. Our troops need to get paid. Our air traffic controllers need to make sure that people are flying safely and on time. We need low-income people to be able to access the food services that are provided by the federal government. There are critical things that need to be saved. We're going to do everything that we can over the coming weeks, if the shutdown lasts that long, to ensure that people get the essential services that they need, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer has shut down the federal government. It's not going to be perfect because we are in a government shutdown. We are going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues. We don't like that. We don't necessarily want to do it, but we're going to do what we have to keep the American people's essential services continuing to run.
Wow. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody who's been here. Please come on back. We've been going almost 5.5 hours. Please come on back Thursday night for another show, 10 o'clock, Friday night, 10 o'clock, maybe 9 or 10 o'clock Friday. And then we'll see Saturday, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, Sunday, same thing every night for Jim to tell you the news. I'm going to send you over to check out this guy. named Pat Dixon. He's does a show called the New York City Crime Report and some other stuff he covers. Go tell him I said hi and that I sent you over there, and let him know whatever if you want to check it out. He's interesting. He plays the piano. He does songs and stuff like that. So go check it out. And let's see, is my monetization on? Yes, it's on. All right. Details. All right. So thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody. Take care. If anyone wants to raid out the well, you can always rewind. You can always rewind and watch the other stuff. But yeah, check it out. And if anyone wants to raid out the Rumble chat, go ahead and raid out the Rumble chat to whoever.